Welcome back to Sleep Storyteller, where every night is a new adventure, and every story is a journey into the unknown. I'm so glad you're here, ready to relax, unwind, and let the gentle sound of rain guide you into a peaceful slumber. As we begin tonight's story, I invite you to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the world outside fade away. Remember, this is your space, a place to let go, to dream, and to find the calm you need. If you're ready for tonight's story, go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment below sharing what helps you relax most at night. Now, let's begin. The Silent Dreamer. The world had been plunged into an endless twilight. No sun rose from the horizon, nor did it set. The sky was a muted gray, an expanse of clouded indifference, as if the heavens themselves had lost interest in the world below. The land, too, seemed to sleep in a perpetual haze. Mountains loomed like distant, unfeeling giants, their peaks disappearing into the mist. Forests, once vibrant with life, stood like hollow sentinels, silent, barren, waiting. It was in this dreamlike state that Adeline walked. Her footsteps were soft against the earth, almost inaudible in the thick stillness of the world around her. The air, though cool, held a heaviness to it, as if the very weight of the sky pressed down upon the earth. The faint sound of her breathing was the only thing that broke the silence. Adeline had always been a dreamer, a wanderer of sorts. She was not a stranger to the shifting borders between worlds, though she had never known the silence to stretch quite as far as it did now. The landscapes had always been more fluid, more forgiving in their transitions. There had always been a hum beneath the surface, an energy that vibrated in the air and in the very bones of the earth. But now, that hum was gone, there was only silence. And the quiet seemed to stretch on forever. She pulled her cloak tighter around her shoulders, trying to stave off the chill that gnawed at her bones. Her heart, too, seemed to beat with a hollow rhythm, slow, distant, like an echo in a cavern. Why had she come here? The question hung in the air, unanswered and weightless. She had woken in this place, in the midst of a vast, forgotten land that held no name, no memory. It was as if time itself had forgotten it, and in doing so, it had erased all who had once walked its path. Adeline could remember little of what had led her here. There had been dreams, vivid dreams, full of light and shadow, of distant voices calling her name. She had seen glimpses of a figure, always obscured by mist, always just beyond her reach. In those dreams, she had known a truth, one that had driven her to seek out this place, to follow the call that resonated deep within her. But now, standing on the precipice of this world, she felt lost. The weight of the silence pressed down on her chest, threatening to swallow her whole. The stillness around her was not only a reflection of the world, but of herself. She had always been a silent dreamer, lost in her thoughts, in her musings, in the spaces between wakefulness and sleep. But now, that silence seemed to have consumed everything. There was no rhythm, no pulse to guide her. Only the vague sense of something waiting. Something that had been waiting for a very long time. As Adeline walked deeper into the fog, she noticed something strange. The world around her seemed to shift in small, imperceptible ways. The trees, those skeletal remains of a once thriving forest, began to bend in strange directions, their trunks twisting unnaturally. The ground beneath her feet trembled slightly, as though it was alive and aware of her presence. She stopped, her senses alert, and looked around. The fog swirled at her feet, and in the distance, she thought she saw something moving. A shadow, fleeting, just beyond the reach of her vision. She took a step forward, her heart quickening. Could it be? Was there someone else here? The silence had become so profound, so absolute, that the very idea of another presence felt impossible. But then, the air shifted, and she felt it, a whisper of something. Something intangible, something ancient. Adeline reached out with her senses, trying to pull the threads of the dream into her grasp. She had always been attuned to the unseen forces of the world, but now, in this place, it felt as though the dream itself was alive. It pulsed with a strange energy, one that thrummed just beneath the surface of everything. She moved forward again, guided by instinct more than thought. The fog parted before her, revealing a small clearing. In the center stood a stone monument, worn by time and weathered by the elements. It was circular, its surface covered in strange markings that shimmered faintly in the twilight. Adeline approached the stone, drawn to it by an unseen force. As she reached out to touch its cool surface, a wave of energy rippled through her, sending a shiver down her spine. The markings on the stone glowed faintly, as if recognizing her presence. The stone seemed to pulse with life, its power calling to her. For a moment, she hesitated. But then, she pressed her hand against the stone. As soon as her skin made contact, a sharp, piercing sound filled the air, a sound that reverberated through her very bones. The stone began to glow brighter, and the world around her seemed to shift. The fog thickened, swirling faster now, as though it were being drawn into the stone. Adeline's breath caught in her throat as the ground beneath her feet began to tremble more violently. She tried to pull away, but her hand was stuck, as though the stone had taken root within her very being. She could feel the power of it, the ancient force that had been dormant for so long, awakening in response to her touch, and then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the tremor ceased. The stone went still, its glow dimming to a faint pulse. The silence returned, but it was different now. There was a presence in the air, a lingering energy that had not been there before. Adeline stepped back, her heart pounding in her chest. The stone had not harmed her, but it had changed something. She could feel it in the air, a new weight pressing against her mind, a new awareness stirring within her. The dream had shifted, and with it, her path. She didn't know what had just happened, but she knew one thing for certain: the journey was only just beginning. The days that followed Adeline's encounter with the stone were both strange and unsettling. The world around her seemed to pulse with a quiet energy, a force she couldn't quite name but could feel with every breath. The fog thickened, clinging to her like a second skin, and the land beneath her feet felt softer, as though it were yielding to her presence. She continued her journey through the endless expanse, each step guided by a pull she couldn't resist. Her mind swirled with fragmented thoughts of the stone, the way its markings shimmered, the way the ground had trembled beneath her touch. It was as though the world itself had acknowledged her, responding to a call she hadn't known she had sent. Adeline's mind was a labyrinth of questions, but none of them seemed to matter in the face of the silence. The deeper she traveled into this strange, timeless land, the more she felt herself becoming part of it. The air grew heavier, the shadows darker, and yet, she couldn't stop. Something inside her, something deep and primal, drove her forward, pulling her toward an unknown destination. It wasn't long before she began to notice the signs. Small at first, subtle whispers at the edge of her vision, a flicker in the trees, a movement in the shadows. She had learned long ago to trust her senses, but here, everything seemed to dance just out of reach, as if the world itself were a dream too fluid to grasp. One evening, as the sky darkened and the air grew colder, Adeline found herself at the edge of a vast lake. Its waters were still, a sheet of glass that reflected the muted light of the pale, unseen moon. It was a haunting sight, this mirror-like expanse, stretching out into the horizon with no beginning or end. At the water's edge, a figure stood. Adeline's heart skipped a beat as she saw the shape, an ethereal being, bathed in the same soft glow that radiated from the stone. The figure was cloaked in a flowing robe, its features hidden beneath the hood. A soft hum seemed to emanate from it, like a whisper carried on the wind. For a long moment, Adeline simply watched, her breath caught in her throat. The figure did not move, did not acknowledge her presence. It simply stood there, gazing into the still waters of the lake, as though waiting for something, or someone. The silence between them was thick, but it was not the same silence that had hung over her since her arrival. This silence was full of intent, full of expectation. She could feel the weight of it pressing against her chest, urging her to step forward. With trembling hands, Adeline took a step closer to the figure. The ground beneath her feet was soft, damp, and as she moved closer, she noticed that the air around the figure shimmered with a faint light. She felt the pull of it, a call deep within her bones. "I've been waiting for you," a voice whispered, barely audible above the soft hum. Adeline froze. It wasn't just the words that shook her, but the way they seemed to resonate within her, as though they came from the very depths of the world itself. The figure did not move, did not turn its head, but the voice, it came from everywhere and nowhere all at once. "You are the one," the voice continued, its tone both soothing and urgent. "The one who can unlock what has been sealed." Adeline felt a shiver run down her spine. She had no idea what the figure meant. But deep within her, something stirred. Something ancient, something familiar. She had come to this place for a reason. She had followed the call of a dream that had led her here, to this very moment. "I don't understand," she whispered, her voice small against the vastness of the silence. The figure finally moved, but it was not the movement of a living being. It was as if the air itself had shifted, folding and bending, and in an instant, the figure was standing before her. Its form was still cloaked in shadow, its face hidden beneath the hood, but its presence was overwhelming. "The world you knew is lost," the figure said, its voice now clear and resonant. "You, who have dreamed this land into being, must awaken what lies hidden beneath. The silent dreamer. You are the key." Adeline's breath caught in her throat. She had heard the phrase before, but it had always been just a fragment, a passing thought that faded before she could grasp it. Now, hearing it spoken aloud, it was as if the words were carved into the very fabric of her soul. "The silent dreamer." She repeated softly, the words tasting foreign on her tongue. The figure nodded, or at least, that was how it seemed. The air around it shimmered, and the stillness of the world seemed to deepen, as if it too was waiting for her to understand. "You are not alone, Adeline," the figure said, its voice softening, though its power remained unyielding. But you must awaken. You must open the gates of this world, before it is too late. Adeline's mind raced. What did it mean? What gates? And what was at stake? Her heart thundered in her chest as she felt the weight of its words settle deep within her. You will find the answers in the ruins, the figure said, its voice a low murmur now, as if it were fading away. In the heart of the dreamer's realm. Before Adeline could respond, the figure dissolved into the air, leaving nothing but the faintest echo of its presence. The silence returned, but this time, it was different. It was no longer empty. It was heavy with meaning, charged with the promise of something yet to come. Adeline stood there for a long time, staring out at the still waters of the lake. Her heart was pounding, and her mind was a whirlwind of questions. But one thing was clear, she had been called, and she could not turn away now. She had to find the dreamer's realm. She had to unlock what had been sealed, but more than that, she had to discover the truth of her own purpose in this world, this silent, endless dream. Adeline stood at the edge of the still lake, the words of the figure lingering in her mind like an echo, each syllable a weight upon her chest. The silent dreamer. The dreamer's realm. She repeated to herself, as if saying the phrases aloud could somehow make them clearer. The pull to move forward was undeniable. Yet the path ahead seemed shrouded in layers of uncertainty, as if the world itself were hiding its truths just out of reach. The waters before her mirrored the pale, distant sky, a perfect reflection of the stillness surrounding her. But beneath the surface, Adeline could feel something shifting, an undercurrent of movement that unsettled her. The figure had spoken of ruins, of gates, but what did it all mean? What was the dreamer's realm, and why had it chosen her? Her thoughts were interrupted by the soft sound of footsteps behind her, the subtle crunch of leaves and earth underfoot. She whirled around, her heart leaping in her chest, but found nothing, no figure, no shadow. Only the vast, empty forest stretching in every direction. For a moment, her breath caught in her throat. Had she imagined it? But then, just as suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance, moving toward her with a deliberate, unhurried pace. It was a woman, draped in a cloak of woven silver threads that shimmered like starlight, her face partially obscured by the hood. Unlike the figure by the lake, this one carried no aura of mystery or foreboding. Instead, there was a warmth to her presence, a sense of familiarity, as if Adeline had known her long before this moment. The woman stopped several paces away, her voice gentle but firm, as though she had been expecting Adeline's arrival. "You have heard the call," she said, her words not a question, but a simple statement of fact. "You are the one who can bring balance." Adeline felt a surge of emotion, a mixture of relief and confusion. She had been searching for answers for so long, and yet, they always seemed just beyond her grasp. Now, standing before this stranger, who somehow felt more like a guide, she found herself at a loss for words. I don't understand," Adeline admitted, her voice trembling. "What is the dreamer's realm? What are these gates? Why was I chosen?" The woman's smile was soft, her eyes reflecting a depth of understanding that made Adeline feel as though her very soul were being seen. She took a step closer, her presence calming, as though the air itself had settled around them. "The dreamer's realm is the heart of all things," the woman explained, her voice like a melody, soothing and gentle. It is where dreams are born, where the worlds you know and those you have yet to discover are shaped. But it is also a place of power, and that power must be kept in balance. Adeline listened intently, her gaze fixed on the woman. Balance? What does that mean? The dreamer's realm is not just a place of creation, the woman continued. It is a place of constant change. It shifts, adapts, and flows with the will of those who inhabit it. But sometimes, the balance can tip. A dream can become too strong, too twisted, and it can pull everything out of alignment. Adeline's heart skipped a beat. You mean it's in danger? The woman nodded. Not just the dreamer's realm, but all of existence. The gate that holds the dreamer's realm has been weakened. The power that once kept the worlds in harmony is slipping, and if it is not restored, everything you know could unravel. Adeline felt the weight of her words settle in her chest. The sense of urgency was palpable, but so too was the confusion. She had only just arrived in this world, and now, she was being asked to shoulder the weight of its fate. How could she, one solitary person, restore balance to something so vast? So powerful? I don't know how I can do this, she whispered, her voice barely audible. The woman's eyes softened. You may not understand now, but you have the power within you. You have always had it. The stone you touched, the pull you felt, it was not by chance. You are connected to the dreamer's realm in ways you cannot yet see, but I will help you find the answers. Adeline shook her head, still struggling to comprehend. But how? What do I need to do? The woman extended her hand, palm open, revealing a small, crystalline shard that glowed with a soft light. It seemed to pulse with a life of its own, its edges sharp and perfect, like a piece of the very fabric of the world. This shard, the woman explained, is the key to unlocking the gate. But you cannot do it alone. You will need to find the other shards, scattered across the realms. Each one holds a fragment of the power needed to restore balance. Together, they will guide you to the heart of the dreamer's realm. Adeline reached out tentatively, her fingers brushing against the shard. The moment she made contact, a jolt of energy surged through her, a vision flashing before her eyes, a city in ruins, its towers broken and its streets empty, bathed in a sickly green light. She saw a figure, a dark silhouette, standing at the center, surrounded by a swirling vortex of energy. And then, the vision was gone. Replaced by the serene stillness of the lake once more, the woman withdrew the shard, watching Adeline closely. You must hurry, she urged. Time is not on your side. The longer the gate remains weakened, the stronger the forces that seek to destroy it will become. Adeline nodded, her mind reeling. She knew that this was no ordinary journey. It was a quest for the very survival of everything she had ever known, and perhaps everything she had yet to discover, but where to begin? How could she find the other shards? Follow the dreams, the woman said, as though reading Adeline's thoughts. They will lead you. With those final words, the woman turned and began to walk away, her figure fading into the mist as though she had never been there at all. The lake once again became a silent expanse, but now, it felt different. There was a sense of purpose in the air, a whisper of movement beneath the surface. Adeline stood there for a long moment, her heart racing as the weight of her newfound mission settled upon her. She had been called to this world for a reason. And now, there was no turning back. Adeline stood at the edge of the still lake, her mind racing as she tried to process everything the woman had said. The vision of the ruined city was still vivid in her mind, its dark silhouette looming in the corners of her thoughts. She could almost hear the faint echo of destruction, a sound that seemed to reverberate from the very depths of her soul. "Follow the dreams," the woman had said. But what did that mean? Was it a literal instruction, or some kind of metaphor? Adeline wasn't sure if she could trust her instincts, but they tugged at her, urging her to move forward. The shard she had touched still pulsed faintly in her palm, its energy an unspoken promise. She held it close, the soft light it emitted casting an ethereal glow over her fingers. It felt warm, alive in a way that unsettled her. It was a key, she now understood, but to what? And what would she need to do when the time came to use it? She glanced back at the darkened forest that surrounded the lake. It was as if the woods themselves were waiting, their stillness an invitation to the unknown. For the first time in her life, Adeline felt a true sense of direction. She had never been one to shy away from challenges, but this was different. This was a path that didn't just require strength, it demanded something deeper. Something she didn't yet fully understand. "Follow the dreams," she whispered, the words slipping out almost involuntarily. She closed her eyes for a moment, taking a steadying breath. The air felt heavy with expectation. The weight of her mission pressed down on her shoulders, but she couldn't deny the pull to move. She was no longer the same person who had arrived here, unsure and adrift. Something within her had shifted, a quiet determination. As if summoned by her thoughts, a soft wind began to stir the surface of the lake, sending ripples through the still water. The breeze carried with it a scent that reminded her of distant places, something familiar and yet foreign, like the promise of a faraway home she had never known. Adeline opened her eyes, watching as the ripples grew larger, their motion steady and slow. The winds were carrying something with them, something she couldn't quite name, but she felt it deep within her chest, an understanding, perhaps. The winds would guide her. She took a step forward, her feet moved almost without thought, carried by the current of the unseen force pulling her toward the unknown. It was strange, this sense of certainty, as if her every step had been predestined. As though there was no room for hesitation, after several moments, the path before her began to take shape, a winding trail through the trees, bathed in soft, ethereal light. The further she walked, the clearer it became. She was being led by something more than just instinct now. It was as though the very landscape itself were calling her, guiding her to where she needed to be. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the trees began to thin, and the light around her shifted. The air became cooler, and the once familiar sounds of the forest grew distant. A sense of eeriness crept over her, but the path remained clear. The whisper of the wind the only sound she could hear, and then, as if from nowhere, the forest opened into a clearing. Before her stood an ancient structure, a ruin that seemed to belong to another time, another world. The stones of the building were overgrown with ivy and moss, yet they radiated a kind of quiet power, an energy that hummed in the air. In the center of the ruin, a large, broken archway stood, the remnants of what had once been a grand entrance. now weathered by time, Adeline stepped closer, her heart quickening. There was something about this place, something familiar. It felt as though she had been here before, though she knew that could not be true. The ruins seemed to call to her. As if they recognized her presence, she reached out and placed a hand on one of the stone pillars, feeling the cool surface beneath her fingertips. The moment her skin made contact, the air around her shimmered, and for an instant, she felt a strange pulse of energy, as if the entire world had taken a collective breath. A low rumble vibrated through the ground, and the ruins seemed to stir. The wind picked up, swirling around her, and the vines on the stone pillars began to twist, their tendrils stretching upward as though reaching for something. Adeline stepped back, her heart pounding. She didn't know what was happening, but she felt the undeniable presence of something ancient and powerful. The ruins were reacting to her touch, to her presence, and then, with a quiet, almost imperceptible sound, the shattered remnants of the archway began to glow. Faint lines of light traced the edges of the stone, pulsing softly, and the space before her seemed to shift. It was as if the very air were rippling, distorting in response to an unseen force. Adeline stood frozen, unsure whether to move forward or retreat. The dreams, the shard in her hand, the woman's cryptic words, they were all leading her here. This was no accident. This was the moment she had been preparing for, even if she didn't yet fully understand why. The archway before her was no longer just a ruin. It had become a threshold, a doorway to something beyond. And as the light from the shard in her hand began to mirror the glowing lines of the arch, she knew that the time had come. Taking a deep breath, Adeline stepped forward. The moment her foot crossed the threshold, the world around her seemed to collapse and expand all at once. The ground beneath her shifted, and the light around her fractured into millions of shimmering shards, each one suspended in space like a distant star. In the blink of an eye, the clearing was gone. The forest, the ruins, everything had vanished. She was no longer standing on solid ground. Instead, she was surrounded by an expanse of swirling, dreamlike colors, floating in an endless void. It felt as if the very fabric of reality had bent, and she was caught in the current of something far greater than herself. But even in the midst of this chaos, there was a singular truth that stood firm within her. She had crossed the threshold. She had entered the dreamer's realm. Adeline floated in the vastness of the dreamer's realm, her senses overwhelmed by the swirl of color and light. The air, or whatever substance passed for it in this strange realm, was thick with an almost tangible energy, something that hummed beneath her skin and seemed to pulse with the rhythm of her heart. Time no longer seemed to have meaning here. Was it seconds? Hours? It was impossible to tell. She blinked, her vision adjusting to the strange surroundings. The colors in the void around her shifted constantly, liquid-like, changing hues and brightness. One moment, it felt as though she were submerged in an ocean of stars, and the next, the sky bent and twisted like the surface of a turbulent sea. Her thoughts were a chaotic jumble, a million questions swirling around in her mind, but all of them faded as a single, clear realization began to take shape. She wasn't alone. There was something else in this vast, empty expanse with her. Something that moved just beyond the edge of her awareness, something she couldn't quite grasp. It wasn't a presence in the way that a person might be. It was more like a force, ancient and powerful, watching her, waiting, a sudden shift in the air made her catch her breath. A dark shape loomed at the far corner of her perception, moving through the ever-changing hues with deliberate intent. It was fleeting, more a shadow than a physical form, and yet it carried an unmistakable weight. The whispers began then. At first, they were soft, just barely audible, like the rustling of leaves in a far-off forest. But as the shadow neared, they grew louder, more distinct, words she couldn't quite understand but felt deeply, as though they were meant for her alone. Adeline. The voice was like a memory she couldn't place, one that felt familiar and distant all at once. The whisper came again, more urgent now, filling her senses. Adeline, you are not alone here. She spun in place, trying to locate the source of the voice, but the emptiness stretched on in every direction, offering no answers. The voice was not coming from any one place, but rather from within her, as though it were a thought she had not yet fully formed, and yet, something inside her recognized it. She felt a shiver run down her spine as if a piece of herself, her soul, her very essence, was resonating with the voice, as though it was calling her home. You've come so far, child. But you must understand, the dreamer's realm does not give without a price. What is it you seek? Adeline felt a deep tug at her chest. The question was not one she could answer simply, and the weight of it pressed on her like an unseen force. She felt something stir within her, a longing, a hunger she hadn't known existed until this moment. She opened her mouth, but the words that came out were not her own. I seek answers. Truth. The voice responded almost immediately, a gentle tone of amusement mixing with the gravity of its words. Truth? You think you can find truth in this place? In this realm? The realm seemed to quiver as if the very fabric of it was reacting to the voice. A burst of brilliant light erupted from the horizon of her vision, disorienting her. She staggered back, her heart racing. It is not truth you seek, Adeline. It is the past, and the power that lies within it. Her breath caught in her throat. The past? What did the voice mean? She had not come here searching for the past, not consciously. And yet, in the depths of her being, she knew that the answers, whatever they were, lay hidden in the places she had buried, forgotten, or ignored. She felt a tug at her heart, a familiar, almost comforting weight that drew her attention. Reaching into her pocket, she pulled out the shard, the object that had started this entire journey. Its soft glow flickered, as if it were alive, almost in response to the calling. She could feel its pulse within her. Synchronized with the beat of her own heart, the voice spoke again, now closer, almost within reach. This is where your story truly begins, Adeline. What you hold in your hand is not just an artifact, it is the key to your past, your destiny. But before you can wield its power, you must face the truth hidden within. Her hands shook as the shard seemed to grow warmer. The light from it intensified, and before she could react, a blinding flash consumed her vision. When the light finally faded, Adeline found herself no longer floating in the shifting void, but standing on solid ground. Though the terrain was unlike anything she had ever seen, the landscape was a surreal version of a forgotten world. A place that seemed both familiar and alien at the same time. Jagged mountains rose in the distance, their peaks lost in swirling clouds that glittered with an eerie radiance. The ground beneath her feet was cracked and dry, as though it had been abandoned by the life it once supported. This was the past. The world she had seen in her dreams, the city in ruins, the faces of the forgotten, her breath caught in her throat. She had seen this place, hadn't she? The vision of the shattered city, the broken structures, the distant cries. It was all coming back to her now, like a long-lost memory surfacing through a fog. The ground trembled beneath her feet, and she stumbled. The shard in her hand pulsed again, sending a wave of energy through her. The landscape around her rippled as though it was not solid, but a mere projection, like an image projected onto water. She could almost hear the sound of movement, distant footsteps, or something far more dangerous drawing nearer. Adeline took a tentative step forward, unsure of what she would find. This place, this was where it had all begun, where her answers awaited. She could feel it now, more than ever, the weight of her choices, the power of the shard in her hand, and the voice that had called her here. The past was unfolding before her eyes, and there was no turning back. With a deep breath, she began walking, knowing that each step took her closer to the truth that had been hidden for so long. The air here was heavy with secrets, and she could feel the echoes of them, calling to her from every direction, and as she ventured deeper into the forgotten city, she knew one thing with certainty: the path to her destiny had already been set in motion. Adeline's feet moved with purpose through the cracked earth of the forgotten city, the shard's glow casting an ethereal light on the ruins that stretched out before her. The once great city, now but a shadow of its former glory, seemed to breathe with a strange, mournful energy. It was as though the buildings, the broken statues, and the fallen columns were all caught in an eternal sigh. Frozen in time, the wind whispered between the broken walls, carrying the faintest echoes of distant voices, voices that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. It was disorienting, and yet, Adeline found herself drawn to it. Each whisper felt like a beckoning, urging her forward, deeper into the heart of the city. With every step, the shard in her hand grew warmer, its pulse syncing with her own. She could feel its power, ancient and deep, vibrating beneath her skin. The power that had been dormant for so long was awakening, and she could no longer deny that she was connected to it. But what was it that she had come here to find? What was she truly searching for? A sudden movement caught her eye, and her breath caught in her throat. Through the haze of dust and the flickering light of the shard, a figure appeared in the distance. The figure was tall and cloaked, their features obscured by the heavy folds of their garment. Adeline's heart raced as she instinctively took a step back, unsure of whether to approach or retreat. The figure moved toward her with unnerving calmness, their presence like a shadow weaving through the ruins. As they drew closer, Adeline's pulse quickened. She knew, with a certainty that sent chills down her spine, that this figure held the answers she sought. Adeline. The voice that reached her ears was soft but unmistakable, carrying a weight that seemed to reverberate through the very air around them. She took a hesitant step forward. "Who are you?" The figure paused just before reaching her, the dim light from the shard casting a faint glow on the cloak's edges, revealing glimpses of intricate patterns woven into the fabric, patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer like liquid silver. "I am a guide," the figure replied, their voice like the rustling of leaves in a forgotten forest. "And I have waited for you." Adeline's mind raced, confusion clouding her thoughts. "For me? But I don't understand. Who are you? What is this place? Why am I here?" The figure tilted their head slightly, as though considering her words. You are here because you must be. You were always meant to come. This city, these ruins, they are part of your past. Part of what was lost. Adeline's gaze fell to the shard in her hand, its glow now pulsing more brightly, as though reacting to the figure's words. She could feel the connection between them, a thread pulling her towards something greater, something that had been hidden for far too long, lost. She whispered, her voice barely audible. What do you mean? What was lost? The figure took a step closer, the sound of their movement like a distant echo. Everything that was. The world you knew, the people who once walked these streets, they are gone now. But their memories, their power, it still lingers. Adeline's heart thudded in her chest. And she felt a cold chill seep into her bones. The figure's words struck her like a hammer, each one ringing with a painful truth. She had known, deep down, that the city's ruin wasn't just a tragedy, it was a consequence. But what had caused it? What had been lost, and why was she the one to uncover it? The figure extended a hand toward her, their fingers long and graceful, yet tinged with an otherworldly energy that made her skin tingle. You must unlock the memories, Adeline. The past is waiting to be remembered. You must open the door. Adeline felt a pull deep within her, a sensation she couldn't explain. The shard seemed to respond, its warmth now spreading throughout her entire body. She raised her hand, almost instinctively, and held the shard out toward the figure. The air around them crackled with energy, and the shadows seemed to stretch and writhe. The figure's hand hovered just above the shard, and then, in a movement so swift it was nearly imperceptible, they touched it. For a moment, nothing happened. But then, as if the universe itself had held its breath, the world around her shifted, the ground beneath her feet trembled, the sky above darkened, and the ruins seemed to come alive, the once barren cityscape beginning to pulse with a strange, ominous energy. The shadows, once static, swirled around them, growing darker and more oppressive. Adeline stumbled back, her heart pounding in her chest. She could feel the pressure building, the weight of something ancient and powerful awakening. She wanted to pull away, but something held her in place. The shard in her hand was no longer just a tool, it was a conduit, a bridge between the world she knew and the one she was now entering. This is what you came for, the figure said, their voice now a low whisper that seemed to vibrate in her very bones. The door is opening, and with it, the truth will reveal itself. But be warned, Adeline, the past is not kind. It will test you. It will show you things you may not wish to see. Are you ready? Adeline took a deep breath, the weight of the moment pressing down on her. She had come so far. She had already crossed the threshold between what was known and what was unknown. There was no turning back. I'm ready, she said, though her voice shook, uncertain of the journey ahead. The figure nodded, and for the first time, Adeline saw their eyes, deep pools of darkness, as if they had seen things no mortal should ever witness. Then let it begin. The world around her shuddered violently, and with a final, blinding flash of light, everything went black. Adeline's senses flared back to life as though she had been plunged into cold water. The silence that followed the blinding flash was absolute, oppressive. The weight of the darkness pressed against her like a tangible force, and she felt the air grow heavy around her. Her breath came in shallow gasps, and for a moment, she wondered if she was still alive, or if perhaps the moment had passed and she had already crossed into something far beyond her understanding. She reached out instinctively, her fingers brushing against the cool surface of stone beneath her hands. Her fingers met a jagged edge, and she recoiled slightly, but her grip tightened. Slowly, cautiously, she pushed herself to her feet. The world around her still swirling with uncertainty, the shard in her hand felt different now, heavier, pulsing with a life of its own. The faint hum that had once been a distant presence now resonated with a force that vibrated deep within her chest. It called to her, drawing her forward. Taking a steadying breath, Adeline forced herself to open her eyes. What she saw was beyond anything she had imagined. The world around her had transformed. The ruined city was gone, replaced by an impossible landscape of shifting shapes and endless horizons. The ground was no longer earth but something translucent, like polished crystal, stretching out in every direction. It shimmered with hues of blue, purple, and silver, and the air itself seemed to vibrate with an unseen energy. Shadows twisted and stretched unnaturally, swirling in patterns that defied the laws of nature, but it wasn't just the environment that had changed, it was the very essence of reality itself. Time felt as if it had stopped, or perhaps it had become something fluid, bending and twisting around her in ways she couldn't comprehend. There was a deep, unnerving silence that filled the space, but it wasn't the quiet of nothingness. It was the silence of a world holding its breath, waiting. Adeline's heart pounded in her chest. She had crossed some invisible threshold, and now, she was in a place that defied explanation. The rules of her world, the world she had known, didn't seem to apply here. She felt small, insignificant, lost in a vast and incomprehensible expanse, but she couldn't stop. The shard pulsed in her hand, urging her forward, its glow growing brighter with each step. The shadows around her seemed to move, following her, watching her. Every corner of this strange world seemed to beckon her closer, drawing her into its depths. Her legs carried her without thought, each step falling into the rhythm of the shard's pulse. The ground beneath her feet shifted slightly, undulating as if responding to her movements, but it never felt unstable. It was as though the very fabric of this place had been woven to guide her. To help her find her way, ahead, she noticed a faint light flickering in the distance, a pinpoint of brightness in the otherwise dark expanse. The light felt familiar, like a beacon calling her name. Adeline's steps quickened, the need to reach the light growing stronger with each passing moment. As she approached, the light expanded, revealing itself to be a doorway, an archway made of an iridescent material that shifted in color with every movement. The edges seemed to pulse with energy, shimmering with an otherworldly light that made her pulse quicken in anticipation. This was it, the door. The door that the figure had spoken of. The one that would reveal the truth. But what lay beyond it? Was it the past? The answers she so desperately sought? Or something darker? Adeline didn't have the answers, but the urge to step through the archway was overpowering. She was no longer sure where the pull was coming from. Was it the shard, or was it something within her, something awakened by the shard's power? She didn't know, but she couldn't ignore it. She had come too far to turn back now. With a deep breath, she stepped forward, crossing the threshold. As soon as her foot passed through the arch, a wave of sensation washed over her. The world around her blurred, colors bleeding into one another, shapes twisting and contorting in ways that defied her understanding. The very air crackled with power, and for a moment, it felt as though the ground beneath her feet had disappeared entirely. Her body was weightless, suspended in a vast expanse of light and shadow, and then, as quickly as it had come, the sensation faded. Adeline found herself standing in a place that was both familiar and foreign, an ancient chamber, its walls covered in intricate symbols and carvings that seemed to shift and change as she looked at them. The air smelled faintly of incense, thick and heady, and the soft sound of distant chanting seemed to fill the room. Before her, a figure stood, a tall, cloaked being with no visible face. The figure's presence was overwhelming, a sense of ancient power radiating from them, as though they were part of the very fabric of the universe itself. They held a staff, its surface adorned with strange markings, and their hands were outstretched toward her, as if waiting for her to approach. "Adeline," the figure said, their voice low and resonant, echoing through the chamber like 1,000 whispers. "You have come. The time has arrived." The weight of their words settled over her, and for a moment, she could do nothing but stare. She had been prepared for many things on this journey, but nothing had prepared her for this presence, this overwhelming sense of destiny. "Who are you?" Adeline asked, her voice trembling despite her best efforts to sound calm. "I am the keeper of the forgotten," the figure replied, their voice filled with a strange reverence. "The guardian of the past and the key to the future. You have been chosen, Adeline. Chosen to awaken what has been sealed away for eons." A cold shiver ran down Adeline's spine. "Awaken?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "What have I been chosen to awaken?" The keeper raised their staff, and a series of images flashed in Adeline's mind, visions of a great battle, of a world on the brink of collapse, of a power that had been sealed away to prevent the destruction of everything. The shard in her hand pulsed violently, reacting to the images, to the power that had been dormant for so long. "The truth, Adeline. You are the key to unlocking what has been forgotten. The past, the power that sleeps within you. It must be awakened. Only then will you understand your role in the coming dawn." Adeline swallowed hard, the weight of the keeper's words sinking into her soul. The future was uncertain, the path ahead unknown. But one thing was clear, her journey had only just begun. The air in the chamber felt heavy, suffused with an ancient energy that pulsed through the walls like the beat of a heart. Adeline stood still, her breath shallow, as the keeper's words hung in the air like an unspoken promise. The past, the power within her, the role she had to play, each fragment of truth seemed to echo louder in her mind, but she could not grasp its full meaning. She felt the weight of her uncertainty pressing against her chest. But the shard in her hand gave her strength. It pulsed steadily, as though it were breathing alongside her, urging her onward. The keeper's presence was like an unshakable force. Despite their lack of a visible face, Adeline felt their gaze pierce through her, reaching into the depths of her thoughts. "You are not yet ready," the keeper intoned, their voice low but filled with an undeniable authority. "The power you seek has been dormant for millennia. It must not be awakened without preparation. You must first face the trial, the trial." Adeline repeated, her voice almost a whisper, the weight of the words settling heavily in the air. "What kind of trial?" The keeper did not answer immediately. Instead, they raised their staff, and the room around them seemed to ripple, the walls stretching and twisting as if alive. The ground beneath Adeline's feet shifted, and a swirling mist rose from the floor, thick and gray, swallowing the edges of the chamber. Through the trial, the keeper said, their voice echoing in the mist, you will face the deepest shadows of your heart. You will confront the fears, doubts, and truths that have been buried within you. Only by overcoming this will you unlock the full potential of the power you carry. Adeline's pulse quickened. Fear and doubt began to claw at her, gnawing at her confidence. What would she have to face? What parts of herself would the trial uncover? She wasn't sure she was ready to confront whatever lay hidden beneath the surface. I don't know if I can, she murmured, but the words fell away, lost in the vast silence of the chamber. You must, the keeper insisted, their voice steady and unyielding. You are the one chosen to stand in the place of the fallen. Without you, the balance cannot be restored. Without you, the world will fall into shadow. A cold chill ran through Adeline, as though the very words themselves were a warning. The keeper raised the staff higher, and in a single fluid motion, they struck the ground. A crack split the floor at their feet, spreading outward like a growing fissure, and the mist gathered at its edges. Step forward, the keeper commanded, their tone firm, unwavering. Adeline hesitated for a moment, her thoughts a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. She had come this far, had passed through so many trials already. But this felt different. This felt more personal, more dangerous. The air was thick with the weight of the unknown, and she felt the pressure of a world resting on her shoulders. But the shard in her hand pulsed again, its glow a constant reminder of the power that lay dormant within her. Her grip tightened on the cool surface of the crystal as she stepped forward, her feet carrying her with a will she didn't fully understand. As she approached the fissure, a strange sensation swept over her. The ground felt unstable, as though the very foundation of reality was shifting beneath her. The mist began to twist and churn around her, like a living entity, swirling into patterns and shapes that defied comprehension. She could see flashes of things, glimpses of faces, shadows of figures long forgotten, and fleeting visions of places she could not recognize. The world seemed to bend around her, as though it were folding into itself, ready to swallow her whole. Do not falter, the keeper's voice came again, this time less distant, as if they were standing right behind her. Adeline took a steadying breath and stepped onto the crack in the floor. The moment her foot touched the edge, the ground beneath her gave way, and she fell. The world spun around her, the mist thickening until it engulfed her completely. She was falling, yet it didn't feel like a simple drop. There was no sense of speed, no wind rushing past her ears. It was as if she were suspended in a timeless void, a place between worlds, a place where nothing had meaning. The sensations were both unfamiliar and eerily calm, like she had entered a world where the rules of existence no longer applied. The shard in her hand flared to life, its glow blinding in the endless dark. She could feel its energy swirling around her, pulling her, guiding her down into the depths of whatever this was. The mist twisted, and suddenly, she was no longer alone. Figures began to emerge from the swirling fog, silent, shapeless forms that drifted past her, like wraiths from forgotten memories. They seemed to watch her, their movements slow and deliberate, but their faces remained hidden in the darkness. Adeline's heart raced. She could feel their eyes on her, even though she couldn't see them clearly. Their presence was suffocating, oppressive, like the weight of 1,000 unspoken secrets. She wanted to call out, to ask who they were, but her voice faltered. Every word she tried to speak seemed to be swallowed by the endless silence around her. Then, a voice broke through the stillness, a soft whisper that carried on the wind, "Adeline." The sound of her name echoed through the void, distant yet intimate. Her body stiffened, a chill running down her spine. She recognized the voice, though it was faint, barely a breath on the air. Who are you?" Adeline whispered, her voice trembling. The whisper came again, closer this time, as if the very air was speaking to her. "Do you remember? Do you remember the ones you have lost? Do you remember what you've forgotten?" The question hung in the air, unanswered, as Adeline's heart raced. The mist thickened once more, and the figures around her began to take form. Slowly, faces emerged from the fog, faces she knew. Faces from her past, her mother, her father, her old friend from the village, the one who had disappeared so many years ago. No. She breathed, a sharp pang of loss cutting through her chest. No, this can't be. But the figures were silent, staring at her with hollow eyes. Their gazes were filled with disappointment, as if they were waiting for her to understand something she had long since forgotten. The mist deepened, and the figure of her younger self appeared before her. "Do you remember who you are?" The child version of herself asked, her voice a soft echo of innocence. Adeline's eyes welled with tears. She could not answer. The memories of her past were slipping away, pieces of herself lost to time and uncertainty. She reached out to touch the figure, but as her fingers brushed against it, the vision shattered, disappearing into the mist. "No. But her voice faltered. And the figures began to vanish one by one, absorbed by the fog, and the silence returned. The world around Adeline was silent once more, the mist a deep, unsettling void that seemed to stretch endlessly in all directions. The figures, her lost family, her past, had vanished into nothingness. The only sound was the soft echo of her own breathing, the slow, steady rhythm of her heart as it pounded in her chest. She stood in the center of the mist, motionless, her hands trembling as she clutched the shard tighter, the pulse of its energy still reverberating through her. The questions that had haunted her from the beginning of her journey swirled in her mind, unanswered and unrelenting. Who am I? What is my purpose? What is this power that I carry? But with every passing moment, the answers felt further out of reach. A soft whisper cut through the silence again, this time different. Not a voice, but a presence, faint, like the warmth of a forgotten memory. "Adeline, you're closer than you think." She froze, every muscle in her body tensing. The voice came from nowhere and everywhere, curling around her like a comforting embrace, yet its meaning was cryptic. Who was it? Who was speaking to her now? The same voice that had called her name before. It felt familiar, like the voice of someone she had once known, but now forgotten. Adeline opened her mouth to speak. But the words wouldn't come. She felt a deep, unsettling chill, as though something was slipping away from her, just beyond her grasp. She closed her eyes, letting the pulse of the shard fill her senses, hoping it would guide her, give her clarity. "Who is there?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The mist responded, swirling in patterns, forming shapes that seemed to move just out of reach. Shapes of faces, of figures, of memories that danced on the edge of her vision. They were not clear, but they were familiar, like fragments of dreams that slipped away as soon as you tried to hold them. The voice came again, softer now, a mere breath on the air. Do you remember who you are? Adeline's heart skipped a beat. The words, "who you are," struck a chord deep within her, reverberating like a forgotten song. She felt a pull, a longing, an ache for something she could not understand. The pain of loss surged through her, threatening to overwhelm her. She wanted to remember. She needed to know. I don't know, she whispered to the darkness, the words slipping from her lips like a confession. The mist seemed to respond, shifting once more. But this time, the change was subtle. It no longer swallowed her, nor did it obscure her vision. Instead, it parted, revealing a faint glow in the distance, soft, like the light of a distant star. It beckoned her forward, silent but insistent. Adeline took a hesitant step toward the light, her breath catching in her throat. As she moved, the ground beneath her seemed to pulse, shifting with a rhythm that was almost alive. The air grew warmer, tingling with energy. The shard in her hand pulsed faster, its glow intensifying, as though it were reacting to the light ahead. Step by step, the glow grew brighter, more defined, until at last, the mist parted entirely, revealing a scene unlike anything she had expected. Before her stood a vast, open field, bathed in the soft light of a moon that hung impossibly low in the sky. The ground beneath her feet was covered in soft grass, cool and smooth. The air was clear, crisp, and full of life. The scent of earth and flowers lingered in the breeze, a scent she had long since forgotten but now found oddly familiar. In the center of the field stood a figure, tall, regal, yet somehow familiar. The figure was cloaked in a flowing robe of silken threads that shimmered with an ethereal light, its features obscured by a veil of mist. As Adeline moved closer, her heart seemed to beat louder, faster, until it was the only sound in her ears. The figure stood motionless, like a statue, but when Adeline drew near, it turned, as if sensing her presence. Its gaze, though hidden, was intense, a pull that seemed to reach into her very soul. "Adeline," the figure said, its voice deep, resonant, but full of warmth. "Do you remember?" The words echoed through the field, and Adeline felt her knees go weak. She wanted to speak, to ask who this was, what this place was, but the words caught in her throat. Her mind was reeling, her thoughts tangled with confusion and fear. She reached out instinctively, her hand trembling as it neared the figure. The figure stepped closer, its form shimmering as if made of mist, but solid nonetheless. It was as though the very air had shaped itself around this being, this presence. Adeline began, her voice barely a whisper. "I don't understand." The figure reached out and took her hand, the touch cool but steady. It wasn't cold, it was grounding. As if the figure was pulling her back to something she had long forgotten. "You are not lost, Adeline," the figure said softly, its voice like a song, a melody she couldn't place but knew deep in her bones. "You are simply remembering. All of it. The truths you have forgotten will return to you, in time. You have always known who you are." Adeline closed her eyes, a flood of emotions rushing through her chest. She could feel the weight of the figure's words, the weight of the power she had carried all this time, the purpose that had been buried so deep within her heart. The veil of uncertainty was lifting, but in its place, a new sense of confusion was emerging. I am not ready, she murmured, her voice trembling. I can't. Not yet. I don't know how to face what lies ahead. The figure's grip tightened gently on her hand. You already have, Adeline. You have faced everything you need to. The rest is just a matter of choice, a choice. The word hung in the air, its meaning resonating deeply within her. It was a choice she had to make. A choice to step forward, to embrace her power and her past. A choice to become who she was always meant to be. As the figure's form began to fade, its voice lingered in the wind. Remember, Adeline. The choice is yours. And then, with the flicker of a dream, the field vanished. Adeline awoke with a sharp breath, the vivid images of the dream, of the figure. The glowing field, the words of remembrance, still swirling in her mind. Her heart pounded in her chest, and she felt the familiar chill of the mist around her, though it was thinner now, lighter. She was no longer surrounded by the suffocating fog that had once seemed so oppressive. Instead, the mist was now gentle, a soft, cool touch on her skin, as though it, too, was waiting for her to make her choice. The sensation of the figure's presence lingered with her, as though it were more than just a dream. It felt real, tangible, and in that moment, Adeline knew that something had changed within her. She could no longer ignore the truth that had been hidden deep inside, buried under layers of doubt and fear. The power she had felt within the shard, the pulse that had drawn her forward, was not an accident. It was part of who she was, part of her destiny. The voice, the one that had guided her throughout this journey, returned then, soft but insistent. You are waking, Adeline. The time is near. The words were clear in her mind, but the question that followed was unspoken. What is near? Adeline blinked, rubbing her eyes as though to clear the fog of sleep. The world around her began to solidify, taking on a clearer shape. The mist was receding, revealing what lay beyond. She stood once more in the desolate landscape, but there was something different this time. The air was still, not oppressive, but expectant, waiting for her to act, to move. Taking a deep breath, she looked around, trying to make sense of the silent world she now inhabited. The vast emptiness stretched out before her, with only the faintest hint of light on the horizon. The far-off glow she had seen in her vision remained, like a distant promise of something more, something beyond the veil, but there was also a pull, a tug within her chest. The shard in her hand seemed to hum with energy, its pulse aligning with her heartbeat. She felt the familiar warmth of its power, like an old friend, reminding her that it had always been there, waiting for her to remember. Waiting for her to choose. She clenched her hand around it, feeling its power surge through her once again. This time, however, there was no fear. There was no hesitation. There was only the understanding that she was ready. Ready to confront whatever lay ahead. Her heart was no longer heavy with doubt, but filled with clarity. The weight of her past had not disappeared, but it no longer felt insurmountable. She had glimpsed the truth in her dream, the truth about who she was, about what she had been chosen to do. And now, with that truth came the inevitable conclusion. She had to keep moving forward. The mist around her swirled once again, but this time it did not feel like a prison. It felt like a guide, a path leading her toward the unknown. Adeline took her first step, and the mist parted before her as though it were acknowledging her resolve. The path ahead was uncertain, but it was hers to follow. With each step, she felt the pulse of the shard growing stronger, more in tune with her own rhythm. It guided her, pulling her toward the light on the horizon, toward whatever awaited her there. There was no fear, no hesitation now, only the quiet certainty that the choice was hers, and it was the only way forward. The journey was far from over. But for the first time since this all began, Adeline felt that she was no longer just wandering in the mist. She was walking toward her destiny, toward the answers she had longed for. She was beginning to understand her place in the world, and the weight of that understanding did not crush her. Instead, it felt like a mantle, one she had been meant to bear. As the light grew brighter on the horizon, she heard the voice again, this time more clearly than ever before. It was not a whisper anymore, but a call, urgent and resolute. Adeline, you must come. It's time. And with that, the world seemed to fall away. The mist dissolved, and the distant light grew into a brilliant glow, bathing everything in its soft, shimmering radiance. The path ahead was clear now, more defined than ever. There was no turning back. Adeline's steps quickened, her pulse steady, her resolve unshaken. The questions that had haunted her, about her past, her power, her purpose, no longer mattered. She had found the answers within herself. The journey was no longer about searching for the truth, it was about embracing it. With one final, determined breath, Adeline stepped into the light. The light was blinding, but Adeline did not falter. She had stepped forward without hesitation, knowing that whatever awaited her in the heart of this brilliance was the next step in her journey. It enveloped her like a warm embrace, its edges soft yet sharp, as though it were a living entity, guiding her, pulling her forward. For a moment, she lost all sense of time. The world she had known, with its harsh edges and lingering shadows, seemed distant now, as if she were no longer part of it. The space around her was infinite, yet contained, the air thick with energy that vibrated through her bones. She felt both weightless and anchored, her very being attuned to the pulse of the shard that hummed softly in her hand. The mist had disappeared, replaced by this vast sea of light, stretching endlessly in all directions. It was like the horizon itself had fractured and become part of the very fabric of the world. Adeline could feel it, the shift in reality, as though the laws of nature itself had bent to her presence. Her heart raced, not out of fear, but in awe of what she was experiencing. This place, this space, was unlike anything she had ever imagined. It was a threshold, an entryway to something ancient and profound. The dream had not been a mere vision, but a calling, and now, standing in the center of it all, she felt as though she were at the core of everything, suspended between worlds. And then, slowly, a figure appeared before her. She had not seen it at first, but it materialized out of the very light itself, coalescing from the brightness like a mirage, solidifying into reality. It was not a person, but something else. A being that radiated wisdom and power, its form shifting as though it were made of light and shadow, a fluid motion that both mesmerized and unsettled her. Adeline, the being spoke, its voice resonating in her mind. There were no lips to move, no sound to hear, yet its words filled her senses, as if they were part of the very air she breathed. You have come. At last, you are here. She did not speak, though she wanted to. The questions surged inside her like a torrent, but she held them back. There was something more important now, something that transcended the need for answers. This being, the one before her, born of light, was the key to everything she had sought. What is this place? Adeline's voice echoed in her mind, soft but clear, carrying the weight of her curiosity in her uncertainty. What am I meant to do here? The being did not answer directly. Instead, it stretched out one hand. And the light shifted. It became more focused, narrowing into a sharp beam that pierced the ground before them. From that beam, images began to materialize, swirling and twisting like threads of light. They were memories, visions, past and future, all blending into a singular point. Adeline felt a pull, an undeniable urge to understand, to witness the unfolding of these visions. She stepped closer, her eyes wide as the images danced before her. She saw herself, not as she was now, but as she had been, standing in a world filled with shadows, surrounded by silence. The same silence she had tried to escape, the one that had been both a comfort and a curse. She saw the moments of hesitation, the doubts, the fear that had held her back. But she also saw the moments of strength, the quiet determination that had always been inside her, buried beneath the weight of uncertainty. And then, the vision shifted. She saw the light, the same light that enveloped her now. She saw it as a force, a power that had shaped the world around her. It was not a thing of destruction, as she had once feared, but a force of transformation, of awakening. It was the key to the change that was coming, the catalyst for the rebirth of a world that had long been lost in shadow. The being spoke again, its voice carrying the weight of centuries. Everything you have known, Adeline, has been a part of the path that led you here. The world you came from, the dreams you had, they were not mere coincidence. They were a calling, a preparation for what is to come. Adeline's breath caught in her throat. Her mind raced to keep up with the flood of images and information, but one thing stood out clearly, the truth she had always known, buried deep within her. I was meant to come here, wasn't I? She whispered, though she already knew the answer. The words felt like a declaration, a confirmation of what she had suspected all along. Yes, the being replied. You were chosen. The shard you carry is the key to unlocking the power that lies dormant within you. But there is more, Adeline. Much more. She nodded, though she wasn't sure she fully understood. The weight of her journey was pressing down on her, but it was a different kind of weight now, one that was not heavy with fear or confusion, but heavy with purpose. The being gestured toward the horizon, where the light had begun to form shapes. Look, Adeline. The world is changing. And you are the one who will bring the change. As the words left the being's ethereal lips, Adeline felt a surge of power rise within her, coursing through her veins. It was as if the light itself had entered her, filling her with warmth and purpose. The shard in her hand pulsed in time with her heartbeat, its glow bright and steady, now a part of her, as much as her breath or her thoughts. She felt connected to something greater than herself. A force that spanned across time and space, and she understood then that her journey had never been just about her. It had always been about the world. About the future. About the changes that were yet to come, the being spoke once more, its words soft, but filled with an undeniable weight. Your path is not an easy one, Adeline. But it is your destiny. The silent dreamer has awoken. And with your awakening comes the dawn of a new era. The light around her shifted again, swirling like a vortex. It pulled at her, drawing her closer to the unknown, to the future that awaited. But for the first time, Adeline did not feel fear. She felt only resolve. The time had come, and she was ready. The world around her began to shift and twist. The light that had once been so comforting and powerful now felt like a force of gravity, pulling at her from every direction. Adeline closed her eyes for a brief moment, feeling the pressure build in her chest. It was a strange sensation, like the world was being reborn, restructured, and she was at the center of it all. The being before her did not move, but its presence seemed to expand with the swirling light, growing until it filled the vast space. It was like the very essence of the dream had materialized into a tangible, almost physical entity. Do not be afraid, the being's voice echoed in her mind. The change has already begun. What you see now is but a reflection of what is to come. Adeline could feel the weight of its words, the gravity of its statement pressing down on her. She wanted to speak, to ask what this change truly meant, but the words eluded her. Instead, she reached out, her hand trembling slightly, not out of fear, but out of awe. The light responded to her touch, flowing around her fingers like liquid glass. The visions that had once been fragmented now began to merge, forming a tapestry of reality. She saw the world she knew, its cities, its forests, its oceans, fading into the background, becoming nothing more than a distant memory. What replaced it was a new world, one she could barely comprehend. In this new world, everything was alive with possibility. The ground was rich and fertile, bursting with life in a way she had never seen. Cities stretched high into the sky, but they were unlike the concrete jungles she had known. These buildings were made of organic materials, living structures that pulsed with a gentle light. The air was thick with the hum of nature and technology in perfect harmony, a balance that she had never thought possible. But there was something else, something darker lurking beneath the surface. The images flashed again, shifting to reveal scenes of turmoil. A dark shadow loomed over the landscape, a force that seemed to spread across the land, suffocating everything in its path. It was as though this new world, this paradise of light and life, was under threat. The darkness came from beyond the horizon, creeping slowly but surely toward the heart of the world, swallowing everything in its wake. Adeline's heart quickened as the visions continued. She saw herself, standing alone in the middle of the chaos, the shard in her hand glowing brighter with every passing moment. The light from the shard seemed to pulse in time with the rhythm of the world itself, a beacon in the dark. You are the key, the being's voice spoke again, calm and steady. The light you carry, the power within you, will be the force that pushes back the shadow. But you are not alone in this task. Adeline. There are others who will walk alongside you. She blinked, trying to process everything she had just seen. Others? Who were they? The questions burned in her mind, but the answers eluded her. The light swirled around her, and she could feel the pull, the connection between herself and the vision she had witnessed. It was undeniable now, she had a purpose, a role to play in this unfolding world. You will find them, the being continued, as though reading her thoughts. The others who are connected to the dream. You will seek them out. Together, you will restore balance. Adeline stood in silence, her breath shallow, her mind racing. The world was changing, and she was at the center of it all. But it was not just her path that had been chosen. There were others who held the same power, the same calling. And she had to find them. Before she could ask any more questions, the visions shifted again, this time to a distant city. It was unlike the ones she had seen before, dark and twisted, as though it had been warped by the very shadow that now threatened the world. The buildings were broken and crumbling, the streets empty and desolate. The air was thick with a sense of dread, as if something was waiting just beneath the surface, ready to strike. Adeline's eyes widened as she realized that this was not just a vision of the future, it was a warning. The shadow was not just a distant threat. It was already here, creeping into the very heart of the world. She felt the weight of her responsibility settle on her shoulders. The shard in her hand grew heavier, its glow now pulsing like a heartbeat. The power within her stirred, awakening something deep inside her, a dormant strength that had been waiting for this moment. The being before her nodded as if it understood the weight of her thoughts. You are ready, Adeline. The path ahead will not be easy. There will be trials, obstacles, and dangers. But you will not face them alone. The light around her began to fade, pulling back as though it were retreating into the distance. The warmth and comfort she had felt moments ago began to dissipate. Replaced by a cold, unfamiliar emptiness. You must go, the being's voice said, softer now. The world awaits you. And just like that, the light faded completely. The space around her shifted, and she found herself standing once again in the world she had known. The gentle breeze of the morning air brushed against her skin, the scent of the earth still fresh in her nose. But the world felt different now, heavier, more uncertain. Adeline clutched the shard tightly in her hand, feeling its power still humming beneath her fingertips. She knew what she had to do. The journey ahead would be long, and she was not sure she was ready, but she could no longer deny her purpose. The time for hesitation was over. She took a deep breath and turned toward the horizon, her eyes fixed on the distant mountains that loomed in the distance. She had a long road ahead of her, but she was no longer afraid. She had a mission. And she would see it through. Adeline's journey began in earnest as the morning sun crept over the horizon, casting long shadows over the valley. The air was cool, carrying with it the scent of fresh earth and the promise of something new. She had left the comfort of the village behind, her mind swirling with the weight of what lay ahead. The shard in her hand pulsed with a quiet, steady rhythm, like a heartbeat echoing through her chest. It was the only thing that kept her grounded, the only thing that reminded her of her purpose. As she moved through the landscape, the world around her felt both familiar and strange. The fields stretched out before her, a patchwork of green and gold, but they seemed to whisper. As though the land itself was aware of her presence. She could hear the soft rustle of the wind through the grass, the distant call of birds, but there was a deeper, more primal sound beneath it all, a hum that vibrated through her very bones. Adeline's thoughts wandered to the vision she had seen, to the otherworldly place where the being had spoken to her. The world it showed her was vibrant and alive, a paradise on the brink of destruction. But it was not just the world that had captivated her, it was the sense of connection she had felt. The being had said she was not alone. There were others. Others like her. But who were they? Where were they? She wasn't sure, but she knew one thing: she had to find them. She had to seek out the others who held the power to stop the coming darkness. Her steps quickened as she thought about the city she had seen in the vision. It had been dark, crumbling, and desolate, the shadow of an unknown force spreading through its streets. She had seen it in the distance, as if it were already on the move. Was that the city she needed to reach? Was that the place where her journey would truly begin? Her thoughts were interrupted as a figure appeared on the horizon, standing at the edge of the forest. The figure was tall, cloaked in shadows, and as Adeline drew closer, she could see that it was a woman. Her long hair flowed like a dark river, and her eyes, when they met Adeline's, were filled with an eerie calmness. As though she had been waiting for her arrival, "Adeline," the woman said, her voice soft but carrying an undeniable weight. "You have come far." Adeline stopped, her heart racing. She had not expected to meet anyone on her journey, let alone someone who knew her name. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice steady despite the knot of unease forming in her stomach. The woman smiled faintly. "I am a messenger, just as you are. We are connected by the same thread, drawn together by the dream." She took a step closer, her presence commanding but not threatening. "I know why you have come. You seek the others, the ones who will help you stop the darkness." Adeline felt a chill run through her at the mention of the darkness. "How do you know?" she asked, her grip tightening around the shard. The woman's eyes softened. "I have seen the same vision, the same future. I too am part of the dream, and I have been waiting for you. There are others, as the being has said, and they are not far from here." Adeline's mind raced. Where are they? Who are they? Her voice trembled with urgency. The woman's gaze grew distant for a moment, as if she were peering into some unseen future. "They are scattered, like pieces of a broken mirror. Each one holds a part of the light, a piece of the power that can push back the darkness. But finding them will not be easy. The path ahead is fraught with danger." Adeline took a deep breath, her determination growing stronger with each passing second. She had already seen the world in chaos, and she could not afford to wait any longer. "I'm ready," she said, her voice steady. "Where do I begin?" The woman's eyes glinted with a mix of sadness and hope. "You begin by trusting yourself," she said softly. "The journey will test you, but you must follow the shard. It will guide you to them, to those who can help you. They may not be where you expect, and they may not be who you think they are, but they are out there. All you have to do is seek them." Adeline nodded, her resolve firm. "I'll find them," she said. "I won't stop until I do." The woman smiled, a faint but knowing expression on her face. "I know you will, Adeline. But remember, there are forces at work here that you do not yet understand. Trust the shard, trust yourself, and trust the others you meet along the way." Before Adeline could ask more questions, the woman turned and began to walk into the forest, her figure fading into the shadows like a wisp of smoke. Adeline hesitated for a moment, but then, as if by instinct, she followed. The path ahead was uncertain, but for the first time since the vision, Adeline felt a sense of clarity. She was not alone in this journey, and with each step she took, the pieces of the puzzle were slowly beginning to fall into place. As they walked deeper into the forest, the air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and pine. The shadows seemed to deepen, the trees stretching higher and higher into the sky, their branches intertwining above to create a canopy that filtered the sunlight into a soft, ethereal glow. The world felt quieter here, the hum of the earth almost palpable. The woman led her to a clearing, where a large stone sat in the center, covered in ancient symbols that glowed faintly in the dim light. She motioned for Adeline to approach. "This is where you will find your first clue," the woman said, her voice soft but insistent. "The shard will guide you." Adeline stepped forward, placing the shard on the stone. The moment it made contact, the symbols around the stone began to pulse with light. The air around them crackled with energy, and Adeline could feel the connection between the shard and the stone deepening. Her heart raced, and she knew, without a doubt, that this was the beginning of something much greater. The journey was just beginning, and Adeline was ready to face whatever lay ahead. The glow from the stone was both mesmerizing and overwhelming. The symbols carved into its surface pulsed in a rhythm that seemed to echo in Adeline's very soul. She could feel the energy radiating through her, filling her with a sense of purpose she hadn't known she was missing. As the shard rested against the stone, a low hum reverberated in the air, vibrating through the ground beneath her feet. The woman stood behind her, silent and patient, but Adeline could sense her watchful gaze. There was something about the moment that felt sacred, as though the very fabric of reality had shifted around them. The forest seemed to hold its breath, the wind stilled, and even the birds had stopped their calls. Everything was waiting, listening. Adeline closed her eyes and let the energy of the shard and the stone fill her senses. She could feel it drawing her in, calling her deeper, beckoning her to unlock whatever secrets had been hidden for so long. A whisper brushed against her mind, faint but clear. "Find the path in the dark, and the way will open." The words echoed in her thoughts, like a distant memory. She knew they weren't her own thoughts, that they came from something much older, much wiser than she. The being from her visions, the one who had shown her the world on the brink of ruin, was it speaking through the shard? Or was this something else entirely? The ground beneath her feet trembled ever so slightly, and her heart skipped a beat. She opened her eyes, but the symbols on the stone had begun to shift, rearranging themselves in patterns too complex for her to understand. The humming sound grew louder, vibrating in her chest, and she instinctively took a step back. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the stone, and Adeline was thrown to the ground, the shard slipping from her hand. She cried out as the light surged around her, feeling as though the world itself had split open. Her vision blurred, and the air became thick, heavy with a force she couldn't comprehend. The very fabric of reality seemed to warp and twist before her. The woman's voice cut through the chaos, sharp and commanding. "Adeline, hold on to the shard." Adeline scrambled to reach the glowing fragment, her fingers brushing against its surface just as the world seemed to shatter around her. The instant her hand closed around it, the light exploded outward, and everything went still. The air was thick with silence. Adeline lay on the ground, breathless, her body aching from the force of the experience. She could hear the faint rustle of leaves above her and the soft drip of water somewhere in the distance, but the world around her had changed. The clearing was no longer as it had been. The stone was gone, and the forest around her had taken on an unfamiliar, almost alien quality. The woman was standing over her, looking down with a knowing gaze. "You've opened the door," she said softly, offering a hand to Adeline. "The path is now revealed to you." Adeline took her hand and pulled herself up, her mind racing. What? What just happened? She gasped, her heart still racing. "Where are we?" The woman's expression was unreadable. "You are not where you were before. You have crossed the threshold. The path you seek lies ahead, but it will not be easy to walk. The darkness you saw in your vision, it has already begun to stir, and it will stop at nothing to keep you from your goal." Adeline's pulse quickened at the mention of the darkness. She had known it was coming, but now the reality of it felt far closer than she had imagined. "What do I need to do?" she asked, her voice steady despite the storm of questions in her mind. "You need to follow the path that has opened to you," the woman replied. "But be wary, for not all who travel it have the same intentions. There are those who will try to deceive you, to lead you astray. Trust your instincts, and remember what the shard has shown you." The woman stepped back, her eyes flicking to the distant trees. "Your first destination is near. The others you seek are close, but you will have to earn their trust. Only together can you stop the rising darkness." Adeline nodded, her resolve hardening with each word the woman spoke. She had no choice but to press forward. The world she had known was already fading behind her, and the future was uncertain. But the vision of the broken world, of the dark forces spreading across the land, was enough to drive her forward. She felt the shard pulse again in her hand, warm and steady, as if it were urging her to move. There was no time to waste. "I'll find them," Adeline said, her voice firm. "I'll do whatever it takes." The woman gave her a small, approving nod. "Remember, the light within you is as powerful as the darkness you face. Never forget that." With those words, the woman turned and began walking into the forest, her figure blending with the shadows. Adeline stood still for a moment, taking in the quiet, still forest around her. The air felt charged, full of promise and danger in equal measure. Taking a deep breath, she followed the path that had opened before her. The trees seemed to move aside as she walked, as though clearing a way for her. The farther she went, the more the landscape began to change, becoming something almost dreamlike. The colors of the forest bled into one another, and the light shifted in strange patterns. Suddenly, a flash of movement caught her eye. She turned, her hand instinctively reaching for the shard, but it was only a bird, its wings catching the light like a flash of silver. It soared into the sky, disappearing into the distance. Adeline's heart pounded in her chest, but she forced herself to stay focused. She had a goal now, and no distraction would deter her. The darkness was closing in, and the fate of the world rested on her shoulders. Adeline's footsteps were almost soundless as she traversed the strange, shifting forest. The air had thickened, and the trees loomed taller than she remembered, their trunks twisting and bending in unnatural shapes. It felt as though the very world around her was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Every step she took seemed to echo in her mind, like the heartbeat of the forest itself. The shard still pulsed in her hand, its rhythm steady, almost like a guide. It was as though it was attuned to the path she walked, each beat of its energy sending ripples through the atmosphere. The strange humming that had filled the air earlier had subsided, but there was an undercurrent of tension that pressed against her chest. She could feel the eyes of something, or someone, watching her from the shadows. She couldn't shake the sense of urgency that had gripped her since she first touched the shard. The woman's words echoed in her mind, "Trust your instincts, and remember what the shard has shown you." It was difficult to do so when the very ground beneath her feet seemed to shift, as if the forest were alive and watching her every move. There were no clear trails ahead, no marked path to guide her, just the twisting trees and strange, otherworldly stillness. Adeline's thoughts raced as she pressed forward. Her vision of the broken world, the great darkness that threatened to consume everything, loomed large in her mind. What if she failed? What if, in the end, it was all for nothing? But then, a whisper of hope, a flash of memory. The woman had said she would not be alone. The others were close. She had to find them. She had to trust that they were the key to stopping what was coming. Ahead, through the thicket of trees, she spotted a faint glow. It was soft, almost like the light of dawn filtering through the forest canopy. It beckoned her, urging her to come closer. Without hesitation, she moved toward it, her hand gripping the shard tightly as though it might slip from her grasp. As she drew nearer, the glow became brighter, more defined. It was coming from a small clearing up ahead. She slowed her pace, senses heightened. Something about this place felt different from the rest of the forest, more real, in a way, like it had been carved out of the natural world by some unseen hand. She stepped into the clearing, and the sight before her made her pause. In the center of the space stood a massive stone arch, its surface carved with intricate runes that seemed to shimmer in the light. The archway was empty, but there was an undeniable sense of energy that pulsed from it, like a doorway to another world. The air around it hummed softly, almost as if it were alive. She could feel the power it held in the pit of her stomach, an unshakable pull that drew her closer. The shard in her hand grew warm, its glow intensifying. She stepped forward, her breath catching in her throat. As her fingers brushed the stone arch, she felt the rush of energy surge through her, a flood of sensations that overwhelmed her senses. She staggered back, shaking her head to clear the dizziness. The forest seemed to blur around her, and for a moment, she thought she might fall. But then, a voice broke through the confusion. "You found it." Adeline turned to see a figure stepping out from the shadows at the edge of the clearing. She blinked in surprise, recognizing the silhouette almost immediately. It was a man, tall and broad-shouldered, his hair a mess of dark curls, his face weathered with time and hardship. His eyes gleamed with a strange intensity, like those of someone who had seen too much of the world's hidden darkness. She stepped back, instinctively clutching the shard tighter. She had been prepared for this. For meeting those who might help her, but she wasn't sure if she was ready to face them just yet. "You've been waiting for me," she said, her voice trembling slightly despite her best efforts to remain calm. The man nodded. "In a sense, yes. But you were the one who had to find the way." Adeline studied him carefully. "Who are you?" He smiled faintly, his eyes narrowing slightly. "My name is Eric. I've been searching for you, just as you've been searching for the others." Adeline's heart skipped a beat. The others. This was it. This was the person she had been sent to find. He had to be one of them. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice still shaky. "And what does it have to do with the shard?" Eric's gaze flicked to the stone arch, then back to her. "This is the gateway. The archway of fate. And that," he pointed at the shard in her hand, "is the key." Adeline felt a chill run down her spine. "The key to what?" "The key to opening the way forward," he said, his voice grave. "You felt the power of it, haven't you? The pull. The connection. The shard is more than just a relic, it's a conduit, a bridge between worlds." Adeline stared at the stone arch, then at the shard. The pieces were starting to fall into place, but there was still so much she didn't understand. "But what world is it connecting to?" "The one that is lost," Eric replied, his tone darkening. "The world that fell long before ours did. The one that holds the secrets to stopping the darkness, if we can uncover them in time." Adeline felt the weight of his words settle in her chest. This was bigger than she had imagined. She wasn't just facing some random, isolated threat, she was fighting against something ancient, something far older than the world she knew. Eric's eyes softened slightly as he watched her absorb the gravity of what he had said. "There is much more to this than you realize, Adeline. You're not alone in this. The others are waiting for you, and together, we'll stop what's coming." A sense of urgency washed over her, stronger than ever before. This was the moment. The path ahead would not be easy. But she had no choice but to follow it. The world depended on her. "I'm ready," she said, her voice steady, though her heart pounded in her chest. Eric nodded, a flicker of approval in his eyes. "Then let's go. The others are close." With that, he turned and began walking toward the arch, and Adeline followed, feeling the weight of her destiny pressing down on her. Whatever awaited them on the other side, she knew one thing for certain: there was no turning back now. The air felt different on the other side of the archway of fate. As Adeline stepped through, she was immediately struck by the subtle change in the atmosphere, heavier, yet more expansive, as if the world had stretched and breathed around her. The ground beneath her feet was solid, but the faint glow that had enveloped the archway followed them, casting a strange light that bent the very air around them. Eric moved ahead with purpose, not waiting for her to catch up. Adeline followed his lead, her hand still clutching the shard, feeling its warmth seep into her very bones. It had stopped pulsing erratically. Now, it hummed steadily, a deep vibration that resonated with something primal inside her. "What is this place?" she asked softly, her voice barely rising above the quiet stillness. "This is the lost world," Eric answered without turning around. "It's not a place that exists in the same way as ours, not anymore. It's a fractured echo of what was once real." Adeline's mind raced. A fractured echo, how could that be possible? She thought of her own world, the one that seemed so solid and full of life, and then the darkness she had seen creeping into it. This world, whatever it was, felt so distant, as though it were frozen in time. They continued walking, the dense trees surrounding them now giving way to open fields, yet no sun hung in the sky. Instead, an eerie twilight bathed the land in an unnatural, violet hue. It wasn't night, but it certainly wasn't day either. As they walked, she noticed strange ruins scattered throughout the landscape, ancient structures that appeared to have been ravaged by time and something far more destructive. Large stone spires lay broken and crumbled, their surfaces covered with creeping vines that glowed faintly, their light matching the strange hue of the sky. Who did this? Adeline asked, her voice barely a whisper, the remnants of awe mixed with unease. She didn't know if she wanted to know the answer. Eric stopped and turned, his face grim. The same forces that threaten your world now. The dark power that spreads like a shadow, corrupting everything it touches. Adeline swallowed hard. It seemed impossible to fathom. How could a world as vibrant as her own fall? How could it become consumed by the very forces she was now trying to prevent from reaching her world? They reached the remnants of a great stone wall. Its surface etched with elaborate designs. Some of the carvings were faint, worn by centuries of decay, but others stood out, gleaming with a strange, otherworldly light. As Eric moved closer to the wall, his fingers brushed against one of the symbols, and the wall shuddered as though awakening from a long slumber. A door appeared, carved into the stone, just large enough for the two of them to pass through. The doorway seemed to pulse with life, the light from the shard reflecting off it like a mirror. "This is where we begin," Eric said, stepping through without waiting for her response. Adeline hesitated, her heart racing. This was it. They had entered the heart of the lost world. And now she would learn the truth. She couldn't afford to doubt, couldn't afford to linger in fear. The darkness was already spreading in her world, and whatever this place held, it was her only chance to stop it. With a deep breath, she followed Eric through the doorway. Inside, the air was colder, and the silence was even more oppressive. The walls of the chamber were lined with ancient tapestries, though they were tattered and faded, some almost invisible against the dark stone. The floor beneath her feet was smooth and polished, worn down by centuries of use. At the far end of the room stood an altar, but not just any altar. It was large, rectangular, and covered in intricate markings similar to those on the walls outside. The altar was surrounded by a soft, blue glow, and on top of it lay an object wrapped in dark cloth. Eric walked toward the altar, his pace measured. "This is the last place where the true power of this world was kept," he said quietly, almost reverently. "Before the fracture. Before the darkness." Adeline's gaze was drawn to the cloth-covered object, her curiosity overwhelming her hesitation. She stepped closer, only to be stopped by Eric's outstretched hand. "You must understand," he said, his voice low. "What lies beneath this cloth is not just an artifact. It's a force, a power that, if used incorrectly, could destroy everything. We're here to protect it, not to wield it." Adeline looked at him, her brow furrowed. "What do you mean? What's beneath the cloth?" Eric met her gaze, his expression unreadable. "The key to everything. The final answer to the question you've been asking. But be careful, its power is not like the shard. It doesn't simply guide. It commands." Adeline stood in front of the altar, her heart pounding in her chest. The air was thick with an ancient energy, and she could feel it drawing her closer to the object. It was as though the altar itself was calling to her, urging her to uncover the mystery it held. Slowly, she reached out, her fingers trembling slightly as they brushed the cloth. The sensation was electric, an almost unbearable pressure building in the air around her. Her breath hitched as she pulled the cloth away. What lay beneath it was unlike anything she had ever seen. It was a crystal, smooth and transparent, glowing faintly with an inner fire. It was unlike any gemstone she had ever encountered. Its shape was too perfect, too precise. It pulsed with the same rhythm as the shard in her hand, but stronger, deeper, almost as though it had a life of its own. This, Eric whispered, is the heart of the lost world. Adeline's eyes widened. The crystal was beautiful, but something about it unsettled her. It was too powerful, too perfect, as though it were holding back an unimaginable force. Eric met her gaze. This is the power we must protect. Adeline. The darkness has already found it once. If it finds it again. He trailed off, leaving the implication hanging heavily between them. The crystal was beautiful, yes, but it was also a burden. A weight that Adeline couldn't even begin to understand. Eric took a step back, his hand still hovering near the crystal. We don't have much time. The others are coming. But we can't let the darkness reach this place. Not again. Adeline stood still for a moment, taking it all in. She had come here for answers, but now she understood something deeper, the weight of the responsibility she carried. The world she knew, the world she had to protect, wasn't just at risk from the forces of darkness. It was also at risk from the very power that could stop it. She turned to Eric, her mind clearer now, her purpose sharpening like a blade. I'm ready, she said quietly, her voice strong with newfound resolve. Eric nodded, a look of approval in his eyes. Then let's prepare. The path ahead will be difficult, but we don't have a choice. We fight to protect the heart of this world, and the heart of yours. Adeline stepped closer to the crystal, her hand hovering just above it, ready to face whatever came next. The crystal shimmered beneath Adeline's fingertips, its glow pulsing softly in response to her presence. The air around it vibrated with an intensity that made her pulse quicken. She could feel its power, but it was not the same as the shard she had carried with her for so long. This was something else, a force far more ancient, more potent, and yet terrifying in its potential. The heart of the lost world. It was said to be the last remnant of the world's true power, a source of unimaginable energy that could either restore what had been lost or doom everything that existed. As her fingers brushed against the smooth surface, an image flashed before her eyes, distorted at first, like a half-remembered dream, but then slowly, more clearly. She saw a vast landscape, lush and vibrant, bathed in the light of twin suns. She saw a city built of white stone and crystal, its spires reaching toward the sky. People moved about, their faces serene, their lives peaceful. There was harmony in this world, an energy that connected all living things. And then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the image shattered, like glass hitting the ground, and the world crumbled into dust. Adeline gasped, her hand jerking away from the crystal. The vision had been so vivid, so real, that it left her breathless. The scene had felt like a memory, one of a world that had existed long before she had ever stepped foot on this land. But the memory wasn't hers. It belonged to this place, to the crystal, to whatever force had once thrived here. She turned to Eric, her face pale. "What was that?" she asked, her voice shaky. Eric's expression remained unreadable as he stepped closer. His gaze flickered briefly to the crystal, and then back to Adeline. "It was a vision," he said quietly, "one of the last remnants of the lost world. It shows what this place was, what it could have been. Before the fracture." "The fracture?" Adeline repeated, frowning. "What caused it? What happened to this world?" Eric's face darkened, his eyes clouded with sorrow. "The fracture was a result of an ancient war, one that split the world apart. The crystal was meant to be the heart of balance, to keep the forces of light and darkness in equilibrium. But when the war reached its peak, it fractured everything: the crystal, the land, the people. And in the aftermath, darkness began to spread. It destroyed everything in its wake." Adeline stared at the crystal, the weight of his words settling in her chest. The war, the fracture, the darkness, it all felt so distant, yet it felt strangely familiar, like a nightmare she couldn't escape. She felt the pull of the crystal once again, as if it were calling her to understand, to reach deeper into the mystery of this world's past. "But it didn't all end," she said, her voice soft. "If the crystal still exists, if the lost world still exists, then there must be hope, right?" Eric didn't answer immediately. He seemed lost in thought for a moment before his gaze met hers. "Hope. Perhaps. But it comes at a cost." He looked down at the crystal in her hand, his expression hardening. "The crystal's power is not meant to be wielded by just anyone. Even those with the purest intentions can be consumed by it." Adeline's heart tightened. The last few months had been filled with nothing but danger and uncertainty. She had learned to trust in her instincts, to fight for what was right, but now she realized there was so much more at stake. The fate of two worlds rested on her shoulders, and yet, she didn't even fully understand what that meant. Before she could speak again, a deep, resonant hum filled the air, coming from the direction of the altar. It was a sound that seemed to shake the very ground beneath her feet. Like the pulse of the crystal was spreading through the world around them. The temperature dropped, and the light around them dimmed as if the air itself was being sucked into the heart of the world. "What's happening?" Adeline asked, her voice rising with panic. Eric's face had gone pale. "It started." Adeline turned her gaze back to the crystal. The glow had intensified, its light now flickering erratically, like a candle struggling against a strong wind. The room felt smaller, more oppressive, as if the walls were closing in on her. "There's no time," Eric continued, his voice tight. "The darkness, whatever it is, it's reacting to the crystal. It knows it's here." Adeline's breath caught in her throat. She had known the darkness was close, but this felt different. She could feel its presence, like a cold weight in the air, pressing against her chest. It was as though the very world around them had become an enemy, hostile and alive with an intent that was impossible to ignore. "We need to leave," Eric said urgently. "Now." Before she could respond, the ground beneath their feet trembled, a deep rumbling sound rising from below. Adeline's heart skipped a beat as the altar in front of her began to crack, the stone splitting in jagged lines. The crystal shimmered again, brighter than ever, and then, with a deafening crack, it broke free from its place on the altar. The world seemed to hold its breath as the crystal hovered above the altar, suspended in midair. The glow it emitted became blinding, and in the center of the light, a shape began to form, dark and shifting, like smoke in the wind. The darkness was here. A voice echoed through the room, low and menacing, like the whisper of a forgotten god. "You cannot hide from me, Adeline." Her pulse raced as she took a step back, her hand instinctively reaching for the shard at her side. The voice, it sounded so familiar, yet utterly foreign. She felt the chill of fear crawl up her spine. "You have no idea what you're meddling with," the voice continued, growing louder, more insistent. "The crystal is mine, and so are you." Adeline felt a surge of power from the shard at her side, its light pulsing in time with her heartbeat. She closed her eyes, gathering her strength, her resolve. She had to face whatever this was, whatever the darkness had become. It was her fight now, her responsibility, but she wasn't alone. Eric stood beside her, his hand gripping his sword tightly. "We fight together," he said, his voice steady despite the danger. Adeline nodded, her grip tightening around the shard. She wasn't going to let the darkness win, not while she still had breath in her body. Together, they would face this. The darkness before them twisted and writhed, its form shifting like liquid shadows, ever changing, never still. The very air hummed with its presence. A deep, resonant vibration that seemed to penetrate the soul itself. Adeline stood frozen for a moment, her heart hammering in her chest, but Eric's steady presence beside her grounded her. She wasn't alone. The voice from the darkness echoed again, cold and unfeeling. "You cannot escape me, Adeline. I have waited for this moment. For you. You will join me, and together we will bring about the end." Adeline gritted her teeth, her hand tightening around the shard at her side. The power within it pulsed in time with her heartbeat, the same energy she had felt when she first encountered it. It was a lifeline, a connection to something greater than herself. It was the only thing standing between the darkness and her. "We won't let you destroy everything," Eric said, his voice unwavering, despite the palpable tension in the air. The dark entity seemed to laugh, a hollow, terrifying sound that reverberated through the chamber. "Destroy? No, I intend to remake. To reshape this world into what it was always meant to be. You are but a fleeting moment in its history. The world has forgotten its true nature. But I will remind it." Adeline's mind raced. What did it mean, to reshape the world? Was this force truly the same darkness that had torn apart the lost world so long ago? And what of the crystal, the heart of everything, the heart that was now pulsing ominously in the air between them? "You think you can stop me?" the entity hissed, sensing the resolve in Adeline's heart. "You have no idea what you're dealing with. The crystal, it belongs to me. You are simply the vessel." A flicker of realization swept through her. The vessel. She had heard those words before, in the visions she had seen when first holding the crystal. The people in those images had been the guardians, the protectors of the crystal. But their downfall had come when they had tried to wield its power. Had they failed because they had misunderstood their role? Were they meant to protect it, or to wield it, She was not sure yet, but one thing was clear: she couldn't back down. "Not now, we'll see about that," she said, her voice firm. The entity screeched a sound of pure malice, and surged forward, its dark tendrils stretching toward her like the fingers of an ancient god. Adeline's heart raced, but her resolve never wavered. She raised the shard before her, its glow in the echoes of their confrontation still lingered in the air, but the room had quieted, the oppressive presence of the darkness retreating into the corners like a fading storm. Adeline stood at the center of the space, the shard in her hand still glowing faintly, its power humming gently in her palm. But the energy it had unleashed was far from over. It was as though the very fabric of reality had been altered, the shift subtle but undeniable. Eric stood beside her, his eyes scanning the shadows warily. The battle had subsided, for now, but neither of them believed it was truly over. The dark force, the one they had felt before, had not been defeated. It was merely hiding, gathering strength. Waiting for the right moment to strike again. You can feel it too, can't you? Adeline asked softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Eric nodded, his gaze unyielding. The darkness is still here. It's just waiting for us to lower our guard. We can't afford to make that mistake. Adeline tightened her grip on the shard. She could sense the faint vibrations in the air, the pulse of something ancient and powerful, lurking just beyond her reach. Her heart thudded in her chest as she recalled the words of the entity, the promise that it would return, stronger than before. The truth of it weighed heavily on her mind. She had barely scratched the surface of the power within the crystal. But how could she wield it, truly? The darkness had only been pushed back momentarily, not destroyed. The entity was still there, somewhere in the void, waiting for its chance. The quiet that enveloped them was unsettling, as though the world itself was holding its breath. "Adeline," Eric said suddenly, his voice cutting through the silence. "What did you learn when you connected with the crystal?" Her thoughts whirled, piecing together the fragments of her encounter. The connection to the crystal had been stronger than ever before, but it had also been strange, almost overwhelming. She had felt the weight of countless lives, ancient protectors, guardians of the lost world, and the untold ages of time that had passed. She had felt the surge of power, but it wasn't just raw force. It was more than that. It was a deep, primal force, a force that could both heal and destroy. "I felt the history of this place," she said slowly, her voice distant as she recounted her experience. "It's tied to the crystal. It's part of the balance that was once here, before the world fractured." Eric's brows furrowed. "And what of the darkness?" "The thing we're fighting," Adeline bit her lip, her mind racing to make sense of the fragments of her understanding. "The darkness. It's part of the cycle. The crystal was made to protect the balance, but the darkness, it feeds on that balance, disrupts it, bends it to its will. It's like a parasite." "A parasite," Eric repeated, his gaze distant. "So, this darkness has been here before, and it's always come back. We've only ever been able to stop it temporarily." She nodded, feeling the weight of his words. The task before them wasn't just about defeating the entity, it was about restoring the balance. But how? What if there was no way to defeat it permanently? "What are we supposed to do?" she asked, her voice faltering slightly. The more I try to understand, the more I realize I don't know enough to stop it. Eric's eyes softened, and he placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Adeline, we don't need all the answers right now. We just need to keep going. We can't give up. She met his gaze, finding in his eyes the strength she hadn't realized she needed. For the first time in a long while, the burden of the task didn't feel so heavy. She wasn't alone. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough. A sudden gust of wind blew through the chamber, and both of them tensed, their senses alert. But this wind was different. It wasn't the breath of the dark entity, it was something else. Something unfamiliar. The walls around them seemed to shift, their ancient stones groaning as though they were alive. The air thickened, charged with an unnatural energy. Adeline's heart skipped a beat as the crystal began to hum once more, this time more urgently. It was a call, a beckoning. The power within the crystal resonated, vibrating in tune with the world around them. What is it? Eric whispered, his hand instinctively going to the sword at his side. Before Adeline could respond, the ground trembled, and a brilliant light flared from the heart of the room, coalescing into a shape that hovered before them. It was a figure, ethereal and glowing, its form almost translucent, as though it were woven from light itself. The figure stepped forward, its presence calming yet somehow commanding. Adeline felt a surge of recognition. This was not a threat, but something more. Who are you? She asked, her voice shaking slightly as she gazed at the figure before them. The figure raised a hand, and the air seemed to shift in response, the shadows receding, the oppressive tension in the room lifting ever so slightly. Its voice was gentle, but carried an ancient weight. I am the guardian of the crystal, it said, its voice resonating in Adeline's mind. I am here to guide you. But your journey has only just begun. Adeline blinked, trying to process the words. A guardian? Was this one of the ancient beings who had once protected the balance? Guide me? She asked, her voice trembling with a mixture of awe and uncertainty. How? The darkness is still out there, and I'm not ready for this. The guardian's gaze softened, its presence a steady warmth in the otherwise cool, shadowed chamber. You have already begun, Adeline. The crystal chose you for a reason. You are not meant to fight alone, but the first step has been taken. The path forward is clear, but it will not be easy. The darkness will return, but so too will those who fight for the light. Eric stepped forward, his expression determined. What do we need to do? How do we stop it? The guardian's gaze lingered on Eric for a moment, then turned back to Adeline. You must understand the true nature of the crystal. It is not a weapon, it is a key. It will open the doors that have long been closed, and it will lead you to the heart of the darkness. But beware, the journey will test you in ways you cannot yet fathom. Adeline nodded, her resolve hardening. She didn't know what awaited them, but she had no choice but to trust in the crystal, in herself, and in those who stood beside her. The world was teetering on the edge, and it was up to her to set it back on course. The guardian's form shimmered, its presence flickering as though it were bound to the very essence of the crystal itself. Remember, Adeline. You are not alone. The strength you seek is within you, and it is within those you love. And with that, the figure faded into the light, leaving only the hum of the crystal in the air, a steady reminder of the journey ahead. The room had quieted, the hum of the crystal still vibrating in the air. Its glow now a soft pulse. The vision of the guardian had disappeared, leaving behind only its words to echo in Adeline's mind. Her hand gripped the crystal tightly, its power thrumming against her skin. It felt like an anchor, something that connected her to the past, the future, and the weight of the world itself. But despite the calm exterior, the unease within her grew. The guardian's message had been clear. They were not alone in this battle, but Adeline could not shake the feeling that the hardest part of their journey was yet to come. The crystal might be a key, but what doors would it open? And what dangers would they unlock in the process? Eric stood beside her, his expression unreadable. He had been quiet since the guardian's departure, his mind clearly preoccupied with his own thoughts. He had always been a man of action, never one to dwell on what could or could not be, yet this moment seemed to demand reflection. What now? He asked, his voice steady, though there was a flicker of doubt in his eyes. The guardian spoke of a journey, but it didn't say where we should go. Do we just wait for the darkness to come? Adeline exhaled slowly, trying to quiet the whirlwind of thoughts racing through her. No. We can't wait. The darkness isn't something that can be waited out. It's a force, and it will find a way to return. The guardian said we had to understand the crystal. And that means we need to go deeper into what it is and what it's tied to. Eric nodded thoughtfully. And that means we need to find answers. But where? Adeline's eyes drifted toward the far corner of the room, where the darkened passageways seemed to beckon them. Her heart pounded in her chest, but she knew what needed to be done. The answers they sought weren't here. They were out there, waiting to be uncovered. There's a place, she said slowly, her voice almost to herself. A temple. It's hidden, deep in the mountains, beyond the borders of the Forgotten Vale. I've heard rumors of it, but no one has been able to find it. A temple? Eric repeated, raising an eyebrow. What would we find there? I think the temple holds the key, Adeline replied, a flicker of certainty in her voice. It's said to be where the crystal's power was first harnessed. If we're to understand what it truly is, we have to start there. Eric regarded her carefully, his eyes narrowing as he weighed the decision. He had never been one to believe in legends or myths, but the growing weight of their mission had forced him to reconsider many of his long-held beliefs. The path they were on was leading them toward the unknown, and there was no turning back. If you're sure this temple is the place to go, he said finally, then that's where we'll go. But we need to be prepared. Whatever's waiting for us there. It won't be easy. Adeline nodded. I know. But I don't think we have a choice. The decision was made. They had a destination, one that might bring them closer to the answers they sought. But as they turned toward the passageway that would take them from this chamber, Adeline couldn't shake the feeling that something else was watching them, something far darker than they had yet encountered. The journey through the winding corridors of the fortress felt longer than it should have. Each step seemed to echo through the cold stone, amplifying the tension in the air. Adeline couldn't help but feel like they were being drawn deeper into the heart of something ancient and powerful, something that had been waiting for them all along. Eric's footsteps were steady beside her, his presence a constant reassurance. Yet even he seemed on edge, his hand hovering near the hilt of his sword, as though anticipating an attack from any direction. The shadows seemed to grow thicker around them with each passing moment, clinging to the walls, shifting and moving in a way that made it hard to discern what was real and what was not. Finally, after what seemed like hours of navigating the labyrinthine halls, they emerged into a small, open courtyard. The moonlight bathed the stone, casting long shadows across the ground, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, Adeline felt a sense of calm, but that peace was fleeting. From the shadows, figures emerged, silent and ghostly, their forms indistinct and fading in and out of existence. They didn't speak, but their presence was palpable. Adeline's heart stuttered in her chest as she instinctively drew closer to Eric. "What are they?" she whispered, her breath quickening. Eric's hand went to his sword, but he didn't draw it yet. The figures didn't seem hostile, but the air was thick with an unsettling energy. "They're spirits," he said quietly. "They've been here longer than we have." Adeline stared at the spectral figures, feeling their cold gaze as they silently watched. There was something unnerving about their silence, a silence that spoke of years, centuries. Perhaps, of waiting. But what were they waiting for? She stepped forward cautiously, her voice barely audible. "We're looking for the temple. We need to know where it is." For a moment, nothing happened. The figures didn't respond, didn't move. But then, one of them, a woman cloaked in pale light, raised her hand slowly, gesturing toward the distant mountains that loomed beyond the courtyard. Adeline's heart leapt in her chest as she followed the direction of the figure's finger. There, beyond the edge of the fortress, hidden among the craggy peaks, was a faint glow. A beacon, perhaps. It was difficult to tell from this distance. Eric's voice broke through her thoughts. "Is that the temple?" "I think so," Adeline said, her voice filled with both hope and trepidation. "We have to go there." The spirit lowered her hand, her form flickering as if it were about to disappear. But before she did, she spoke, her voice faint but clear. "Beware the gatekeeper," she whispered. "Not all who enter are meant to leave." The figure faded, disappearing into the shadows like a wisp of smoke, leaving behind only the haunting words. Adeline swallowed hard, her pulse quickening. The journey ahead had just become even more perilous. But there was no turning back. The answers they sought, along with the darkness that awaited them, were waiting at the end of the path. The distant glow from the mountains beckoned like a silent siren song, drawing Adeline and Eric toward its ethereal light. The figures, the spirits, had faded into nothingness, leaving only their cryptic warning behind. "Beware the gatekeeper. Not all who enter are meant to leave." The words repeated in Adeline's mind, stirring a deep, unsettling sense of foreboding. Do you think she meant it literally? Eric's voice broke the silence, his tone tinged with caution as he adjusted the straps of his pack. "I don't know," Adeline replied, her gaze fixed on the distant glow. Her fingers tightened around the crystal, as though drawing strength from it. "But I don't think we have a choice. We need to go. The temple is the only place that might hold the answers." Eric didn't respond immediately. He stood beside her, his posture stiff, eyes narrowing as he studied the mountains in the distance. The cold air around them seemed to grow heavier, as though the very atmosphere was thickening in anticipation of something ominous. The path ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear: they were running out of time. After a long moment, he spoke again, his voice steady. "We'll go together. And if we're not meant to leave, then at least we'll face it together." Adeline nodded. She couldn't afford to doubt now. She could feel the weight of the crystal in her hand, almost like it was pulling her toward the mountains. The path ahead was treacherous, but every step they took seemed to bring them closer to something beyond their understanding, something far more powerful than either of them could have imagined. The moon, now high in the sky, cast its silvery light over the land, and they began their trek toward the mountain pass. The terrain was rugged, the jagged rocks biting into their boots as they climbed, but there was an urgency in their steps, a shared resolve that pushed them forward despite the exhaustion that began to set in. The journey felt long, far longer than it should have. Hours passed, and still, the mountains never seemed to get any closer. Adeline's mind raced with thoughts of what lay ahead. What would the gatekeeper be? Was it some kind of guardian? Or something else entirely? And what did the spirits mean by saying not all who enter are meant to leave? The questions gnawed at her, but the answers were just out of reach. Eric, too, seemed lost in thought. He glanced over at her as they continued to climb. "You're quiet," he remarked, his voice soft but perceptive. Adeline shook her head slightly, trying to dispel the unease that clung to her. "I'm just thinking about what we might find. About the danger we're walking into." "We've faced danger before," Eric said, his words steady. "We've made it through this far." But even as he spoke, Adeline could see the uncertainty in his eyes. He was worried, too. He didn't let it show often. But it was there, beneath the surface, where the shadows of their journey had begun to take root. The terrain became more treacherous as they moved deeper into the mountains. The winds howled, carrying with it a chill that seemed to cut through their layers of clothing. The rocks grew slick underfoot, and the path narrowed until it became little more than a thin, winding ledge carved into the side of the mountain. It felt as though they were walking the edge of the world, the drop below them a dizzying abyss that seemed to stretch into eternity. Adeline's heart raced as she followed Eric, keeping close to him as they navigated the treacherous path. The moonlight now seemed to grow fainter, and the shadows around them deepened, as though the very mountain itself was shifting, watching them. "We're close," Eric said suddenly, his voice barely audible over the wind. He stopped, his eyes fixed on something ahead. Adeline followed his gaze, and her breath caught in her throat. In the distance, faintly glowing in the dim light, was a massive stone archway. It stood alone on the edge of a high cliff, as though carved from the very mountain itself. The air around it shimmered, and Adeline felt a pull toward it, a magnetic force that seemed to draw her in. The gatekeeper, she thought, her heart pounding in her chest. This must be it. Without speaking, they moved toward the archway, their steps slow and deliberate. The closer they got, the more intense the pull became. It was as though the very air around them was alive, humming with an ancient energy. Adeline could feel the crystal pulsing in her hand, its power intensifying in response to the energy in the air. When they finally stood before the archway, the ground beneath them trembled, and a low, rumbling sound echoed from deep within the mountain. The air grew colder, and a shadow swept over them, darkening the space where the moonlight had once shone. A figure appeared in the archway, tall, cloaked in darkness, its face hidden beneath a hood. It stood motionless, its presence almost suffocating, the gatekeeper. Adeline whispered, her voice barely audible. Eric's hand went to his sword again, but he didn't draw it. The figure made no move to attack, but the tension in the air was palpable, thick with the promise of something dangerous, something ancient. Adeline could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on her, the questions swirling in her mind. What is it you seek? The figure asked, its voice a low, echoing sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Adeline swallowed, her voice steady but unsure. We seek the temple. We need to understand the crystal. The figure's head tilted slightly, and for a moment, the air seemed to still, as though the very mountain was holding its breath. Then, with a slow, deliberate motion, the figure raised its hand, and the stone archway shimmered. A soft, melodic hum filled the air, and the path before them began to open, but as the gate began to shift, the figure spoke again, its voice dark and foreboding, not all who enter will leave. The crystal you seek holds great power, but it also carries great cost. Are you willing to pay the price? Adeline felt the weight of those words settle deep in her chest. She exchanged a glance with Eric, both of them knowing that whatever lay beyond the gate, they had no choice but to face it. There was no turning back now. With a deep breath, Adeline stepped forward, her heart pounding as she crossed the threshold. The world around them seemed to shift, the shadows closing in, and the silent dreamer's journey had entered its most dangerous chapter yet. The moment Adeline crossed the threshold of the gate, the world around her seemed to fold in on itself, warping the very fabric of reality. A wave of vertigo hit her, and she stumbled, gripping Eric's arm for support. The crystal in her hand pulsed with a strange energy, its glow intensifying in the shifting darkness. Eric steadied her, his own face pale, eyes wide with an unreadable expression. What's happening? He murmured, his voice trembling slightly. Adeline didn't have an answer. She could feel the air grow thick with an oppressive weight, pressing down on them from all sides. The ground beneath their feet seemed to hum with a power that was not of this world. It felt ancient, primal, as if they were stepping into something far older than any of their understanding. Before them, the path that had once been open and clear was now a swirling maze of shadow and light, the edges blurred as if the very dimensions of space were folding in upon themselves. The stone archway they had just passed through now stood alone, a relic of something forgotten, its edges fading into the growing darkness behind them. There was no going back. Do you hear that? Eric asked, his voice strained, looking around as though the shadows themselves might respond. Adeline didn't need to ask what he meant. There was a faint sound, like whispers carried by the wind, so soft, so elusive, that at first she thought it might be nothing more than her imagination. But it grew louder, more distinct. Words that seemed both foreign and familiar, flowing like a chant, or perhaps a warning. Seek the heart, yet beware the cost. All will be lost, or all will be found. Only the brave may pass through the gate, and only the chosen may return. The words echoed in her mind, repeating, reverberating against the edges of her consciousness, as though they had always been there, waiting to be unlocked. Her heart skipped a beat as the truth of them settled in her chest. Did you hear that? She whispered, her voice barely above a breath. Eric nodded slowly, his eyes narrowing with concern. It's like a riddle or a curse. The chilling wind picked up once more, and the world around them seemed to twist again. The ground beneath their feet rumbled, not with the force of an earthquake, but with the low, resonant vibration of something ancient awakening. The shadows grew deeper, and the path ahead became a blur of shifting shapes, like the edges of a dream fading into the unknown. Adeline stepped forward, driven by an insatiable need to understand. The crystal pulsed once more in her hand, its glow steady now, casting eerie shadows across the ground. The whispers seemed to respond, their tone shifting, becoming clearer. The temple awaits, but not all will find it. The one who seeks must be ready to face what lies beyond. With a deep breath, she continued, and Eric followed closely behind, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. The weight of the air seemed to press them down, but there was no turning back now. The path stretched before them, winding and twisting in impossible ways, and it seemed as though they walked for hours, though time had lost all meaning. The shadows writhed around them, and strange shapes began to emerge, ghostly figures that seemed to flicker in and out of existence, their features indistinct, yet their presence palpable. Each figure seemed to watch them, silent and unmoving, as if judging their every step. Do you think they're real? Eric asked, his voice low and tense. Adeline shook her head. I don't know. But they're not attacking us. The figures didn't move, but their eyes, if they could even be called eyes, followed them, as if aware of their presence. The further they went, the more oppressive the air became, as though the entire realm they were traversing was closing in on them, like a great beast waiting to pounce. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the path before them opened into a vast cavern, its ceiling so high that it seemed to disappear into the darkness above. The air was heavy with the scent of damp stone and the echo of distant sounds, like water dripping into an unseen abyss. In the center of the cavern stood a towering structure, a massive stone temple, its surface covered in ancient runes that shimmered faintly in the dim light. The temple itself seemed to pulse with an energy that matched the rhythm of the crystal in Adeline's hand, as if it too was alive, waiting for them to reach it. We found it, Eric whispered, awe and disbelief in his voice, but even as the words left his lips, a new presence made itself known. The air shifted once more, and the shadow of a figure emerged from the darkness, moving silently toward them. Adeline's heart raced as she saw the figure, tall, cloaked in a flowing black robe, its face obscured by a mask of silver. Its movements were fluid, almost ethereal, and the very air seemed to bend around it. I see you have come, the figure said, its voice echoing in the cavern, deep and resonant. The words seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Adeline stepped forward, her grip tightening on the crystal. We've come for answers. For the temple. The figure tilted its head slightly, as though considering her words. The temple is not for the unprepared, it said. You may seek what you desire, but be warned, there are things in this place that are beyond your comprehension. What you seek may not be what you find. Adeline's pulse quickened. She could feel the weight of its gaze, even though the figure's face was hidden. What do you mean? The figure stepped closer, its form undisturbed by the shadows that clung to the edges of the cavern. This temple holds many secrets, but not all who enter leave with the answers they seek. Some are lost to the darkness, consumed by their desires. A chill ran through Adeline's spine as she remembered the words of the gatekeeper, the warning about the price. Was this what they had meant? The price for knowledge, we're willing to take the risk, she said, her voice steady despite the uncertainty swirling in her chest. The figure's head tilted again, a soft, almost imperceptible movement. Then you must face the trials within. Prove your worth. Only then will the truth be revealed. Without another word, the figure turned, its dark robe swirling as it moved toward the temple entrance. The shadows seemed to part for it, as though the temple itself was welcoming its arrival. Adeline exchanged a glance with Eric, and together, they moved forward. The air around them seemed to thrum with energy, and as they crossed the threshold of the temple, they knew they were no longer in control. Whatever happened next would be beyond their understanding, but there was no turning back. The weight of the temple's entrance was like a heavy curtain closing behind them, sealing Adeline and Eric within its vast, shadowy halls. The air was thick, charged with the energy of the ancient structure. And every step they took echoed through the cavernous space. The silence around them felt unnatural, oppressive, like the temple was holding its breath, watching them. The walls were adorned with intricate carvings, symbols and runes that glowed faintly, illuminating the otherwise dark interior. Their shapes were fluid, constantly shifting as though they were alive, telling stories of forgotten gods and long-lost legends. It was as if the very walls of the temple held the memories of those who had come before them, those who had sought knowledge, and those who had failed. Do you feel that? Eric whispered, his voice barely audible as they moved deeper into the heart of the temple. Adeline nodded, her heart racing with a mix of fear and awe. The air, it's heavy. Like it's waiting for something. They paused, listening. The sound of their footsteps was the only noise that filled the space, but there was something else, something distant, like a soft murmur in the back of their minds. It was almost like the temple itself was trying to speak, its voice too soft, too fragmented to understand. They continued forward, the path ahead narrowing as they passed through a series of grand archways. Each arch was etched with more symbols, each one more complex and ornate than the last. It was as though they were descending deeper into the heart of the temple, away from the light. Into a place where even the shadows held secrets. The further they went, the colder it became. Adeline's breath misted in the air, and she could feel the chill seeping into her bones. The crystal in her hand pulsed once more, its glow flickering as though it was responding to the shifting energy around them. Adeline. Eric's voice trembled, and she turned to find him staring at something ahead. His expression was one of quiet horror. In the center of the vast hall, a large stone altar stood, its surface worn with age and carved with strange symbols. Atop the altar was an object, shiny and smooth, bathed in an eerie light. It was a crystal, similar to the one she held in her hand, but larger, its facets sharper, its color a deep, unnatural violet. The energy it emitted was unlike anything she had ever felt before. She stepped closer, drawn to it, the crystal in her hand pulsing in response, as though it were calling to its twin. Before she could reach it, a voice rang out, deep and resonant, filling the chamber. Stop! The voice was not human. It was ancient, like the temple itself. Adeline froze, her heart hammering in her chest as she turned toward the source of the voice. From the shadows, a figure emerged, a tall, hooded figure draped in dark robes. Its face was obscured by a mask, a smooth surface that reflected the faint light of the temple. The figure moved with an unsettling grace. It stepped silent, and as it approached, the air seemed to grow heavier, as if the very space around them was becoming denser. "You should not approach the crystal," the figure said, its voice cold and distant. "It is not meant for mortal hands." Adeline stepped back instinctively, the crystal in her hand tightening in her grip. "Who are you?" she demanded, trying to steady her voice. The figure tilted its head slightly, the mask glinting in the dim light. "I am the keeper of the temple. The guardian of its secrets, the crystal. It called to me," Adeline said, her voice faltering as she stepped closer again. "I need to understand. I need to know," the keeper's voice softened, though there was an unmistakable edge of sorrow in it. "Not all knowledge is meant to be known. Some things are better left forgotten." A wave of unease washed over Adeline as she stared at the crystal on the altar. It beckoned to her, its deep violet glow filling her vision, pulling at her very soul. She felt its power, a power that resonated deep within her, awakening something she couldn't quite name. "What is it?" she asked, her voice almost a whisper. "It is the heart of the temple," the keeper answered, its voice like the rustling of dry leaves. "The source of its power. But it comes with a price, as all power does." Eric moved closer to Adeline, his hand brushing against her arm. "What do you mean?" "What price?" The keeper stepped forward, its presence filling the space with an undeniable authority. "The crystal grants knowledge, but it does not do so freely. It demands a sacrifice, a choice that will change everything." Adeline's mind raced, trying to make sense of the keeper's words. She felt the weight of them pressing down on her, the truth of the warning sinking in. "What kind of sacrifice?" she asked, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and determination. The keeper's head tilted slightly, as though considering the question. "That is for you to decide. The crystal will show you the truth, but whether you can bear it is another matter." The figure turned, motioning toward the crystal. "You may approach, but beware what you seek. Once you touch it, there is no turning back." Adeline hesitated, glancing at Eric, who gave her a small, reassuring nod. He didn't fully understand, but he trusted her. She could feel it in his eyes, his silent support. With a deep breath, she stepped forward, her heart pounding in her chest. The crystal pulsed, its violet glow intensifying with each step she took, and she reached out, her fingers brushing against its smooth surface. The moment her skin made contact, a surge of energy coursed through her. The temple seemed to come alive around her, the walls shifting, the runes glowing brighter, and the whispers that had once been distant now reverberated in her mind. Clearer than ever before, "Seek the truth, and you shall find it. But be prepared to lose what you once held dear." A vision flashed before her eyes, brief but vivid, images of a world shattered, of people lost, and of a future rewritten by the choices of the past. It was too much, too overwhelming. She pulled her hand back, gasping for air, as the vision faded, leaving only a lingering sense of dread. The keeper watched her with a mixture of pity and something else, something harder to read. "Now you understand. The cost of knowledge is more than you realize." Adeline looked at the crystal one last time, its glow dimming as the weight of its power pressed against her mind. She knew. Deep in her bones, that the journey ahead would be fraught with impossible choices, choices that would determine the fate of not only herself, but of the entire world. "Are you ready to face the truth?" the keeper asked softly. Adeline closed her eyes, her heart heavy with the burden of what she had just seen. "I don't know," she whispered, her voice breaking. "But I have to try." The keeper's gaze softened for the briefest moment, and then, without another word, it faded into the shadows. Adeline stood in the midst of the temple's vast chamber, her pulse still quick with the aftershock of the vision. The weight of the crystal's power was heavy on her mind, pressing down on her like an invisible force. She could feel its pulse within her veins, the rhythmic drum echoing in time with her heartbeat, as though it had become a part of her. Eric was silent beside her, his face drawn with concern, but his eyes held a quiet trust. He didn't understand the full extent of what had just transpired, but he knew that something had changed. There was no denying it. The keeper's words still lingered in the air like a cloud, their meaning far from clear but heavy with implication. "Seek the truth, and you shall find it. But be prepared to lose what you once held dear." What truth could be so devastating that it would demand such a price? What could she lose that would change everything? Adeline shook her head, pushing the questions to the back of her mind. There was no time for uncertainty. They had come too far, and the fate of the world seemed to hang in the balance. She needed to focus. She needed to understand what had been revealed to her. The silence of the temple surrounded them, stretching out into the dark, endless halls that seemed to go on forever. The walls still pulsed with energy, the shifting symbols watching them like silent sentinels. She could feel their gaze on her, as though they were waiting for her to make the next move. "Adeline." Eric's voice broke the stillness. He sounded unsure, his words hanging in the air like an invitation to speak, to share the burden of what she had seen. She turned to him, meeting his gaze. "I saw a future," she said quietly. "A future that could be ours, or one that could be lost forever." Eric frowned, stepping closer. "What do you mean? What did you see?" She paused, trying to gather the scattered fragments of the vision in her mind. "I saw the world, broken. People fighting, falling into darkness. The very earth itself was torn apart, as if the land could no longer bear the weight of what had been done." She swallowed hard, her throat dry. "And in the midst of it all, I saw a choice. A choice that would change everything." Eric's brow furrowed with confusion. "A choice? What kind of choice?" She shook her head, her mind still reeling from the magnitude of the vision. "I don't know yet. The crystal showed me pieces of what could be, but it didn't show me how to fix it." She turned back to the altar, her hand still clenching the smaller crystal. "All I know is that whatever happens, it begins here. It begins with this." Eric nodded slowly, his gaze never leaving her. "Then we have to keep moving forward. We can't turn back now." Adeline met his eyes, and for the first time since they had entered the temple, a spark of hope flickered within her. He was right. There was no turning back, not now. Not when the fate of so many rested on the choices they made in the coming days. "All right," she said, her voice steady. "Let's find the answers." Together, they turned and walked deeper into the temple, the weight of their decision settling over them. Each step seemed to carry them further into the unknown, and yet there was a sense of inevitability in the air, like the temple was guiding them towards something they could not yet see. As they moved forward, the air grew thicker, and the once faint whispers that had lingered in the background began to grow louder. At first, the sound was unintelligible, like the low murmur of distant voices, but with each step they took, the words began to form, clear and sharp. The one who seeks the truth must be prepared to face the shadows. Adeline's breath caught in her throat at the words. The shadows. She remembered the visions of the shattered world, of things lost and forgotten. The crystal had shown her fragments of a future, but it hadn't shown her everything. It had only given her a glimpse, a warning. Did you hear that? Eric asked, his voice strained. I did, Adeline whispered, her gaze flickering around the chamber. It's the temple. It's speaking to us. They moved forward cautiously, the voices now swirling around them like 1,000 whispers. All carrying the same message, face the shadows. The path ahead seemed to darken, the light from the glowing runes on the walls dimming as they moved deeper. The sense of foreboding in the air grew stronger, and the shadows at the edges of the chamber seemed to writhe, as if alive. The air was thick with anticipation, and every instinct within Adeline screamed at her to turn back. But she couldn't. Not now. She had come too far, and there was no way to undo what had been set in motion. A door loomed ahead, its massive frame covered in more intricate carvings. The symbols on it were unfamiliar, and yet they stirred something deep within her, a memory just out of reach. She could feel the pulse of the crystal in her hand, its rhythm matching the beat of her heart. The door was a threshold, a boundary between what was known and what was unknown. Adeline reached for the door, her fingers brushing against the cold stone. As she touched it, the air around them seemed to shift, the whispers growing louder until they became a cacophony, all urging her to stop, to turn away. But the force of the vision she had seen was too strong, and she could not ignore it. With a deep breath, she pushed the door open. It groaned as it moved, revealing a vast chamber beyond. The walls here were different, darker, and the air was thick with the scent of earth and something else, something ancient, like the very bones of the world itself. In the center of the chamber stood a figure, shrouded in shadow, its presence impossible to ignore. The figure was still, its head lowered, as if waiting for their arrival. Who are you? Adeline asked, her voice barely a whisper as she stepped into the chamber. The figure stirred, slowly lifting its head. The mask it wore was like the one the keeper had worn, smooth, featureless. But beneath it, a faint glow emanated, casting eerie light across the chamber. The figure spoke, its voice low and heavy. I am the one who watches, it said. I am the keeper of the final truth. Adeline's breath caught in her throat. This was it. The moment they had come for. Tell me, she demanded. Stepping forward, what is the truth? What must I do to save the world? The figure remained silent for a long moment, its eyes hidden behind the mask. Finally, it spoke, the words like a death sentence. The truth is that you must destroy what you seek to save. Adeline's heart skipped a beat. The weight of those words crushed her, and for a moment, the world seemed to spin. Destroy what? She whispered, barely able to form the question. The figure lifted its hands, the shadows around it shifting and twisting. The truth is not what you expect. It is not what you want. It is the cost of everything. And it is the cost of your soul. The room grew colder, and the whispers returned, louder than ever, urging her to turn away. But it was too late. There was no turning back now. The chamber seemed to stretch, its walls closing in around Adeline like the crushing weight of inevitability. The shadowed figure remained still, its presence a constant pressure in the air. The whispers had grown silent, yet the words it had spoken echoed in her mind, reverberating through her thoughts like a deafening drumbeat. Destroy what you seek to save. Adeline's legs felt weak beneath her, as though the ground was shifting with each word. She wanted to speak, to ask for more, to demand clarity, but the weight of the figure's gaze held her in place, suffocating any attempt at rebellion. The air itself felt thick, almost alive, vibrating with the promise of some terrible truth. Eric stood beside her, just as still, his eyes wide and filled with confusion. He glanced between the figure and Adeline, waiting for her to respond, but there was nothing he could say. His understanding of this place and its power was still a distant shadow, like a puzzle he could not begin to solve. Destroy what I seek to save. Adeline whispered to herself, the words tasting bitter on her tongue. She could feel the crystal pulsing in her palm, a gentle rhythm now, almost as though it, too, was waiting for her to make a decision. The figure's masked face remained unreadable, but it spoke again. Its voice like a wind that carried both dread and truth. The path forward is not one of preservation. It is one of sacrifice. To protect the world, you must break it. Only in the ashes of what you love can the true rebirth occur. Adeline shook her head. The very idea of destroying what she had fought for so long, to protect the people she loved, to heal the broken world, seemed impossible. No, there must be another way. I can't just destroy it. I've come too far. The figure's head tilted, its shadowed form not a figure of mercy, but of cold judgment. The cost is the final lesson of the dreamer's path. All things that are born must eventually decay. The balance of the world is shattered, and only through its destruction can it begin to heal. Adeline felt her breath quicken, her heartbeat pounding in her ears. She could see flashes of the world she had fought for, the people, the places, the lives that would be lost. Would all this be for nothing? What do you want from me? She asked, her voice raw. What am I supposed to do? The figure's hands rose slowly, as if preparing to reveal something more. I do not give answers, dreamer. I show you the truth. You must choose. To save the world, you must make the ultimate sacrifice, destroy the heart of what you cherish most, and the rest will fall into place. The words seemed to twist in the air, tightening around her chest. She tried to think, to reason with herself, but the vision of the shattered world was overwhelming. It was as if everything she had seen, every moment of the past, every step along the way, was leading to this. Could it truly be the only way? Adeline turned to Eric, her hand gripping the crystal so tightly her fingers ached. She saw the confusion in his eyes, the same confusion she felt inside, but there was something else there, too, something unspoken, a recognition of the severity of the moment. You heard it too, she said, her voice trembling. The truth, the choice. Eric nodded slowly, but his expression was a mixture of resolve and fear. I don't understand. How can it be true? How can the destruction of everything bring salvation? I don't know, Adeline whispered, her words heavy with doubt. But I have to make this choice. I have to believe that there's a reason for it, even if I don't understand why. The shadowed figure shifted slightly, its form becoming more defined as if it were preparing to fade into the very air around them. Time is fleeting, dreamer. The world does not wait for those who hesitate. The choice is yours, but be warned, what you destroy, you cannot return. The last words hung in the air like a warning bell, and before Adeline could respond, the figure began to dissolve into the darkness. The shadows of the chamber receded, and the atmosphere shifted once more, like the final, painful exhale of a dying world. The figure was gone, leaving only the soft, eerie echo of its words behind. For a long moment, Adeline remained still, unable to speak. The weight of the decision was more than she could bear. She had never imagined that the path to saving the world would require such a sacrifice, such a terrible price. Adeline, Eric's voice broke through the silence, filled with a quiet plea. What are you thinking? She looked at him, her heart heavy with the burden of what she had just learned. I don't know, she whispered. I don't know how to destroy what I love. How can I? How can I choose to end everything for the sake of something that isn't even certain? Eric stepped closer, his eyes filled with an empathy she could not even begin to understand. Maybe the truth isn't about understanding it all. Maybe it's about trusting in what comes after, trusting that whatever happens, you're doing the right thing, even when it doesn't make sense. Adeline looked down at the crystal in her hand, its faint glow a reminder of the future that lay before them. She could feel the weight of its power, the potential it held to destroy or to rebuild. The choice was hers to make. For what felt like an eternity, she stood there in the silence of the temple, the whispers of the past and future swirling around her. And in that moment, she understood. She didn't have to understand everything. She didn't have to know all the answers, but she did have to make the choice. The crystal pulsed again in her hand, its rhythm matching her heart as if it, too, was waiting for her to decide. Adeline's heart pounded in her chest as the figure's words echoed in the chamber, reverberating through her very bones. Destroy what you seek to save. The phrase repeated in her mind, becoming an endless mantra that she could not escape. She stepped back, her legs unsteady, as if the very air in the room had turned to lead. Eric's hand found her arm, steadying her, though his grip was gentle, as if he too sensed the weight of the revelation. Destroy. Adeline repeated, her voice trembling. She tried to make sense of it, but the meaning eluded her. What does that mean? What must I destroy? The figure stood motionless, a dark silhouette against the dim light of the chamber. Its eyes, if they could be called eyes, glowed faintly from behind the mask, but there was no warmth, no compassion in its gaze. Only a cold, unyielding truth. The path you walk will demand sacrifice. The figure spoke again, its voice like a distant echo, reverberating in the cold stone walls. The crystal you seek, the power it holds, it must be undone. It must be shattered. Only then will the cycle be broken. Only then will the true dawn rise. Adeline's breath caught in her throat. The crystal. The very thing that had guided her, that had shown her the vision of the future. It was the source of her power. And now the keeper before her was telling her that it must be destroyed. She turned to Eric, her face pale, her mind swirling with conflicting thoughts. He looked at her with a mixture of concern and confusion, as if he too was trying to understand what the figure meant. But there was no answer in his eyes, only the same uncertainty that had clouded her own. "How can I destroy it?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "How can I destroy the very thing that has shown me the way?" The figure did not answer immediately. Instead, it stepped forward, its movements slow, deliberate. The shadows that clung to it seemed to ripple with each step it took, as if the very darkness itself was part of its being. The air grew colder still, and the silence between them stretched, heavy with the weight of unspoken truths. Finally, the figure spoke again, its voice like a mournful sigh. "The crystal is a mirror. It reflects your deepest desires, your greatest fears. It is not the answer you seek, but a path. A path that will lead you to a choice. And that choice will determine the fate of all things." Adeline clenched her fists, frustration rising within her. "I don't understand," she cried, her voice cracking. "How can it be both the answer and the path? How can it be both a guide and a curse?" The figure tilted its head, as if considering her words. "It is not the crystal that holds the power, Adeline," it said softly. "It is you. The crystal only reveals what lies within you. Your heart, your mind, your soul, these are the forces that shape the future. The crystal is but a reflection of your own will." Her mind raced, the weight of the figure's words pressing down on her. "It is you." The crystal was not the power itself, it was merely a conduit. It had shown her visions, but it was her choices that had shaped those visions. It was her fear, her hopes, her desires, that had guided her steps. The crystal was a mirror, a tool, but it was she who held the key to the world's fate. "What must I do?" she asked again, more forcefully this time. "What is the price I must pay to break the cycle?" The figure raised its hands, as if preparing to impart the final answer. The shadows around it swirled, and the temperature in the room dropped further. It was as if the very earth itself was holding its breath. "You must confront your darkest self," the figure intoned. "Only by facing the truth within will you find the strength to shatter the crystal and end the cycle. But be warned, the path to this truth is fraught with danger. The shadows will seek to claim you, to twist your mind and heart. And when you stand at the crossroads, you must choose. Your choice will either free the world or condemn it." Adeline felt her legs weaken beneath her. "Confront my darkest self." The words seemed impossible. Unreal. How could she face the parts of herself she had hidden away, the fears and regrets that shaped her, the secrets buried deep within her soul? The darkness she had felt growing within her, whispering in the back of her mind, would it consume her if she faced it? She took a shaky breath, trying to steady her racing thoughts. "How can I do it?" she asked, her voice small. "How can I face something that I don't even understand?" The figure lowered its hands, its gaze never leaving her. "You have already begun, Adeline. The journey you have taken, the path you have walked, has brought you to this moment. The answers are already within you. You must look inward, past the fear, past the lies, and find the truth." The room was silent once more. The figure's presence seemed to fade slightly, as if it was retreating back into the shadows from which it had emerged. Adeline stood frozen in place, trying to process the enormity of what had just been revealed. The path ahead was unclear, filled with darkness and uncertainty, and yet there was no turning back. She looked down at the crystal in her hand, its glow pulsing gently, as though alive. Could she truly destroy it? Could she shatter the very thing that had guided her so far? The thought terrified her, but somewhere deep within, she knew that it was the only way. The crystal had shown her a future, yes, but it had also shown her the cost of that future. And the cost was not one she was willing to pay. "Thank you," she whispered to the figure, though she knew it could not hear her. "I will find the truth." The figure gave no response, but as Adeline turned away from it and looked toward the darkened passage beyond, she felt a strange sense of calm settle over her. It was the calm before the storm, the quiet before the final reckoning. Eric stepped closer to her, his hand finding hers. "Are you ready?" he asked softly, his voice a steady anchor in the midst of her turmoil. Adeline took a deep breath, nodding. "I am." The darkness of the passage was absolute, an oppressive weight that seemed to press against Adeline's chest with every step. She and Eric moved forward, their footsteps echoing in the silence, but even the sound of their movement felt swallowed by the endless void around them. The light from the crystal in Adeline's hand flickered, casting long, wavering shadows that danced on the walls like ghosts of the past. Adeline's mind raced as she walked, her heart thundering in her chest. What will I find ahead? Every part of her wanted to turn back, to seek the comfort of the known, to find refuge in the world she had left behind. But the choice had already been made. She had to face the truth. The crystal pulsed gently in her grasp, reminding her of the journey she had undertaken, the path she had chosen. Beside her, Eric remained silent, his presence a steady anchor. She could feel the weight of his gaze on her, a silent question lingering in the air. She didn't need to ask, she knew he was waiting for her to speak, waiting for her to make sense of the impossible truth that had been laid before her. "Do you believe in fate?" Adeline asked quietly, her voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly would shatter the fragile calm between them. Eric paused for a moment, considering her question. "I believe that we shape our fate," he said slowly, his voice thoughtful. "But sometimes, fate shapes us in ways we don't understand." "I think it's a bit of both," Adeline nodded, though the weight of his words did little to calm the storm inside her. Fate. It was a concept she had never truly understood, not until now. The journey she had taken, the choices she had made, they had all seemed like her own, born from her desires and will. But now, faced with this moment of truth, it was hard not to wonder if she had always been following a path already laid before her, a path that had been destined to lead her here. The darkness ahead seemed to pulse with life, as if it were watching them, waiting for them to make the next move. Adeline's grip tightened on the crystal, its light flickering brighter in response, as if it sensed her uncertainty. As they walked, the air grew colder, the chills sinking into their bones. The walls around them began to change, the stone turning smooth, polished, as if they were entering a different place altogether. The path ahead twisted, bending and curving in ways that defied logic, but still, they pressed on. After what felt like an eternity, the path finally opened up before them, revealing a vast, cavernous space. The walls of the cavern stretched upward into an endless darkness, and in the center of the room stood a pedestal, bathed in an eerie, otherworldly light. On the pedestal, nestled in a bed of crystal shards, was a single object, an orb of pale, glowing light. Adeline's breath caught in her throat. The orb. It was the heart of everything, the source of the power that had guided her, the key to unlocking the future. She could feel its presence pulling at her, its call undeniable, as if it were reaching out to her specifically, but as she moved closer, a feeling of unease settled over her. Something was wrong. The air was thick, charged with a strange energy that made the hair on the back of her neck stand on end. "Adeline," Eric whispered, his voice low and cautious, "this doesn't feel right." Adeline stopped in her tracks, her heart skipping a beat. She could feel it too, an unnatural pull in the air. A weight pressing down on her as if the cavern itself were holding its breath. The orb glowed faintly, its light pulsing like a heartbeat, but there was something wrong about it. Something twisted, something hidden beneath the surface. The whispers from the shadows seemed to return, faint at first, but growing louder as she took another step forward. They were not the gentle whispers of the past she had heard in the temple, nor were they the haunting voices of the figure that had guided her. These whispers were different. They were darker, more insistent, more desperate. "Destroy it." The voice was clear now, like a command etched into her very soul. Destroy the orb. Destroy the power that binds you. Adeline's pulse quickened. The crystal in her hand pulsed in response, its light flickering like a warning. Her thoughts raced, confusion and fear battling for dominance in her mind. Was this the choice? Was this the moment she had been preparing for? Could she destroy the very thing that had guided her through the darkness? Could she destroy the orb, the key to saving the world, or was this another trap, another test she had yet to understand? The whispers continued, their voices growing louder, each one an accusation, a plea. Shatter it. Set yourself free, Adeline, Eric said again, his voice filled with concern. What's happening? Are you okay? Adeline turned to him, her eyes wide with fear. I don't know, she whispered. I don't know what to do. The voices. They want me to destroy it. But, she trailed off, her gaze flickering back to the orb. The pull of it was irresistible, like a magnetic force drawing her in. She could feel its power, its potential, radiating from it in waves. But there was something else there, too, a darkness, a corruption that clung to the edges of its glow. Eric stepped closer, his hand gently resting on her arm. You don't have to do this alone, he said softly, his voice filled with warmth and assurance. We'll figure it out. Together. But Adeline wasn't sure anymore if there was any way to figure it out. The choice seemed so clear, and yet so impossible. She had come this far, but now, standing before the orb, she wondered if it had all been a lie. The path ahead felt like an abyss, and she had no idea whether taking the next step would lead her to salvation or destruction. Adeline stood frozen, her gaze locked on the orb, the weight of its pull growing stronger with every passing second. The voices in her mind, once whispers, now screamed with a terrifying urgency. She could feel the oppressive weight of their presence, pressing against her chest, suffocating her in their demand, destroy it. Set yourself free, the words echoed in her mind like a drumbeat, relentless, inescapable. She could feel the power of the orb, its energy flowing through the air. crackling with anticipation. It promised answers, it promised power, it promised the future she had glimpsed in the crystal's glow. But the price was too high. The darkness surrounding the orb was not just a shadow. It was a part of her, a reflection of her deepest fears, the very essence of the doubts that had haunted her for so long. The darkness whispered of failure, of weakness, of betrayal. It was the part of herself she had tried to bury, the part that told her she was unworthy, unfit to wield the power she sought. But was it truly darkness? Or was it simply the truth, the part of herself she had refused to acknowledge? Adeline, Eric's voice broke through the storm in her mind. Soft but steady. You don't have to listen to them. You don't have to do this. She looked at him, her eyes wide with fear and confusion. How could he understand? How could anyone understand what was at stake? This was the moment of truth, the moment she had been waiting for, the moment that would decide the fate of everything. The orb's light seemed to pulse faster, brighter, as if responding to her inner turmoil. It was no longer just a beacon, it was a test, a trial. And the longer she stood there, the more it felt like she was being consumed by its pull. Eric took a step closer, his hand gently finding hers. Adeline, he said, his voice warm with reassurance, I'm here. You don't have to do this alone. But you don't have to do it at all, her breath caught in her throat. Not do it at all, she had come this far. She had walked the path of shadows, faced the ghosts of her past, and now, here it was, the final choice. She could take the orb, shatter the cycle, and free the world. But at what cost? Could she truly destroy the very thing that had guided her, the power that had helped her face her fears and find the strength within herself? The truth was, she didn't know if she could. She didn't know if she was strong enough to make this choice. The voices in her head screamed louder now, an almost deafening chorus of urgency and despair. Destroy it. End it. Set the world free, but the orb's glow had changed. It was no longer just a cold, distant light, it was warm now, flickering with the promise of something more. It beckoned her, offering the answer to everything she had ever questioned. The choice is yours. The words were not spoken, but they were clear, felt deep within her soul. You have the power to shape the future. The past has led you here, but the future is yours to command. Adeline's hands shook as she reached out, her fingers trembling. She could feel the heat from the orb, the hum of its power running through her veins. Her heart raced in time with its pulsing light. This was it. This was the moment where everything would change. Her fingers brushed the surface of the orb. And in that instant, a vision exploded in her mind. She saw the future, her future. It was not a single image, but a cascade of possibilities. There were moments of peace, of joy, of triumph. But there were also shadows, moments of loss, of pain, of choices that would haunt her forever. She saw herself standing at a crossroads, her path divided into 1,000 different roads, each one leading to a different future. Some were bright, filled with light, others dark, filled with shadows. She saw the faces of the people she loved, Eric, her friends, her family. They smiled at her, but their smiles faded as the vision shifted, revealing the consequences of her actions. Each choice, each decision, rippled out, touching everything and everyone around her, and then, she saw herself. A broken version of herself, lost in the darkness, consumed by the very power she had sought to control. A warning, the vision shattered, and Adeline staggered back, gasping for air. Her heart raced, her mind spinning. The weight of the decision was unbearable, crushing her. She could feel the pull of the orb, but she could also feel something else, the weight of the choices she had already made, the responsibility that came with them. Eric stepped forward, his hand on her shoulder, grounding her in the moment. "Adeline," he said, his voice steady, "you don't have to do this alone. You never have to carry the burden of the world on your own." She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, trying to steady herself. The burden of the world. It had always been her fear, her doubt. She had carried it with her, believing that she had to do everything on her own, believing that the power to change the world rested solely on her shoulders. But now, standing here, she realized that she wasn't alone. Not anymore. She opened her eyes, looking at Eric, and then at the orb. It pulsed, waiting, beckoning. But now, she knew what she had to do. She didn't have to destroy it. She didn't have to face this burden alone. Together, she whispered, her voice filled with resolve. Eric smiled softly, his hand tightening around hers. Together, the orb's light dimmed for a moment, as if sensing her choice. And then, it began to glow even brighter, filling the cavern with a warm, golden light. Adeline felt the power surge through her, not as a weapon, but as a gift she could share, a gift that was no longer just hers to carry. The shadows retreated, the darkness lifting as the light spread, filling the room with peace. Adeline felt a sense of calm wash over her, and for the first time in a long while, she felt free. The path ahead was still uncertain, but now, she knew she didn't have to walk it alone. She had the power to shape the future, but she didn't have to do it in isolation. The choice was hers, and she would make it, not alone, but with the strength of those who stood by her side. The world around Adeline shifted, as if the air itself had thickened with meaning. The once unyielding darkness now seemed to bend in reverence, the shadows receding with the dawning light. The orb, its power momentarily subdued by her decision, pulsed gently in her hands, no longer a force of destruction but of potential. She could feel its energy within her, quiet and steady, an ally instead of an adversary. Eric stood by her side, his presence a comforting anchor in the storm that had raged within her just moments ago. His hand, still clasping hers, was warm, solid, a reminder that she did not walk this path alone. The others, too, had gathered around them, their faces filled with a quiet understanding, each one of them sensing that something had changed, something profound. For a long moment, no one spoke. The silence was not oppressive but sacred, as if the very air was holding its breath in anticipation. Adeline felt the weight of it all, the vastness of the choices she had made, the paths she had closed, and the ones that still lay open before her. She could feel the quiet hum of the orb, a constant reminder of the power she now held, and the responsibility that came with it. But it was not just power she felt. It was clarity. For the first time in as long as she could remember, the confusion that had plagued her thoughts. The constant questioning of her worth, of her purpose, began to fade away. Adeline, Eric's voice was low, reverent, as if he too could sense the transformation within her. What happens now? The question hung in the air, delicate and fragile. Adeline glanced at him, meeting his gaze. His eyes were filled with something she had not seen before, hope. It was subtle, but it was there, a quiet trust in her that she had never truly believed in herself until now. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice trembling with the vulnerability of the moment. "But for the first time, I don't feel like I'm walking into the unknown alone." Eric smiled softly, squeezing her hand. "You're not. And neither am I." The others, too, shared the same expression, as if a collective weight had lifted from their shoulders. There was no need for grand speeches, no need for promises of triumph or victory. All they needed was the understanding that whatever came next, they would face it together. A movement from the shadows caught their attention. Out of the corner of her eye, Adeline saw the figure emerge, a tall, cloaked figure, its face obscured by shadow. The air grew heavy again, the orb in her hands responding with a soft, uneasy pulse. The figure stepped forward, its presence commanding. There was something familiar about them, something unsettling. "You've chosen," the figure said, its voice echoing in the stillness. It was not a question but a statement, a knowing. Adeline tightened her grip on the orb, stepping forward slightly, shielding the others with her presence. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice firm, but her heart raced with uncertainty. The figure laughed, a sound that sent chills down her spine, but there was no malice in it, only amusement. "Ah, you're still seeking answers," the figure replied, its tone almost wistful. "Perhaps that's how it should be. After all, you've come so far to discover the truth of your existence." Adeline narrowed her eyes. "What do you mean?" The figure tilted its head, as if appraising her. "You're not what you think you are, Adeline," it said, its words like a weight pressing down on her chest. "You were always meant for more. The orb. The power within you. It's only the beginning." A chill ran through Adeline's body. "What are you talking about?" Her voice was steady now, but inside, a storm was brewing. "More. What more could there be? You've embraced the shadows," the figure continued, "but there is another path, a path that leads to something far greater than you can imagine." Eric stepped forward, his expression hardening. "What do you want from her?" The figure's laugh softened, almost kindly. "Nothing from her. Everything for her. She is the key, you see. The key to unlocking a power that can reshape the very fabric of this world." Adeline's heart skipped a beat. The key. The words reverberated in her mind, like a long-forgotten memory coming to life. She had always known there was something more to her journey, something waiting beyond the horizon. But had she truly been ready to face it? The figure stepped closer, its presence now undeniable. "What you hold in your hands is not just an orb. It is a doorway, Adeline. A doorway to what could be, or what should have been. The future of this world is in your hands." Her breath caught in her throat as the weight of the words settled on her. A doorway to what could be. It was a promise, an invitation, but it was also a warning. "Are you saying," she started, her voice faltering slightly, "that the future, my future, is tied to this?" She looked down at the orb, feeling its warmth pulse against her skin. It was no longer just a symbol of her journey, it was now a symbol of her power, her destiny. "Yes," the figure whispered. "And now you must choose. Will you step through it, and embrace your true potential, Or will you leave it behind, and let the world continue on the path it was destined to follow? The question hung in the air, a choice as vast and impossible as the future itself. The orb thrummed in her hand, its energy pulsing in time with her heartbeat. Adeline's mind raced, the weight of the decision pressing down on her. Could she truly embrace this new power? Could she take the mantle of responsibility that came with it? Was she ready to face the world as it had never been? Adeline closed her eyes, her thoughts swirling like a storm inside her. She didn't have the answers yet, but she knew one thing with absolute certainty: the future was hers to shape. The orb pulsed once more, and she made her choice. Together, she whispered, looking at Eric, the others, and finally, at the figure in the shadows. "We face this." Together, the figure's eyes gleamed with approval. Then the path is set. The silence that followed was filled with the weight of a decision made, a path chosen. Adeline stood with the orb clutched tightly in her hands, feeling its warmth seep through her skin. She could sense the power that pulsed within it, a power that had already begun to transform her, to change everything around her. But more than that, she could feel the responsibility, the expectation, the unknown that lay beyond the threshold she had just crossed. The figure, still cloaked in shadows, nodded once. "You've chosen well," it said, its voice a deep echo that seemed to vibrate through the air. "But remember, the future is never as simple as it seems." Adeline's grip on the orb tightened. "I don't know if I'm ready for what's ahead," she admitted quietly, her voice barely above a whisper. "You may never be ready," the figure responded, its tone soft, almost comforting. "But that is the essence of the journey. It's not about being prepared for the unknown, it's about stepping forward in the face of it." Despite the fear, despite the uncertainty, Adeline nodded slowly. She had always lived in the shadow of doubt, questioning her worth and her place in the world. But now, with the orb in her hands, she could feel a growing sense of purpose. It wasn't about having all the answers, it was about moving forward, trusting in herself and the people around her. Eric, standing by her side, gave her hand a reassuring squeeze. "We're in this together," he said, his voice steady and sure. The others, too, stepped closer, forming a circle around her. There was no fear in their eyes, only the shared understanding that this was the beginning of something far greater than any of them had imagined. They had walked beside Adeline through every trial, every moment of doubt, and now they stood united, ready to face whatever awaited them. The figure's eyes gleamed as it surveyed the group. "You are not just allies," it said, its voice reverberating like a distant thunderclap. "You are the foundation upon which this world will be rebuilt. You are the keepers of the future, the ones who will forge the path forward." Adeline felt a shiver run down her spine. The weight of those words pressed upon her like a heavy cloak. But in that moment, she realized that this weight, this responsibility, was not a burden, it was a gift. A chance to shape the world in ways she had never thought possible. "How do we begin?" Adeline asked, her voice steady now, the uncertainty replaced by a quiet resolve. The figure gave a cryptic smile, its features hidden in the shadow of its hood. "You begin by trusting in what you have learned. By using the power within you, and by remembering that you are never alone." The figure turned, its cloak swirling as if caught in an unseen wind. "I will watch, as I always have," it said, its voice fading into the distance. But now, the future is yours to create." With those final words, the figure vanished, leaving behind only the silence of the night. Adeline stood in its wake, the orb still glowing softly in her hands. The world felt different now, distant. Yet somehow closer than it had ever been before. Eric stepped forward, his gaze unwavering. "So," he said with a grin, his voice filled with warmth, "what now?" Adeline glanced at the others, her heart swelling with gratitude. She had come so far, and the journey was far from over. But for the first time in her life, she felt as though she had found her place, her purpose. "Now," she said, a smile tugging at her lips, "we create the world we want to see," and together, they stepped forward into the unknown, their hearts filled with the quiet strength of those who knew they had the power to shape the future. The silent dreamer's journey had come to an end, but for Adeline and those who walked with her, it was only the beginning. The world awaited. The crystal mirage, the desert stretched endlessly before them, a sea of golden dunes shimmering beneath the relentless sun. The air wavered with heat, turning the horizon into a shifting illusion of light and shadow. Kalen pulled his hood lower to shield his face. Though the effort felt futile, nothing could truly protect against the sun's wrath. Beside him, Lyra trudged forward, her boots sinking slightly into the sand with each step. "Tell me again why we're here," she muttered, wiping sweat from her brow. Kalen exhaled slowly. "The mirage is real. If the legends are true, it holds the last fragment of the eternal prism." Lyra shot him a skeptical glance. "Legends also say that anyone who wanders into the mirage is never seen again. That's why we need to be careful." She snorted. "Careful? We're in the middle of nowhere, chasing a ghost city, with no real idea how to find it." "I'd say we've already abandoned." "Careful," Kalen didn't argue. She wasn't wrong. They had spent weeks following the trail of old texts, forgotten maps, and cryptic carvings, each pointing toward the fabled crystal mirage. A city that wasn't a city. A place that existed only when the sands willed it, and now, after days of wandering through the unforgiving desert, Kalen felt the weight of doubt creeping in. What if they were wrong? What if the mirage was just a story? The wind picked up, swirling grains of sand around them in twisting patterns. The dunes shifted, their forms subtly altering as if something unseen was guiding them. Then, a whisper, soft as a breath. Faint, but distinct. Kalen stopped. "Did you hear that?" Lyra frowned. "Hear what?" He turned in a slow circle, scanning the desert. Nothing but sand and sky. But the whisper had been real. He was sure of it. Another gust of wind swept past, and this time, the dunes rippled, not like natural movement, but like the surface of a lake disturbed by a single drop. Then, just beyond the next ridge, the air shimmered, not from heat. Something was there. Kalen's heart quickened. "Come on." They climbed the dune, the sand shifting underfoot. And as they reached the top, they saw it, a city. Its towers glistened with an otherworldly glow, their crystalline structures reflecting a light that wasn't from the sun. Spires of glass-like stone stretched toward the sky, connected by intricate bridges that seemed to float in midair. The entire city wavered, as though it were caught between existence and illusion. Lyra stared, wide-eyed. "Okay. That's new." Kalen took a careful step forward. It's real. Or at least, it looked real. The stories had described the mirage as a city of light and deception, a place that played tricks on the mind. Some believed it was a remnant of an ancient civilization, lost in time. Others whispered that it was a trap, a creation of something far older than man. Kaylin had always thought of it as myth. Until now, the moment their feet touched the base of the first structure, a ripple spread through the ground beneath them, and the whispering returned, louder this time, "You have entered the mirage." The trial begins. Lyra tensed. I really hate it when places talk. Kaylin barely had time to respond before the city shifted. The sand beneath their feet vanished, replaced by smooth crystal streets. The sky darkened, the sun swallowed by swirling clouds that pulsed with a strange silver glow. Then, the figures appeared, shadows within the crystal. Moving. Watching, not reflections, something else. Kaylin's fingers tightened around the hilt of his blade. Stay close. Lyra exhaled slowly. Oh, you don't have to tell me twice. The mirage had let them in, but would it let them leave? Kaylin felt the weight of unseen eyes pressing against him. The figures within the crystalline walls moved without sound, their shapes distorted by the reflective surfaces, as if they weren't entirely real. Lyra took a cautious step forward. I don't like this. Kaylin exhaled, trying to steady his nerves. Neither do I. The city was silent. No wind, no footsteps, just the faint shimmer of shifting reflections. The sky above them remained unnaturally dark, its swirling silver clouds casting an eerie glow over the glass-like streets. Kaylin reached out to touch one of the crystal walls, expecting it to be solid. His fingers passed through as if touching water, but when he pulled his hand back, it was dry. Lyra stared. What was that? I don't know. She frowned, crossing her arms. That's not reassuring. Before Kaylin could answer, the whispering returned, not from the walls, from within them. The figures pressed closer, their forms flickering between shadow and light. You seek the prism's fragment. Kaylin felt a chill. Who are you? We are what remains. Lyra shifted uneasily. That's vague and creepy. The figures didn't react. Instead, the crystal beneath them shifted, and the ground became translucent. Beneath their feet, a new vision emerged. A city, this city, but not as it was now, alive, streets filled with people. Towers gleaming under a golden sky. Bridges bustling with movement. A civilization untouched by ruin, and at its center, a vast structure, the heart spire, its peak pulsing with a brilliant, prismatic glow. Kaylin inhaled sharply. This is the mirage before it fell. Lyra knelt, studying the shifting image. If this place was real, then what happened to it? The whispering grew softer. The crystal mirage is not lost. It is trapped. Kaylin's pulse quickened. Trapped. The vision below them changed, the sky darkened. The golden glow faded. The people vanished, and then, a rift, a great tear in the heart of the city. Swallowing light, swallowing time, the heart spire cracked, and from its core, the prismatic energy shattered into fragments, scattering across the mirage. The figures in the walls flickered. The prism's power was too great. It fractured the boundary between reality and illusion. Lyra stood. That doesn't explain why we were able to enter. For the first time, the figures hesitated. Then, a single voice rose from the whispers, because the mirage is awakening. Kaelin stiffened. What does that mean? The walls pulsed. The ground beneath them became solid once more. The figures faded, only their silhouettes remained, watching. The voice spoke again. The trial has begun. The entire city shuddered. Lyra grabbed Kaelin's arm. I really don't like that. He barely had time to respond before the world around them shifted. The street stretched and twisted. The sky flickered between night and day. The crystalline towers moved, rearranging themselves, as if the city was alive and reshaping itself. Then, before them, a staircase emerged, leading up to the heart spire. Kaelin met Lyra's gaze. Looks like we have no choice. She sighed. We never do. Together, they stepped forward, ascending toward the heart of the mirage, and behind them, the figures watched in silence. Kaelin's boots made no sound as they climbed the transparent staircase, which seemed to pulse beneath their feet like the heartbeat of the city itself. With every step, the air grew colder, and the strange, silvery glow above them intensified, casting flickering shadows on the walls of crystal. Beside him, Lyra's grip tightened on the hilt of her sword, her gaze darting between the shifting forms of the mirage. She was quiet, her usual sarcasm absent, replaced by a tense silence that mirrored Kaelin's thoughts. The heart spire loomed ahead, taller than any structure Kaelin had ever seen, its form twisting upward like a beacon of light and darkness, a perfect blend of beauty and menace. It seemed to draw them in, as if it were more than just a building. It was the source of everything. I'm starting to wonder if we've made a terrible mistake. Lyra muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. Kaelin didn't answer. His mind was preoccupied with the images they had seen earlier, the city in its prime, the great rift that had torn it apart, and the warning from the figures that this was no mere illusion. The mirage wasn't just a place, it was a living entity, a fractured reality. And they had just walked into the heart of it. When they reached the base of the heart spire, the staircase ended, and they found themselves standing before massive, transparent doors. They shimmered with a light that seemed to radiate from within, the surface rippling as though the door itself was made of liquid crystal. Lyra stepped forward. Hesitant. Are we supposed to go in? Before Kaelin could respond, the door opened on its own, the crystal sliding away with a soft, melodic sound, like the ringing of a distant bell. The air inside was cool, and the flickering lights from the outside grew dim as the darkness within the heart spire enveloped them. They entered. Inside, the walls were alive with movement, the crystals shifting in patterns that seemed to follow some unknown rhythm. It was a vast chamber, its ceiling soaring into nothingness, with hundreds of floating platforms suspended in midair. Each one held different shapes, some solid, some liquid, some ethereal. There was a sense of deep, ancient power here, an energy that thrummed beneath the surface. Waiting, at the center of the chamber was a pedestal, and upon it, bathed in the soft glow of the surroundings, lay the fragment, the prism's fragment. It shimmered in the air, a crystal of impossibly clear, iridescent beauty. It pulsed with light, as if it held the very essence of the mirage within its core. Kaelin took a step toward it, his breath catching in his throat. This was what they had come for, the last piece of the eternal prism. The key to restoring balance, but the moment he moved, the air in the chamber changed. A low hum filled the space, vibrating through the soles of his boots. The walls pulsed in time with the sound, their crystalline surfaces rippling with energy. Lyra glanced around. "Kaelin, something's wrong." He didn't need her to tell him. The fragment was drawing them in, its light becoming blinding, pulling at his very essence. It was as though the city was alive, aware of their presence, and it had no intention of letting them leave. The whispering began again, "You seek the prism. But the mirage is not without its price." The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, echoing in their minds, reverberating through the very air around them. Kaelin's heart raced. "What price? You are intruders. The city does not welcome thieves." Lyra's eyes widened. "Thieves? We've come to help." But the voice didn't relent. "The mirage is not a place to be saved. It is a place to be freed." With a sudden lurch, the platform beneath them shifted, sending them stumbling forward. The air crackled with tension as the crystal walls began to bend, twisting and turning like molten glass. The pedestal containing the prism began to float higher, drawing them toward it. Then, from the farthest corner of the chamber, a figure appeared, a silhouette, cloaked in shadow, stepping from the very walls of the mirage. Kaelin's sword was in his hand before he had time to think, the steel glinting in the shifting light. The figure raised a hand, and the air between them grew colder. The walls stopped shifting. The voice ceased its whispering. Everything became still. As if time itself had paused, Lyra's breath caught in her throat. "Who are you?" The figure spoke, its voice distant, as if coming from a place beyond the mirage itself. "I am the guardian of this place. The last of the city's keepers." Kaelin stepped forward. "We don't want to steal anything. We just need the prism's fragment." The guardian's head tilted slightly, as though considering his words. "The prism's fragment is not a tool. It is a part of the city's heart. And the city's heart does not beat for mortals." Lyra scowled. "Then what do you want from us?" The guardian extended its hand toward the pedestal. "The mirage will awaken fully once more, and when it does, the world outside will feel its pulse. The eternal prism is the key, but it requires balance. You must decide. Do you take the prism and leave the mirage to die once more, or do you stay and become part of it, binding yourself to its fate forever?" Kaelin's stomach tightened. He had expected difficulty, but this was not a decision he had ever thought he would face. The chamber pulsed again, the light from the fragment intensifying, filling every corner of the room. It was as if the city itself was watching, waiting for their answer, and then, as if answering its own question, the chamber began to shift once more. The mirage was awake, and there was no turning back. The chamber trembled as the mirage stirred, its life force growing stronger with each passing second. Kaelin's heart pounded in his chest, and the pulse of the prism's fragment intensified, filling the room with an almost tangible pressure. The guardian stood unmoving, its presence vast and unyielding, yet strangely detached, as if it had already accepted the fate of the city long ago. Lyra's fingers tightened around her sword, her knuckles white. "I don't like this," she muttered under her breath. This feels wrong. Kalen could only nod, unable to speak. The weight of the choice ahead of them pressed on his mind. Take the prism's fragment and leave, or bind themselves to the mirage, becoming part of its fate forever. But the longer he stared at the fragment, the more he understood. It wasn't just a piece of the city, it was its soul, its lifeblood. Removing it would sever the connection between the mirage and the world outside. But keeping it here would trap them in an illusion that would never end. How do we even make a choice? Lyra asked, her voice strained. Everything here is alive. How can we just leave it to die? The guardian finally moved, its shadowed figure swirling as though part of the very air. It spoke again, its voice a calm, ancient whisper that seemed to resonate from every corner of the chamber. The mirage's fate is not for mortals to decide. It is a place of illusion. A place of dreams. Lyra bristled. Then what do you want from us? The guardian's presence seemed to grow even more imposing, the air itself thick with its power. You must choose, for only a soul bound to the mirage can prevent its destruction. Kalen stared at the fragment, the pulsing light of the crystal drawing him closer. He could feel the weight of the decision on his shoulders, could feel the walls of the city pressing in around him. The mirage had once been a thriving civilization, but now, it was a fractured dream. Its soul was broken, and only the prism could restore it. But what would that mean for him, for Lyra, for everyone outside? I can't. Kalen's voice faltered. How could we possibly stay here forever? The guardian tilted its head slightly, its expression unreadable. The mirage is not a prison. It is a sanctuary. A place where time and memory blend into one. To become part of it is to live in harmony with the dream, where everything is as it should be. Lyra stepped forward, a hard edge in her voice. And if we don't stay? Then the mirage will fade, the guardian replied, its tone as calm as ever. The city will dissolve into nothingness, and the prism's power will be scattered once more. Kalen's breath hitched. The thought of the city disappearing, its beauty lost forever, gnawed at his soul. But to stay, to be bound to the mirage for eternity, felt equally impossible. What are we supposed to do? Lyra whispered, her gaze flicking to Kalen. Before he could answer, the ground beneath them rumbled. The entire heart spire seemed to vibrate, and the crystal walls shimmered like liquid under the pressure. A voice filled the chamber, not from the guardian, but from the mirage itself. Time is running out. The choice must be made now. The air thickened with the weight of impending doom. Kalen's mind raced. The city was alive, and the prism was at its heart. If they took it, would it truly destroy the mirage, or would they simply sever its connection to the world outside, leaving the city to crumble into nothing? Kalen. Lyra's voice was a soft plea. But there was no need for her to finish. He already knew what she was thinking. She didn't want to leave, not if it meant the mirage would fade away. He turned to face her, the weight of his decision pulling at him. If we leave, it might be the end of this place. But if we stay, we risk everything. Lyra's expression softened, the tension in her shoulders easing slightly. Then we'll make the decision together. Kalen nodded. He stepped forward, toward the prism's fragment, his hand outstretched. As his fingers brushed the smooth surface of the crystal, a surge of energy coursed through him. His mind flashed with images, the city's history, its rise, its fall, and the dreamlike beauty of its existence. The city wasn't just a place. It was a living, breathing memory of a time long past, and in that moment, he understood, the mirage was more than just an illusion. It was a remnant of something greater, something that once held the power to shape reality itself. If they left, they would destroy that power forever. But if they stayed, they would become part of it, preserving it in a way no one had ever done before. I understand now, Kalen whispered, his voice filled with quiet certainty. Lyra raised an eyebrow. What are you saying? He turned to face her, the weight of the decision clear in his eyes. We stay. We become part of the mirage. Lyra blinked in surprise, but then something in her softened. You're sure about this? Kalen nodded slowly, feeling the pulse of the prism in his veins. The city had given them a choice, but it wasn't just about saving or destroying, it was about preserving what remained. The mirage was not a place to be fixed or saved. It was a place to be lived in. And they had the power to ensure that it would never fade. The chamber seemed to hold its breath, waiting for their decision. And as Kalen and Lyra made their choice, the guardian of the mirage began to fade, its form dissolving into the air. The bond is forged, the voice echoed in their minds. The mirage is eternal. As the last words faded, the prism's fragment dissolved into the air. Its light filling the room with a brilliance that was both terrifying and beautiful. The city began to shift around them, its once faded beauty now restored, and in the heart of the mirage, Kalen and Lyra stood together, bound to its fate forever. The air in the mirage thickened, and a new feeling washed over Kalen as the prism's power settled deep within his soul. He and Lyra stood in the heart of the ancient city, surrounded by its ethereal beauty, now pulsing with a renewed life. The very fabric of the mirage seemed to hum with energy, as though it had awakened from a long slumber. The city, once fractured and fading, was now vibrant with the life it had once known, but Kalen couldn't shake the weight of the decision they had made. They had chosen to become part of the mirage, to bind themselves to its fate, to preserve it for eternity. The consequences were still unknown, and the weight of eternity pressed heavily on his mind. What happens now? Lyra's voice broke through his thoughts. She stood at his side, her gaze taking in the surroundings with awe and wariness. Is this really it? Are we truly part of this place now? Kalen glanced around. The streets of the mirage shimmered, the buildings stretching tall and intricate, their surfaces like living crystals, reflecting the light from the rising twin moons in the sky. It was a sight of unimaginable beauty, yet Kalen could feel the lingering tension that came with their choice. I don't know, he said, his voice quiet. I thought I understood, but now, everything feels different. We're bound to this place, Lyra. There's no going back. Lyra's expression softened, and she placed a hand on his arm. But we chose this together. We knew what it meant. And look at this place, look at how it's come back to life. Kalen turned to her, his gaze firming. He knew she was right. They had chosen to preserve the mirage, not destroy it, and now they were part of that preservation. But what did that mean? What would the future hold for them, and for the city itself? We've become part of something much larger than ourselves, he said, his voice heavy with the weight of the realization. The mirage is not just a city, it's a living memory of everything that came before. Its story is now ours, and we are its keepers. Lyra nodded slowly. And that means we can never leave. We've intertwined our fates with this place. A shiver ran down Kalen's spine, and he turned away, walking toward the center of the city. The ground beneath his feet seemed to pulse with every step he took, the power of the prism still coursing through the air, through the city itself. It was alive, in a way that he had never fully understood until now. As he walked, Lyra followed, her presence a steadying force beside him. The city around them seemed to respond to their movements, its structures shifting and growing, as though it was aware of their every thought. The mirage was a reflection of their own desires, fears, and memories. It was a place of both creation and destruction, a place that had once been a civilization of dreams. They arrived at the center of the city, where the grand palace once stood. Now, only ruins remained, but even those ruins had a beauty to them, a haunting grandeur that seemed to echo through time. The walls, though cracked and broken, still held the remnants of their former splendor, glowing with a faint, iridescent light. This was the heart of the city, Kalen murmured, his voice reverberating through the empty space. It's where the prism was kept, where the city's power was concentrated. Lyra walked beside him, her fingers brushing the walls. And now it's where our journey begins. The mirage is ours to protect now, Kalen. We can shape its future. For the first time since their decision, Kalen allowed himself to feel a sense of purpose. The weight of their bond to the mirage still hung heavily on him, but with Lyra at his side, he felt a strange sense of determination. They had chosen to preserve the city, not just for themselves, but for everyone who had ever lived there, for the memory of those who had come before them. We need to learn about the city's history, Kalen said, his voice growing stronger. We need to understand how it came to be, how it fell, and why it was left to fade into the shadows of time. Lyra looked at him with a thoughtful expression. That means we'll have to dive deep into the heart of the mirage. We'll need to explore its layers, uncover its secrets. Kalen nodded, feeling the weight of the task ahead. The city was not just a place of beauty, it was a living archive, a record of the past, and the key to its future. If they were to protect it, they had to understand it fully. The air shifted again, and Kalen felt a ripple of energy spread throughout the mirage. He turned to find that the Guardian had reappeared, its form emerging from the very walls of the city. Its presence was more serene now, almost like a quiet observer. Rather than a force of judgment, you have chosen, and now you must fulfill your purpose, the Guardian spoke, its voice a whisper that seemed to come from all directions. The city will test you, as it tested those before you. But know this, the mirage will always be in flux. It will change, as you do. And only those who understand the true nature of this place can protect it. Kalen and Lyra stood in silence, the weight of the Guardian's words settling into their hearts. The city, the mirage, was a living entity, alive in a way they had never understood before. It was a place of memories, of dreams, of endless possibilities. And it was now their responsibility to ensure it continued to live. to protect it from those who would seek to destroy it. We're ready, Kalen said, his voice steady now, filled with a newfound resolve. Lyra gave him a small smile. We're in this together. With those words, the guardian nodded and faded back into the city, its presence dissolving into the very air, leaving Kalen and Lyra to begin their journey. The city awaited them, its secrets and its future lying ahead, and the path to understanding it lay within their hands. The mirage was alive. And now, so were they. The city of the mirage was vast, its sprawling streets and towering structures stretching far beyond what Kalen and Lyra could see. They had stood at the heart of it, where the grand palace had once loomed in its full glory. Now, in its place was only a haunting shadow of what it had been, the walls worn and cracked, yet still echoing with the faint, ethereal glow of its past life. It was a place of memory, alive with the remnants of a civilization long forgotten. Kalen stood still, his gaze sweeping across the ruins, the hum of energy filling the air. The power of the prism still thrummed beneath their feet, coursing through the city like an invisible river. It was a strange sensation, like the mirage was watching them, listening to their every step. The city had awakened, but its heart remained shrouded in mystery, its secrets hidden deep within the layers of time. I can feel it, Lyra said, her voice soft but filled with wonder. This place, it's alive. But it's more than just energy. There's something else, something hidden beneath all of this. Kalen turned to her, his eyes meeting hers. He had felt it too, the pull of the mirage, the weight of its past pressing down on them. It was as if the city was calling to them, urging them to uncover its truths. We need to find the archives, Kalen said, his voice steady. The records of this place, the knowledge of its creators. There must be something there that can help us understand what happened, why the mirage was abandoned. Lyra nodded. But where do we start? The city's so vast, and we don't even know where to look. Kalen's gaze shifted to the distant horizon, where the towers of the city seemed to pierce the sky. Somewhere, hidden among those ruins, lay the answers they sought. But finding it would not be easy. The city had been built with layers of magic and design, its secrets buried deep within its structure. The archives, if they even existed, would be protected by traps, illusions, and trials, just as the prism had been. We'll have to explore, Kalen said, determination creeping into his voice. We start at the edges, work our way in. The city will reveal its secrets to those who seek them. We just have to be patient. With that, they set off, walking through the silent streets of the mirage. The air was thick with the weight of forgotten history. And as they moved, the city seemed to respond. The buildings shimmered, their crystal surfaces reflecting the light from the twin moons above, casting long, ethereal shadows across the ground. The path ahead was uncertain, but Kalen and Lyra were undeterred. They had made their choice, and they would see it through. As they walked, Kalen couldn't help but notice the subtle changes in the city around them. The streets seemed to shift as they passed, the very layout of the place altering with every step. It was as if the city was alive, breathing, changing to reflect the intentions of those within it. And Kalen's heart beat faster as he realized the depth of their bond with the mirage. They were no longer mere explorers, they were now a part of its very soul. The air grew colder as they ventured deeper into the city, the once vibrant structures now more jagged and fractured. The further they went, the more the feeling of unease grew, as if something ancient and powerful was watching them. Lyra sensed it too, her hand brushing Kalen's arm as they continued their journey. "There's something out there," she said, her voice low and cautious. "Something watching us." Kalen stopped, scanning the surroundings. He had felt it too, a presence in the shadows, an energy that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the city. It was as if the very walls were alive, aware of their every move. "I feel it," he said quietly, his hand instinctively moving to the hilt of his sword. "Stay close." They continued onward, their pace quickening as the air grew heavier. The distant hum of the mirage seemed to intensify, resonating deep within Kalen's chest, as if the city itself was alive, its pulse in perfect sync with his own. Every corner they turned, every step they took, the feeling of being watched grew stronger, and then, as they reached a narrow alleyway between two towering structures, the presence manifested. A figure emerged from the shadows, tall and cloaked in a flowing robe made of shifting, translucent fabric. The figure was not human, though its shape was vaguely humanoid. Its face was obscured by a mask, a smooth, featureless surface that seemed to reflect the light of the twin moons. Its eyes, however, glowed with a soft, eerie light. The air shimmered with energy, the oppressive weight of the unseen presence pressing in on Kalen and Lyra. Every breath they took seemed to echo, amplified by the stillness of the strange, otherworldly landscape. The figure before them, a towering construct of shifting light and crystal, loomed over them with an aura of cold inevitability. For a long moment, neither of them moved. The figure's gaze, piercing and unblinking, held them in place like prey caught in the gaze of a predator. Its form rippled and shifted, seemingly made of the very essence of the mirage. Light and crystal fused together, as though the creature had been born from the heart of the city itself. Kalen's hand tightened around the hilt of his sword. Though he knew it was unlikely to do much against the being before them. His mind raced, trying to make sense of the situation. The trials the Watcher had spoken of were no longer a vague concept, they were a reality, unfolding in front of them. The giant's voice, deep and resonant, once again filled the air, cutting through the tense silence. "You stand at the threshold, seekers. To continue, you must face what lies within the crystal. Only those who embrace its truth may pass." The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning, but Kalen could not understand what they meant. Embrace the crystal. What truth lay hidden within it? And more importantly, how could they even begin to comprehend the challenge laid before them? Lyra, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and defiance, took a step forward, her voice steady despite the chaos swirling inside her. "What is this place? What are you?" The figure did not respond directly, but the air around them seemed to shift, the temperature dropping suddenly, as if the world itself was bending to the will of the ancient being. The mist thickened, swirling in patterns that seemed to mirror the figure's movements. The crystal that had once glowed faintly above them now pulsed with a rhythm, as if responding to the giant's presence. Without warning, the figure extended one of its massive arms toward Lyra, its glowing fingers curving like the branches of a tree. The light that emanated from its touch seemed almost alive, crackling with power. Kalen instinctively stepped between Lyra and the figure, raising his sword, though he knew it would be useless against such a force. The figure paused, its glowing eyes narrowing. The immense pressure in the air intensified, suffocating in its intensity. And then, in a voice that was both commanding and oddly sympathetic, it spoke again. The trials are not just of strength, seeker. They are trials of the soul. Do not stand in the way of fate. Kalen's heart pounded in his chest, and for the first time, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. What kind of trial were they being asked to face? What did the figure mean by the trials of the soul? He glanced at Lyra, whose eyes were filled with an unspoken understanding, as though something about the creature's presence was resonating with her in a way he could not comprehend. "I won't let you touch her," Kalen said firmly, his voice more a statement of defiance than a threat. The figure's expression, if it could be called that, shifted. The corners of its crystalline features seemed to twist, and for a fleeting moment, Kalen saw something akin to recognition in its glowing eyes. It withdrew its hand slowly, as if the action required a great deal of consideration. The oppressive weight in the air lightened, though the silence remained. Instead of answering, the figure motioned toward the distance, where the landscape stretched endlessly into the mist. The ground beneath them shifted once again, and a low rumble rolled through the air. The atmosphere seemed to vibrate, as though the land itself was awakening. "The first trial begins," the figure intoned, its voice booming and ancient. "Follow the path, and you will see the first reflection. Only when you are prepared will you face the next trial. Fail to understand the vision, and you will be lost to the mirage forever." Without another word, the figure began to dissolve into the air, its form breaking apart into thousands of glimmering shards that scattered into the mist. For a moment, Kalen stood motionless, his sword still raised, eyes scanning the empty space where the figure had stood. The weight of its presence lingered, suffusing the air with a chilling sense of finality. "Did you hear that?" Lyra's voice cut through the silence. It spoke of a vision, of something that must be understood. "What do you think it meant?" Kalen lowered his sword, though his hand still trembled slightly from the encounter. "I don't know. But I think we've only just begun to understand what the mirage really is." He turned toward the path the figure had gestured to, his eyes narrowing as he tried to make sense of what lay ahead. "The first trial, we need to follow the path." Lyra nodded, though her expression was tense. "And if we fail?" "We won't fail," Kalen said with more certainty than he felt. "We can't afford to." Together, they began walking down the winding path that had appeared before them, the mist thickening with every step they took. The ground beneath their feet was soft and uneven, as though it was shifting with their movement. The glow from the distant crystal cast strange shadows across the path, and the air felt thick with anticipation. As they moved further along the trail, the surroundings began to change. The mist seemed to part, revealing a vast, crystalline structure ahead of them. The crystals grew taller as they neared, their jagged edges glowing with an eerie light. The structure itself appeared almost like a massive gateway, its entrance framed by two towering columns of shimmering crystal. Kalen's pulse quickened. This was the first reflection, the first challenge laid before them. Without a word, he and Lyra stepped toward the entrance, their footsteps silent on the soft ground. As they passed beneath the archway, the world around them seemed to shift once more. The air grew colder, and a low hum filled the silence. A voice spoke from nowhere, echoing in the air around them, "Enter, seekers. Your first trial awaits. Look upon the reflection within, and understand what you see." The massive gates of crystal before them began to glow brighter, and the surface rippled as though it were made of water. Slowly, the reflection within began to take shape. The figures of Kaylin and Lyra appeared within the crystal, but they were different. The vision that stared back at them was not the present, but the past, a version of themselves as they had been before they had set foot in the mirage. Kaylin's breath caught in his throat as he stared at the reflection. This was not merely a reflection of their physical selves, it was a reflection of their souls, their past choices, their regrets. Lyra's eyes widened in realization. This is us. But how? The reflection began to shift, showing them different moments of their past, moments they had long since buried. Every mistake, every choice, every failure they had ever made was laid bare before them, an unflinching mirror to their own inner demons. Kaylin's hand clenched into a fist, his mind racing. The trial had already begun, and there was no turning back now. The reflection in the crystal shifted, its surface rippling like water disturbed by an unseen force. Kaylin's heart hammered in his chest as he stood frozen, unable to tear his gaze from the shifting images of his past. They weren't just memories, they were visions of what could have been, of paths never taken, of choices long buried under layers of time and regret. In the reflection, Kaylin saw his younger self, more hopeful, more eager to prove himself, standing at the threshold of some momentous decision. His eyes were filled with ambition, his face unmarked by the scars that time had etched upon him. But the look in those eyes was one of naivety, a belief that the world was a place he could shape with sheer will alone. As the reflection continued to unfold, it showed him moments of failure, missed opportunities, wrong decisions, paths that had led to dead ends. Each vision seemed to mock him, as if the mirage itself was dredging up the deepest corners of his past, showing him all the ways he had fallen short. Lyra's voice broke through the silence. "Kaylin, look, there's more." She gestured toward the crystal, and Kaylin turned his head, blinking in confusion. The reflection of his past had shifted to reveal Lyra. Though not the Lyra he knew now. This Lyra was younger too, her face more carefree, unburdened by the shadows of their current journey. She was laughing in the vision, surrounded by others who shared her joy, a life before the trials, before the weight of the mirage had touched them, but the vision quickly darkened. He saw Lyra standing alone in the shadows, her face drawn, her hands clenched in silent frustration. Her past was just as marked by regrets as his own. Kaylin's chest tightened as he watched her struggle against some unseen force, unable to move forward, as if trapped by a web of her own making. "I never knew." Kaylin muttered under his breath, his voice heavy with realization. Lyra didn't look at him, she was too absorbed in the vision before her. "We never truly understand each other until we face our pasts, Kaylin. These aren't just reflections. They're echoes of our choices, our failures." The words felt like a punch to his gut. In the midst of all the uncertainty and danger, he had never once considered how deeply this journey affected Lyra, how much she too carried the weight of decisions she regretted. The images began to swirl again, and the air around them grew heavier. The ground beneath their feet trembled slightly, and the crystal itself seemed to hum with an energy that filled the air with a strange, dissonant melody. The reflections were changing, becoming more erratic. As if the mirage itself was growing impatient with their contemplation, Kalen clenched his fists at his sides. The crystal was challenging them, testing their ability to face the truths they had avoided for so long. They had come to seek the truth, to understand the power of the mirage, but now the mirage was forcing them to face themselves in ways they had not been prepared for. Kalen. Lyra's voice was faint, almost lost beneath the hum of the crystal. She sounded far away, as though caught in the grip of the vision herself. We need to understand it. We need to see what the crystal is trying to show us. He could feel the pull of the mirage, the temptation to retreat, to close his eyes, to deny the truths that the vision presented. But he knew he could not. If he did, he would never truly understand what the mirage was, nor what it wanted from them. With a deep breath, Kalen stepped closer to the crystal. The vision of his younger self, so full of hope and ambition, seemed to stretch out before him like a painful reminder of what he had lost. He saw a moment, one he hadn't thought of in years, a choice he had made that had set him on the path to the mirage. He had chosen ambition over family, a decision that had cost him the only person who had ever truly understood him, a friend who had tried to warn him against the dangers of unchecked desire. His heart twisted painfully as the reflection of that choice played out before him. He had ignored the warning, pushed aside the voice of reason, believing that the path he had chosen was the right one. And in doing so, he had lost a friend, a bond that could never be mended. A deep sense of shame washed over him as he watched the scene unfold. He had been blinded by his own desires, his own arrogance. The weight of it pressed on his chest, suffocating him. Lyra's voice interrupted his thoughts again, this time with a sense of urgency. Kalen, it's not just the past. The mirage is showing us our potential futures too. We can't keep dwelling on what's been. We have to move forward. Kalen turned to her, his breath shallow. She was right. They couldn't remain lost in the past. The mirage was offering them a chance to see beyond the regret, beyond the mistakes. But it also demanded that they understand the choices they had made, and the choices they would continue to make. The reflection shifted again, showing the possible future that awaited them if they continued down their current path. Kalen saw himself standing at the heart of the mirage, his body worn and broken, his face twisted with the same regret that now gnawed at his soul. He could see the same future for Lyra, the future where they failed, where the mirage consumed them both, where their choices had led them to ruin. But then, something changed. In the reflection, their figures began to glow with a soft, golden light. They weren't defeated, they were standing together, unbowed by the weight of the past. The light around them grew brighter, more vibrant. The path ahead wasn't fixed in stone. There was still time to change, to forge a new future. The vision began to fade, leaving Kalen and Lyra standing in the midst of the crystal, their hearts racing, their minds racing. The air around them quieted, the hum of the crystal settling into a soft, peaceful tone. The reflection was gone, but its message lingered. You see it now? Lyra asked, her voice soft but steady. Kalen nodded, his gaze fixed on the now silent crystal. The mirage isn't just a trial of strength or will. It's a trial of choice. It shows us who we are, who we've been, and who we could be. But we have to choose, Lyra. We have to choose to move forward. For the first time since their journey began, Kaylin felt the weight of the trials lighten just a little. The truth of the mirage was becoming clearer, though the path ahead remained shrouded in mystery. But for the first time, he knew they weren't alone in it. They could face the future together, if they were willing to make the right choices. "Let's move forward," he said, his voice filled with a newfound determination. "Together." Lyra smiled, her eyes bright with resolve. "Together." The silence in the chamber grew heavier as Kaylin and Lyra stood side by side. The fading glow from the crystal casting soft light over their faces. The weight of their shared understanding settled between them, yet the looming uncertainty of the future still lingered. They knew they had only begun to scratch the surface of the mirage's deeper secrets. The journey ahead promised to be even more challenging, more uncertain, but for the first time, they felt a flicker of hope amidst the chaos. Lyra glanced toward the exit of the chamber, her gaze unwavering. The path beyond the crystal was still unclear, but the visions they had seen were guiding them toward something. They could no longer ignore the mysteries that the mirage sought to reveal, nor the dangers that awaited them if they faltered. Kaylin spoke first, breaking the heavy stillness. "The mirage. It's more than we thought. It's not just showing us our pasts, it's testing our will, our desires, our very souls." Lyra nodded, her voice tinged with thought. "It's making us face the truth. Every choice, every misstep. But it's also showing us the way forward. We can still change." Kaylin turned to her, his eyes reflecting a mix of determination and uncertainty. "But can we? Can we truly change what's been done?" Lyra's response was firm, unshaken. "We don't have to change the past, Kaylin. We just have to decide what we'll do with the future." Her words hung in the air, settling into Kaylin's chest like a quiet promise. They had a choice to forge ahead, to let the past guide them, but not bind them. But what lay beyond that choice was still shrouded in shadow, a deep uncertainty they could not fully comprehend. Without another word, they turned and moved toward the door at the far end of the chamber. The crystal's influence still thrummed in the air, the echoes of their reflections lingering like a weight upon their hearts. But they pressed on, driven by the need to uncover the secrets that lay ahead. The corridor beyond was narrow and winding, the walls cold to the touch. As they walked, the dim light from the chamber slowly faded, replaced by an eerie darkness. The further they ventured, the more oppressive the silence became. It was as though the very air itself held its breath, waiting for something to happen. "Do you feel that?" Lyra asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's as if the whole place is alive, watching us." Kaylin's response was a quiet nod. "It's the mirage. It knows we're here. It's testing us again." They pressed on, each step feeling heavier than the last. The silence was broken only by the faint sound of their footsteps echoing down the narrow passage. It was as though the mirage itself was leading them deeper, drawing them into a trap they could not yet see. Ahead, the corridor opened into a large chamber. The walls here were lined with what appeared to be strange glowing runes, each one pulsing with a soft, ethereal light. In the center of the room, a pedestal stood, upon which rested a crystal sphere, far larger than the one they had encountered earlier. Its surface was smooth and gleaming, yet it seemed to shimmer with an unsettling energy. Kalen's heart raced. Is that another piece of the mirage? Lyra's voice was low, almost reverent. It must be. But this one feels different. More dangerous. As they approached the pedestal, the air grew colder, and the runes on the walls flickered as if reacting to their presence. The sphere pulsed once, then again, the light within it shifting like the ebb and flow of tides. Kalen reached out instinctively, his fingers brushing the surface of the crystal. The moment his skin made contact, the room around them seemed to shift, as if they were being pulled into a vortex of light and shadow. The air vibrated with an intense energy, and the walls of the chamber seemed to blur and distort. Suddenly, the floor beneath their feet gave way, and Kalen found himself falling. Lyra's hand shot out, grabbing his arm as they tumbled together into the abyss below. The world around them spun in a dizzying blur of light and shadow. Kalen tried to call out, but the words seemed to be swallowed by the rushing wind. He could feel Lyra's grip tightening on his arm, but the pull of the descent was too strong. For what felt like an eternity, they fell. Then, with a sudden jolt, the world around them stilled. The sound of rushing wind ceased, and Kalen found himself standing on solid ground once more. He blinked, disoriented, and looked around. They were no longer in the chamber with the pedestal. Instead, they stood in an unfamiliar landscape, bathed in an eerie, dim light. The sky above them was an unnatural shade of violet, and the ground beneath their feet was cracked and dry, as though long abandoned by life. Strange structures loomed in the distance, tall, angular, and covered in a crystalline sheen. Kalen's heart pounded in his chest. Where are we? Lyra scanned their surroundings, her expression tense. I don't know. But I don't think this place is part of the mirage. It feels real. Too real. Before Kalen could respond, a voice echoed through the air, a voice that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Welcome, travelers. The words sent a chill down Kalen's spine, and he turned to look for the source of the voice. But there was nothing, no figure, no sign of anyone nearby. The voice spoke again, its tone cold and distant. You have entered the realm of the forgotten. A place beyond time and memory, where only those who seek the truth can remain. If you wish to return, you must pass the trials of the lost. Lyra's eyes narrowed. Trials of the lost? What does that mean? The voice did not answer her directly, but instead, the ground beneath them trembled, and the sky above darkened. Kalen could feel the weight of the words pressing upon them, like an invisible force that sought to crush their resolve. We must be careful, he muttered, his voice steady but filled with a sense of foreboding. I don't know what this place is, but I have a feeling we've just entered a deeper part of the mirage. Lyra nodded. Then we'll have to face whatever it throws at us. Together. With that, they began to move forward, their footsteps echoing in the eerie silence. The structures in the distance seemed to beckon them, as if waiting for them to approach. But as they walked, the sense of unease grew, and Kaylin couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. The trials of the lost had begun. The eerie stillness of the forgotten realm hung heavily around Kaylin and Lyra, a quiet that felt suffocating in its intensity. With every step, the landscape seemed to stretch before them, its unnatural violet sky casting an unsettling glow over the cracked earth beneath their feet. Strange, crystalline structures towered in the distance, their jagged edges gleaming like teeth in the twilight. The very air seemed thick with unseen eyes, watching, waiting. The voice had faded, but its words lingered in Kaylin's mind like a whispered prophecy. If you wish to return, you must pass the trials of the lost. What could that mean? What trials lay ahead? And who or what were the lost? Lyra's voice broke the silence. We need to keep moving. Whatever's waiting for us, we need to face it head on. Kaylin nodded, though doubt gnawed at him. Every instinct told him they should be cautious. This place was not like the mirage they had encountered before. The trials of the lost. It was as if the very realm was alive, and it would demand something of them. But there was no turning back. They walked in silence, the path ahead a winding maze of strange, angular structures. The further they traveled, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The temperature seemed to drop, and the ground beneath them grew uneven, cracked like dry earth in the grip of an eternal drought. Finally, after what felt like hours, they reached the base of one of the towering crystal structures. It loomed high above them, its surface reflecting the violet sky in eerie patterns. The air around it shimmered, as though it were distorting reality itself. At the foot of the crystal, a deep chasm yawned, its depths shrouded in darkness. Without warning, the ground trembled beneath them, and the voice returned, its tone now sharp and commanding. The first trial begins now. Kaylin felt a chill creep up his spine. The words seemed to vibrate through the air, resonating in his chest like a heavy drumbeat. The chasm before them widened, and a series of stone platforms began to emerge from the darkness, floating and shifting as if guided by some unseen force. Lyra stepped forward cautiously. Do we cross? Kaylin hesitated, his gaze fixed on the floating platforms. They seemed stable enough, but the unsettling feeling in the pit of his stomach told him otherwise. I think we have no choice. With a deep breath, Kaylin stepped onto the first platform. It felt solid beneath his feet, though the air around him seemed to hum with an otherworldly energy. Slowly, Lyra followed, her movements precise but tense. As they crossed, the platforms shifted, their positions constantly changing, forcing them to adjust their pace. With each step, the chasm seemed to deepen, the darkness below more consuming. It was as if the abyss itself was trying to pull them in, swallowing the light with every passing moment. Kaylin kept his focus ahead, but the voice spoke again, its words slithering through the air. You are not alone. The trials will show you the truth. Who are you, really? What are you willing to sacrifice? Lyra flinched at the words, her grip tightening on the stone at her side. What does it mean by that? What truth is it talking about? Kaylin didn't have an answer. The voice seemed to grow more insistent, its tone twisting and changing, like a dark melody that sought to worm its way into their minds. You cannot outrun the truth. You will be forced to face it. At that moment, The platform beneath Kalen's feet shifted violently, tilting as if the very earth was coming alive. He gasped as he lost his footing, but Lyra's hand shot out, grabbing him just in time to prevent him from falling into the abyss. "Kalen, watch out!" she cried, pulling him back to safety. But as she did, the platform they had been standing on broke apart, crumbling into dust and disappearing into the chasm below. "That was close," Kalen breathed, his pulse racing. The voice echoed again, this time filled with a strange amusement. "The first trial is not one of strength, but of will. You have chosen your path. Now, will you continue?" Lyra straightened, her expression steely. "There's no going back now. We have to keep going." Kalen nodded, his resolve hardening. The trial was testing them, not just physically, but mentally. Every step forward felt like a battle, not just against the unknown, but against themselves. What did the voice mean by truth? And what was the cost of continuing this journey? They pressed on, the platforms growing ever more unstable as they moved deeper into the chasm. The air grew colder, and the weight of the voice's words pressed on them like a heavy burden. The world around them seemed to distort, the very landscape warping as though reality itself was bending under the strain of the trial. At last, they reached the final platform. It was the largest of them all, a broad, flat stone that extended out over the edge of the chasm. The moment they stepped onto it, the ground beneath them trembled violently, and the voice boomed once more, its tone filled with finality. "You have made it this far. But now, the truth must be revealed." The platform beneath them cracked, sending fissures racing through the stone. In an instant, the ground broke apart, and Kalen and Lyra were thrown to the ground, the world spinning around them. When Kalen opened his eyes again, he was no longer standing in the chasm. He was in a place unlike any he had ever seen, a vast, endless desert stretching out in every direction. The sky was an unnatural shade of crimson, and the sun hung low on the horizon, casting long, twisted shadows across the sand, and standing before him, on the edge of the horizon, was a figure cloaked in black. Its presence radiated power, its silhouette indistinct against the fiery sky. The figure spoke in a voice like thunder, yet soft as a whisper. "This is your truth, Kalen." Kalen's heart skipped a beat. The voice was familiar, though he could not place it. The air around him seemed to warp and twist, and before him, images began to materialize, flashes of his past, moments he had long buried deep within himself. Memories of failure, of loss, of decisions that had haunted him for years. In the midst of the swirling visions, Kalen saw one memory that stood out above all the others. It was of him, standing at the edge of a battlefield, watching as his brother fell, the weight of his own choices crashing down upon him. The figure's voice echoed again. "This is what you carry with you, Kalen. This is the truth you must face." Kalen's breath caught in his throat. The truth of his past, the guilt that had shaped him, the weight of the loss he had never fully accepted, but as the visions grew stronger, something inside him stirred. The past was not something he could change, but it was also not something that had to define him forever. "I don't have to carry this," he whispered, more to himself than anyone else. The figure's form shifted, becoming clearer, and Kalen recognized the face hidden beneath the cloak, his own. "Then let it go," the figure replied. Kalen stood frozen, staring at the reflection of himself. The figure before him, cloaked in shadow, was no longer an indistinct presence. It had taken on his likeness, a perfect mirror of the man he had become, his face, his eyes, even the deep furrow between his brows. This strange version of himself spoke in the same voice, one that seemed to echo both in his mind and in the vast desert that stretched out endlessly. You cannot outrun who you are. Kalen's pulse quickened. The words struck him with the force of a blow. Though the figure's expression remained calm, almost serene. The desert around them seemed to respond to the figure's presence, the sand swirling at their feet as though it were alive, reacting to the tension in the air. Lyra, standing beside him, stepped forward cautiously. "Kalen, what is this? What's happening?" He couldn't answer. The figure spoke again, its voice cutting through the silence. "You have spent your life running from this moment. But you cannot escape your own soul." The words were not accusatory, they were simply facts, truths that Kalen had buried deep within himself for years. Every mistake, every failure, every sacrifice had led to this very moment. The memory of his brother's death, of the battle that had torn his life apart, flashed in his mind. Vivid and painful, you carry the weight of your choices, Kalen. But it is time to face them. He took a step back, a cold sweat breaking out along his brow. "I've tried to forget. I've tried to move on." But the figure lifted a hand, cutting him off. "You cannot change the past. You can only accept it." Kalen clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. The memory of his brother, falling in battle, seemed to rise from the depths of his mind, consuming him. The guilt, the shame, it was overwhelming. He could feel the weight of it pressing on his chest, suffocating him. "Lyra." He whispered, but his voice faltered. Lyra stepped closer to him, her hand on his shoulder. "Kalen, you don't have to do this alone." Her voice was a lifeline, a reminder that he was not alone. She was there, standing by him despite everything they had faced together. Kalen could feel her warmth, her strength, grounding him in the present. She was right. He didn't have to face this moment alone. The figure before them remained silent, watching them with an almost predatory patience. Kalen could feel its gaze boring into him, testing his resolve, waiting for him to make a decision. "The truth is not an enemy to be conquered, Kalen," the figure said. "It is a part of you. Accept it, and you will move beyond it. Resist, and it will continue to haunt you." Kalen took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling with the effort. The guilt, the pain, it had been his shadow for so long. He had let it define him, let it shape who he was. But it didn't have to be his master. He turned to Lyra, meeting her gaze. In her eyes, he saw nothing but understanding, nothing but acceptance. She had never judged him, never turned away, no matter the darkness in his past. With a tremor in his voice, he finally spoke. "I don't know if I can do this. I don't know if I can face it all." Lyra's hand tightened on his shoulder, her grip firm and steady. "You don't have to do it all at once. We'll face it together, step by step." Kalen nodded, the weight in his chest lightening just a little. It wasn't about erasing the past. It was about accepting it, owning it, and allowing himself to move forward. And with Lyra by his side, perhaps, just perhaps, it was possible, the figure before them gave a slight nod, as if in acknowledgement of Kalen's decision. Then, it spoke again. "You are ready." In that moment, the desert around them shifted. The crimson sky darkened, and the sand beneath their feet began to ripple like a storm was brewing just beneath the surface. The figure raised its arms, and a powerful wind howled around them, lifting the sand into the air like a whirlwind. Kalen's heart raced as the figure's silhouette grew larger, more imposing. But instead of fear, he felt a strange sense of calm wash over him. This was not the end, it was a beginning. As the wind picked up, the sandstorm enveloped them, and Kalen's vision blurred. But in the distance, he could make out something, a shape, a glimmer of light, something that seemed to call to him from beyond the storm. Lyra gripped his arm. "What is that?" He didn't know, but something deep within him stirred. Whatever lay ahead, whatever trials awaited them, he felt a renewed sense of determination. They had faced the first trial, and now they would face whatever came next. "We're not done yet," he said, his voice steady. "But we will be." The figure's voice echoed one final time, deep and resounding. "Then move forward, Kalen. The path ahead is yours to choose. But be warned, the journey is far from over." As the storm intensified, Kalen and Lyra pressed forward, step by step, toward the unknown. They had entered the heart of the crystal mirage, and the trials were far from finished. But with every trial, they grew stronger. Together, they would face whatever awaited them in the shadows. The storm raged around them, an unrelenting force that seemed to swallow all light and sound. Sand whipped through the air like shards of glass, stinging their skin, blinding them with its intensity. Kalen's heart pounded in his chest, and he could hear his breath ragged and shallow as the world seemed to fall away, consumed by the howling tempest. Yet through the chaos, he felt an undeniable pull, a direction that called to him, stronger than the force of the storm itself. Beside him, Lyra's figure was a constant in the swirling darkness. Her presence was grounding, her hand steady on his arm, a silent promise that they would endure this together. Despite the violent nature of the storm, he found a strange comfort in her proximity, as if together they could face anything. "Stay close," Kalen shouted, his voice barely audible over the roar of the wind. Lyra nodded, her eyes fixed on him with unwavering trust. They moved forward, each step a battle against the ferocity of the storm. Kalen's mind raced as he struggled to focus, the force of the wind pulling at his limbs and threatening to tear him away from his path. The figure, the one that had mirrored him so eerily in their last confrontation, had warned them, the journey is far from over. But what did that mean? What awaited them beyond this storm? They continued to press forward, the storm thickening with each passing moment. The ground beneath their feet seemed to shift, as if the earth itself were alive, restless, unsettled. But in the distance, Kalen thought he saw it, a flicker of light through the haze, a glimmer of something beyond the maelstrom. He quickened his pace, pulling Lyra along with him. "Look!" he shouted, pointing ahead, his voice filled with a mixture of awe and disbelief. Through the storm, they could now make out a towering silhouette, a structure emerging from the swirling sand like a forgotten monument from another age. The structure was unlike anything Kalen had seen before, an ancient tower, its walls etched with symbols that seemed to shimmer even in the storm's fury. Its stone surface gleamed with an unnatural glow, casting an eerie light that cut through the darkness. "What is it?" Lyra asked, her voice tense with both wonder and caution. "I don't know," Kalen admitted, his mind racing. "But it's the only way forward." Without another word, they moved toward the tower, their movements growing more desperate as the storm intensified. The sand seemed to swirl around them with a mind of its own, becoming more violent the closer they got to the tower. But despite the chaos surrounding them, Kalen couldn't shake the feeling that they were meant to be here, that this was their destination. The wind howled louder, but the tower stood firm, unmoving against the onslaught of nature. They reached the base of the tower, the stone walls towering above them like a silent sentinel. The light emanating from the structure grew brighter the closer they got, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch unnaturally. Kalen looked up at the entrance, a large archway carved into the stone, its edges adorned with intricate patterns. Something about the design seemed familiar, like a memory on the edge of his mind. But before he could dwell on it further, the ground beneath them trembled, and the door to the tower creaked open, revealing a dark passageway within. Lyra hesitated for a moment, her hand tightening around Kalen's arm. "Should we enter?" Kalen took a deep breath, his gaze flicking to the swirling storm behind them. There was no turning back now. The storm had been relentless, and whatever lay within the tower was their only hope of finding answers. "We don't have a choice," he said, his voice steady despite the uncertainty gnawing at his insides. "We need to see this through." With that, they stepped into the dark passageway. The moment they crossed the threshold, the door behind them slammed shut with a resounding crash, leaving them in complete darkness. For a moment, there was nothing but silence, the kind of silence that feels heavy, oppressive. Kalen's heart beat in his chest, his breath shallow as his eyes strained to adjust to the gloom. Then, slowly, a soft glow began to illuminate the space around them. The walls of the passage were lined with glowing runes, casting a dim, ethereal light. The air was thick, almost humid, with a strange energy that seemed to hum beneath their feet. Kalen's skin prickled with the sensation, and his thoughts raced. Where were they? What was this place? Do you feel that? Lyra asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I do," Kalen replied, his voice tense. "It's like the air is alive here, charged with something." They moved deeper into the passage, the glow of the runes growing brighter with each step they took. The further they went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The walls seemed to close in around them, and Kalen could feel the weight of something ancient pressing down on them. Suddenly, the passage opened into a vast chamber. The sight that greeted them was nothing short of breathtaking. The room was vast, its ceiling stretching far above them, lost in shadow. In the center of the room stood a crystal pedestal, its surface covered in intricate carvings. Atop the pedestal rested a single crystal, a gem unlike anything Kalen had ever seen. It was massive, glowing with an intense, almost blinding light. The crystal's surface shimmered with swirling patterns, as if it were alive, pulsating with energy. Kalen and Lyra approached the pedestal cautiously, the air around them thick with anticipation. As they drew closer to the crystal, Kalen felt an overwhelming pull. An urge to reach out and touch it. He could feel it in his very bones, a beckoning, a promise. Lyra stepped back, her eyes wide with fear. "Kaylin, do you think we should touch it?" Kaylin didn't know. He didn't understand what this crystal was or why it had drawn them here. But one thing was certain, it was connected to everything they had encountered so far. The storm, the tower, the strange reflection of himself, it all led here. With a deep breath, Kaylin reached out. The moment his fingers brushed against the crystal, a shock of energy surged through his body. His vision blurred, and a strange, otherworldly voice echoed in his mind, speaking in a language he couldn't understand. The ground trembled beneath his feet, and the crystal began to pulse, its glow growing blindingly bright, and then, the voice ceased. The crystal's light faded. Kaylin blinked, his vision clearing. The room was still, but something had changed. The air felt heavier, charged with an ancient presence. He turned to Lyra, but before he could speak, a new sound reached his ears, a soft, distant rumbling, like the ground itself was waking from a long slumber. The adventure was far from over. The crystal had awakened something. The moonlight above them grew colder as Kaylin and Lyra ventured deeper into the heart of the storm. The swirling sands had become more than a mere tempest, they were a force. Alive and relentless, as though the desert itself was trying to push them back. Every step was harder than the last, as if the very earth beneath them sought to swallow them whole. The figure had vanished into the storm, but its words lingered, echoing in Kaylin's mind, "The path ahead is yours to choose. But be warned, the journey is far from over." With each gust of wind, the air seemed to grow heavier, filled with something unspoken, as though the very atmosphere was charged with a presence, waiting, watching. Kaylin's heart pounded in his chest, not from fear, but from the anticipation of what lay ahead. His every instinct told him that they were not alone in this desert, that something watched them from the shadows. "Stay close," Kaylin murmured, his voice barely audible over the howling wind. Lyra nodded, her face a mask of determination despite the storm. "I'm right here." They pressed on, side by side, with no destination in sight except the flickering light in the distance. It was a strange, ethereal glow that seemed to pulse and shimmer like a heartbeat, beckoning them forward. It was unlike anything they had seen before, not like the steady, comforting light of the moon or the occasional flash of stars. "It's like a beacon," Lyra whispered. "Do you think it's real?" "I don't know," Kaylin replied, squinting into the sandstorm. "But I think we have to find out." As they neared the source of the light, the air grew warmer, the sands beneath their feet shifting and flowing like liquid. The wind howled around them, but the closer they got, the less it seemed to matter. There was something in the air, a strange, tingling sensation, as though the world itself was holding its breath, and then, as they rounded a final dune, the source of the light revealed itself. A massive structure, half buried in the sand, stood before them. It was unlike anything Kaylin had ever seen. Tall spires of shimmering crystal rose from the earth, their surfaces glistening with an inner light. The structure pulsed with the same rhythm as the light they had seen from afar, casting long, delicate shadows that danced across the sand. "This is impossible," Lyra whispered in awe, her voice filled with disbelief. Kaylin's breath caught in his throat as he approached the towering edifice. The crystals seemed to hum, resonating with a deep, ancient power that sent a shiver down his spine. He reached out, his hand brushing against one of the spires, and instantly, he felt a surge of energy course through him, as if the structure itself had awakened from a long slumber. "What is this place?" Lyra asked, her eyes wide with wonder. "I don't know," Kalen said, his voice low, almost reverent. "But I think it's the key." The air around them grew still as the light of the crystals intensified. The sand at their feet seemed to tremble, and the ground beneath them shifted, as though the very earth was alive, reacting to their presence. Kalen felt a strange pull, a magnetic force drawing him closer to the structure. Without thinking, he stepped forward, followed by Lyra. As they neared the base of the crystals, a low rumbling sound reverberated through the ground. It was like a growl from deep beneath the earth, a sound that seemed to echo through the very bones of the world. "Kalen." Lyra's voice was barely a whisper, her hand gripping his arm tightly. "Something's wrong. We shouldn't be here." But Kalen couldn't tear his eyes away from the structure. It was as though it was calling to him, beckoning him to come closer. "To uncover its secrets, I have to see this through," Kalen said, his voice filled with a strange, almost hypnotic certainty. "This is what we've been searching for." As he stepped closer to the crystal spires, a wave of energy surged through the air. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and the light of the crystals flared brighter, blinding in its intensity. Then, in an instant, the world around them seemed to shift, the sand beneath their feet vanished, and they found themselves standing on solid ground, ancient stone, cracked and worn with age. The structure before them seemed to dissolve, leaving only a shadow in the distance. The air was still, the storm gone, as if they had crossed into another world entirely. Lyra staggered back, her eyes wide with shock. What just happened? Kalen could only stare ahead, his heart pounding in his chest. The familiar world had disappeared, replaced by something ancient and forgotten, a place untouched by time. Ahead of them stretched an endless corridor, the walls made of stone, covered in strange markings that glowed with an eerie light. The further they gazed, the more the corridor seemed to stretch, impossible in its proportions, as though it defied the laws of nature itself. "We've crossed into another place," Kalen said softly, his voice reverberating in the silence. "But why? What is this place?" "I don't know," Lyra replied, her voice trembling. "But I don't think we're meant to be here." Kalen's mind raced. They had been led here for a reason, but by what, and to what end? The answer was elusive, shrouded in mystery. The markings on the walls were familiar, but he couldn't place them. They seemed to speak of something ancient, something far older than anything he had ever encountered. "Stay close," Kalen urged, his voice filled with a newfound urgency. "We need to find out what's going on here." As they walked into the corridor, the eerie glow from the markings cast long shadows that seemed to follow them, shifting with every step. The deeper they ventured, the more oppressive the air became, thick with an unspoken presence. As though something, or someone, was watching them, the further they moved into the labyrinth of stone and light, the more the feeling of being drawn towards something inescapable took hold. This was no mere structure. This was a place of power, ancient and unknowable, and it seemed to call to Kalen, whispering promises of answers, and danger, and so, with every step, they walked deeper into the unknown, the deeper Kalen and Lyra ventured into the labyrinthine corridors, the more the atmosphere seemed to thicken around them. The stone walls pulsed with an eerie, soft glow, their markings shifting with a language unknown to either of them. It was as though the very walls were alive, watching them, waiting. Kalen could feel the weight of something ancient pressing down on him, and with each step, a growing sense of dread mingled with the anticipation gnawing at his insides. "What is this place?" Lyra whispered, her voice a mixture of awe and fear. Her steps were tentative, as if she feared that the ground might give way at any moment. Kalen didn't answer right away. His mind raced, trying to piece together the strange symbols that adorned the walls. There was something hauntingly familiar about them, as if they belonged to a world far older than the one they had known. The air grew colder, the strange hum that had been in the atmosphere now more pronounced, as though it resonated with the very core of the place. He could almost hear a voice, faint but clear, urging him forward. "I don't know," Kalen said, his voice tight. "But I think we're meant to be here. Somehow, we're connected to it." The corridor seemed to stretch endlessly before them, the stone floor underfoot smooth and worn with time. Above them, the ceiling arched high, impossibly tall, as if it belonged to a place beyond the bounds of the world they knew. The path twisted and turned, each new passage seemingly more labyrinthine than the last. Kalen's hand subconsciously brushed the hilt of his sword, a silent reminder that they were not truly alone here. Even in this ancient place, where time itself seemed to have lost its meaning, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was lurking in the shadows, watching, waiting. Suddenly, the corridor opened up into a vast chamber, larger than any room they had encountered thus far. The walls of the chamber were lined with more glowing symbols, but here, the light seemed to shift and dance, forming patterns that were too complex to decipher. At the center of the room stood a massive pedestal, made of the same smooth, polished stone as the walls. Upon it rested a large, translucent crystal, its surface shifting with a faint, inner light that seemed to pulse in time with Kalen's own heartbeat. Lyra took a step forward, her eyes wide. "What is it?" Kalen stared at the crystal, a feeling of inevitability washing over him. There was something powerful about it, something deeply connected to everything they had encountered so far. It was the same pull he had felt when they first encountered the strange tower, the same calling that had led them through the storm. This crystal was the next piece of the puzzle, and despite the warnings that echoed in the back of his mind, he couldn't resist. "I don't know," Kalen said, his voice barely a whisper. "But I think it's the key to everything." He approached the pedestal cautiously, his steps slow but determined. As he reached out to touch the crystal, a wave of energy coursed through him, stronger than anything he had felt before. The world around him blurred, and for a moment, he was no longer aware of his surroundings. The air seemed to vibrate, the very stone beneath his feet trembling with the intensity of the power emanating from the crystal. Then, suddenly, everything stopped. Kalen gasped, his breath coming in short, ragged bursts. His head swam, and he felt as if he were floating in a vast emptiness. The chamber around him was gone, replaced by a vision of a time long past. He saw a great city, its streets teeming with life, its buildings rising tall and proud against a clear sky. The people of the city were unlike anything he had ever seen before, strange, Ethereal beings with eyes that shimmered like stars, their skin a soft hue of pale blue, their movements graceful and deliberate, but as he watched, the vision shifted. The city began to crumble, its once beautiful structures falling into ruin. The sky darkened, and a great shadow swept over the land, devouring everything in its path. The people of the city cried out, their voices filled with fear and sorrow, but it was too late. The shadow consumed them all, and the city was lost to time. Kalen's breath caught in his throat as the vision faded, and the chamber around him slowly returned to focus. The crystal in front of him was still glowing, its light now faint and distant, as if it had already shared its secret with him. He stood there, stunned, his mind reeling from what he had just witnessed. Kalen. Lyra's voice broke through the haze of his thoughts, and he turned to find her standing behind him, her face pale with concern. "Are you all right?" Kalen nodded slowly, his hand still resting on the crystal. I saw something. A city. A great civilization, lost to time." Lyra's eyes widened. "What happened to them?" Kalen shook his head. "I don't know. The city. It fell. A shadow consumed it. Everything was lost." He pulled his hand away from the crystal, and the glow of the room dimmed slightly. The energy that had been so overwhelming now seemed to settle, leaving a lingering sense of both awe and dread. The vision had left him shaken, but it had also revealed something important, a connection, a link to the past that could hold the key to understanding what was happening now. "We need to keep moving," Kalen said, his voice firm despite the unease settling in his chest. "Whatever happened to that city, whatever that shadow was, it's connected to what we're facing now. We have to find out more." Lyra nodded, her expression resolute. "I agree. But we need to be careful. Something is here, something ancient, and it doesn't want us to uncover its secrets." The tension in the air was palpable, and as they turned to leave the chamber, Kalen couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. The labyrinth stretched on before them, a twisting maze that seemed to shift with every step they took. But with each turn, Kalen grew more certain, whatever awaited them at the end of this journey, it would reveal the truth. And perhaps it was the truth they had been seeking all along. The echo of the lost city's fall still rang in his mind, and he knew, deep in his bones, that they were on the cusp of uncovering something that would change everything. The labyrinth beneath the ancient fortress seemed to stretch further into the bowels of the earth with each step they took. The flickering light of their torches barely illuminated the dark corridors ahead, and the air had grown colder, heavy with the scent of damp stone and something more, foreboding. Each twist and turn they encountered only led them deeper, as if the very walls were designed to keep them from uncovering the secrets buried within. Kalen's mind was still reeling from the vision he had seen, the lost city, consumed by a shadow. The weight of that knowledge pressed on him like a tangible force, an unspoken warning. What had been lost in that city? And, more importantly, what had caused its destruction? Lyra's footsteps were softer than his, a constant reminder of her presence just behind him. Though she remained mostly silent, Kalen could feel her steady gaze on his back. Her resolve mirrored his own. There was no turning back now. They had come too far. The corridor opened into a large chamber, its ceiling arching high above them, lost in shadows. The only source of light was the faint glow of the crystals embedded in the walls. Kalen's eyes narrowed as he took in the room's layout. The space felt unnatural, as if it were not meant to exist in the natural order of things. At the far end of the chamber, there was a massive stone archway, flanked by towering pillars covered in intricate carvings. It resembled a gateway, but to where? Or perhaps, to what? I have a bad feeling about this, Lyra murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Her gaze flicked between the archway and the surrounding chamber. Kalen nodded. I feel it too. But there's something here we need to find. Something important. He took a hesitant step forward, the crunch of his boots on the stone floor echoing through the room. The air grew colder with every step he took toward the archway, as if the chamber itself were trying to resist their advance. He could feel a strange energy thrumming beneath his skin, prickling in the back of his mind. It was as if the very fabric of reality itself was beginning to unravel. The moment Kalen crossed the threshold of the archway, the room seemed to exhale, an invisible force pushing against him. A chill swept through the air, and the ground beneath his feet trembled. The carvings on the pillars began to shift, their ancient symbols glowing with an intense, unnatural light. The air crackled with energy, a low hum reverberating through the stone. Kalen! Lyra shouted from behind him. Something's happening. Before he could turn, the ground beneath them shook violently. The walls of the chamber groaned, as if they were alive, protesting the intrusion. A sound like thunder echoed from deep within the labyrinth, followed by a low, menacing growl that made Kalen's blood run cold. Then, before his eyes, the air before him began to ripple, distorting as if the very fabric of the world was warping. Figures began to materialize from the shimmering air, their forms strange and indistinct, beings of shadow and light. Their faces twisted in agony. Their eyes glowed with an eerie, otherworldly light, and Kalen could feel their gaze upon him, like cold fingers pressing against his soul. The shadows moved, swirling around him and Lyra. Kalen instinctively reached for his sword, but the ethereal figures were too fast, too fluid. They were upon them in an instant, their forms flickering like flames in the wind. A voice, deep and hollow, reverberated through the chamber, filling the space with a sense of dread. You are not meant to be here. Kalen's heart raced. The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, a disembodied presence that filled his very thoughts. The shadowy figures closed in around him, their glowing eyes fixed on him with an intensity that made his skin crawl. Lyra's hand found his arm, her grip firm. Kalen. What is this? What are they? I don't know, Kalen breathed, his voice tight with tension. But we need to fight through them. We can't let them stop us. The figures swirled around them, moving faster now, their glowing eyes flashing like lightning. Kalen's pulse quickened as he swung his sword, but it passed through the shadows as if they were made of smoke. The ethereal creatures hissed, their forms undulating as if they were made of liquid, constantly shifting and changing. You do not belong in this world, the voice boomed again, now accompanied by a low, guttural growl. Leave now, before you are consumed. Kalen's mind raced, trying to make sense of the threat. What was this place? What were these creatures? It was as if the very fabric of reality had been torn open, and the shadows that lurked beyond were now spilling into the world. "Kaylin, we need to go," Lyra shouted, her voice full of fear. "These things, they're not normal. We need to leave." But Kaylin stood rooted to the spot, his sword still raised, but the fear gnawing at him. He had never encountered anything like this before. What if they weren't just shadows? What if they were something far worse, beings from another plane of existence, bent on erasing the world as they knew it? He closed his eyes, steeling himself against the growing sense of dread. The creatures were closing in on them, their eyes like burning coals. The air around him grew thick with an oppressive force, and Kaylin could feel his chest tighten, as if the very atmosphere was trying to crush him. And then, from the corner of his eye, he saw it, an opening in the shadows, a flicker of light that cut through the dark. It was faint, but it was there, and Kaylin knew, with a sudden, fierce clarity, that it was the way out. "Lyra!" he shouted, grabbing her by the arm. "This way!" Without waiting for a response, he pulled her toward the flickering light. The shadows howled in fury, their voices a cacophony of rage and despair. But Kaylin did not hesitate. With one final, desperate push, they broke through the mass of shadows and stumbled into the light. The chamber around them seemed to collapse, the shadows screaming as they were torn apart by the light's embrace. Kaylin felt a rush of cold air, and then, suddenly, they were no longer in the chamber. The oppressive darkness lifted, and the world around them seemed to shift. They were outside, standing on the edge of a vast, frozen landscape that stretched out into the horizon. The wind howled across the open plains, carrying with it a bitter cold that cut through their clothes. But the shadows, the figures from the chamber, had they followed them? Kaylin glanced over his shoulder, half expecting them to emerge from the darkness, but there was nothing. We're outside." Lyra's voice was shaky, but there was relief in her eyes. Kaylin didn't answer right away. His mind was still racing, piecing together what had just happened. What were those things? And why had they attacked them so mercilessly? And more importantly, what had they just released from the labyrinth? The cold wind that howled across the vast, frozen landscape cut through their clothing, biting at their skin. Kaylin's breath came in short, visible puffs, and his hands trembled slightly as he gripped his sword. They stood on the edge of a vast, icy plain, the ground beneath their feet solid and unyielding. The pale light of the distant sun cast long shadows over the jagged crystals that jutted out of the earth like the bones of some ancient, dead creature. Lyra's hand rested on Kaylin's arm, her fingers cold, but her grip firm. She too was trying to make sense of what had just transpired. The dark labyrinth, the shadows, the strange, otherworldly forces they had encountered, it all felt unreal, a nightmare from which they could not wake. What just happened? Lyra's voice was raw with the cold, but there was an edge of fear in it, one that Kaylin could not ignore. "Where are we?" Kaylin turned to face her, trying to steady his own racing thoughts. He could still feel the presence of the shadows that had surrounded them in the chamber, like an oppressive weight on his chest. Even though they had escaped, he knew that whatever they had unleashed was not truly gone. It was still out there, somewhere, waiting. "I don't know," Kaylin admitted, his voice quiet. But I know we've stumbled into something we were never meant to find. The light from the sky above cast an eerie glow over the ice, the crystals on the ground shimmering like scattered stars. They had entered a place where time itself seemed to bend, where the very essence of reality was thin and fragile. "Look," Lyra said suddenly, pointing toward the horizon. Kalen followed her gaze, and his heart skipped a beat. Far in the distance, beyond the glimmering crystals and the vast expanse of ice, a silhouette loomed against the pale sky. It was enormous, rising from the frozen earth like a forgotten monument. It was a structure, or what remained of one, towering high into the air. Its surface was covered in jagged patterns, almost as if the stone itself had been fractured by an unseen force. "Is that the fortress?" Kalen muttered, unable to take his eyes off the shape. There was something ancient about it, something that spoke of a history long buried. Lyra nodded slowly, her breath visible in the cold air. "It must be. But what could have left it like this?" Her voice was tinged with awe, and a little fear. Kalen felt the same unease, but the pull of the structure, this mysterious, ancient fortress, was undeniable. They had come this far. They couldn't turn back now. "We'll have to find out," Kalen said, his tone resolute, though his heart was heavy with the weight of uncertainty. He didn't like the feeling of being pulled toward that place, as if some unseen force was guiding them. But there was no other choice. The answers they sought, the answers to the visions and the shadows, lay ahead. With Lyra at his side, he began to move forward, the crunch of their boots the only sound in the stillness. The cold pressed against them, but neither of them faltered. They were survivors, warriors in their own right, and they had a purpose now. They had to uncover the truth of what lay behind the labyrinth and the force that had pursued them. The journey across the frozen plains felt longer than it truly was, the cold sapping their energy and making each step feel like a battle. The wind howled around them, cutting through their clothing, but they pressed on, driven by something deep within. As they neared the base of the towering structure, Kalen could see that its surface was not made of stone at all. At least, not in the way he expected. The walls of the fortress glowed faintly, as if they were made of a substance that absorbed the light around it, refracting it into an ethereal shimmer. There were no doors, no obvious entrances. Just a massive, smooth surface that seemed impenetrable. And yet, Kalen could feel the pull, like a magnetic force that tugged at him, urging him closer. He reached out, his fingers brushing against the cold, shimmering wall. The moment his skin made contact, a deep hum reverberated through the ground, vibrating in his bones. Lyra stepped back in surprise, her eyes wide. "What did you do?" "I didn't do anything," Kalen said, pulling his hand back. But before he could say anything more, the wall before them shifted. The surface rippled like liquid, and with a low, resonating sound, a doorway began to form, cutting through the solid surface like a knife through fabric. It opened wide, revealing a dimly lit corridor beyond, its walls lined with more of the shimmering material that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. Kalen exchanged a glance with Lyra. She was as shocked as he was, but there was no hesitation in her eyes. The door had opened for them, whether they wanted it or not. They had to go in. With a steady breath, Kalen led the way into the corridor, his sword drawn. The air inside was thick, almost tangible, and the further they ventured, the more oppressive it became. It was as if the very walls were watching them, waiting for something. The corridor twisted and turned, each step taking them deeper into the heart of the fortress. Strange markings, like symbols from a forgotten language, covered the walls. The light from their torches flickered, casting eerie shadows that seemed to move on their own. As they descended into the depths, a strange sense of foreboding gripped Kalen's heart. Whatever secrets this place held, they were not meant to be uncovered. But they had come too far, and there was no turning back now. Suddenly, a voice echoed down the corridor, low and ancient, carrying with it the weight of centuries. It was a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, speaking directly into Kalen's mind. You seek the crystal, but it will not be given freely. The price is more than you can pay. Kalen froze, his heart pounding. Lyra looked at him, her expression filled with confusion and fear. She hadn't heard the voice, but Kalen knew, he knew with certainty, that whatever this place was, it had a mind of its own, and the crystal they had come for. Was it the same crystal that had caused the destruction of the lost city in Kalen's vision? Was this the key to everything? The voice spoke again, its tone colder this time, more insistent. Leave now, or suffer the consequences of your intrusion. But Kalen did not turn back. The crystal was within reach, and he could feel that it held the answers they so desperately sought. The words from the voice still echoed in Kalen's mind, reverberating through the darkness like a warning that could not be ignored. His heart raced, but there was no fear in him, at least not the kind that would make him turn away. Instead, a burning curiosity, a need to understand, pushed him forward. The voice had spoken of a price, but it had not specified what that price would be. That alone intrigued him, for it meant there was something more to this place than the cold, endless corridors and strange markings on the walls. Lyra, her brow furrowed in concern, stayed close behind him, her hand gripping the hilt of her own blade with a sense of readiness. She, too, could feel the weight of the atmosphere closing in on them. But like Kalen, she was determined. The journey they had undertaken had led them to this point, and they could not afford to turn back now. The air around them seemed to thicken with each step they took, growing colder still, as though the fortress itself was alive, aware of their intrusion. It was a sensation unlike anything Kalen had ever felt before, a feeling of being watched, of something ancient and powerful stirring in the depths of the fortress. The shadows seemed to shift, moving as if they had a life of their own. Kalen, Lyra whispered, her voice barely audible against the silence that surrounded them. Do you feel it? Something isn't right here. This place, it's alive. Isn't it? He glanced over his shoulder at her, his expression grim. I don't know what it is, but we're too close now to turn back. They continued onward, past corridors that twisted like the winding paths of a labyrinth. The flickering light of their torches cast long shadows that stretched unnaturally, creeping along the walls in strange patterns. At times, Kalen swore he saw movement just beyond the corner of his eye, as though something was slipping just out of view. He had learned to trust his instincts, and right now, every part of him was telling him that they were not alone in the fortress. The path ahead finally opened up into a vast chamber, its size so immense that Kalen felt the air grow heavy with the weight of its emptiness. The ceiling was impossibly high, disappearing into the darkness above. Jagged crystal formations protruded from the walls, glowing faintly with a soft, ethereal light. But it was the center of the chamber that caught their attention, the source of the strange hum that had been growing louder the deeper they ventured into the fortress. At the center of the room stood a massive pedestal, and on it, suspended in midair, was the crystal. It was not like any crystal Kalen had seen before. It was not merely a gem, but something more, something alive. Its surface shimmered with colors that seemed to shift and change with every angle, refracting light into patterns that danced across the walls. The glow of the crystal illuminated the chamber, casting eerie shadows that seemed to pulse with a rhythm of their own. For a moment, Kalen and Lyra stood motionless, drawn to it by the power that radiated from the crystal. They could both feel it now, the same force that had led them to this place, the same force that had guided their every step, as though they had been chosen for this moment. But even as they moved closer, a sense of foreboding washed over Kalen. This was no ordinary crystal. It was ancient, its presence unfathomably old, and it carried with it a weight that Kalen knew they were not ready to bear. As they approached the pedestal, the air grew colder still. And the hum intensified. Kalen's hand instinctively reached for the sword at his side, though he knew that it would not be enough to protect them from whatever lay ahead. This crystal was the key, but it also seemed to be a trap. He could feel its power, and yet, it felt like something more. The crystal seemed to reach out to him, pulling him in, as if it recognized him, as if it had been waiting for him. Lyra was the first to speak, her voice hesitant. "Kalen, I don't think we should touch it." He glanced at her, the uncertainty in her eyes reflected in his own. She was right to be cautious. Everything about this place screamed danger, and yet, they had come so far. He couldn't shake the feeling that this was their moment. That the answers to everything, the visions, the shadows, the reason they had come, lay within that crystal. "I have to," Kalen said quietly, his voice filled with determination. "It's the only way to understand what's happening. We don't know how much time we have." Lyra hesitated, but in the end, she nodded, her trust in Kalen stronger than the fear that gripped her. Together, they stepped closer to the pedestal. As Kalen reached out for the crystal, something shifted in the air. A crackling sound filled the chamber, and the ground beneath them trembled. The walls seemed to close in, and the light from the crystal flared blindingly bright. For a moment, Kalen thought he might be struck down. That the power of the crystal would consume him, but it did not. Instead, the crystal's surface rippled like water, and a figure began to materialize before him, an apparition, glowing with an ethereal light, its form shifting like smoke. The figure was tall, draped in flowing robes of silver, and its face was obscured by a mask made of crystal. Its eyes, however, gleamed from behind the mask, and Kalen could see the ancient knowledge within them. "You have come," the figure's voice echoed in the chamber, a sound that reverberated deep within Kalen's chest. "The time has come for the truth to be revealed. But beware, the price of knowledge is steep. Are you prepared to pay it?" Kalen stood still, his heart pounding in his chest. Lyra was beside him, her grip on her blade tightening. They had reached the final threshold, but Kalen knew that whatever came next would change everything. "I am prepared," Kalen replied, his voice steady despite the uncertainty swirling in his mind. He had come this far. He could not turn back now. The figure tilted its head slightly, as though considering his response. Then, with a slow movement, it extended its hand toward Kalen, beckoning him closer. "Then take the crystal," it said, its voice both solemn and resigned. "But know this, the crystal will reveal your deepest truth. And once you see it, you cannot unsee it." Kalen took a deep breath and stepped forward, his hand trembling slightly as he reached for the crystal. The moment his fingers made contact with its surface, a surge of power coursed through him, sharp, electric, and overwhelming. Images flashed before his eyes, visions of places he had never been, of battles fought in distant lands, of friends and enemies long lost to time. He saw the shadowy figures of the past, the rise and fall of civilizations, and the deep, unspoken truth that lay hidden in the heart of the world, the truth, and it was not what he had expected. The surge of power that had coursed through Kalen's body was unlike anything he had ever experienced. The crystal's touch seemed to burn into his skin, searing the very core of his being with each passing second. His breath hitched, and for a fleeting moment, he thought he might collapse under the weight of the visions that were now flooding his mind. The world around him dissolved, shifting into kaleidoscopic patterns of light and shadow. The sounds of the fortress faded, leaving only the pulse of the crystal, and in its glow, Kalen saw, felt, the truth of the world laid bare before him. The visions were chaotic, fragmented images that flickered like half-remembered dreams. He saw towering mountains, ancient ruins crumbling into dust, vast oceans that stretched to the horizon, and forests that seemed to whisper secrets in forgotten tongues. Yet, beneath the beauty, there was a darkness, an ever-present shadow that seemed to follow each step. Lingering in the corners of his vision, faces appeared in his mind's eye, strangers, figures from the past, people he had never known but somehow recognized. Some were shrouded in the mists of time, their identities lost to the ages. Others were more familiar, friends he had once trusted, allies who had stood by his side in battles long past. But even these faces were not as they seemed. They were distorted, twisted by forces beyond their control, and Kalen could feel the weight of their choices, the burdens they carried, like a heavy chain wrapped around his soul. He saw moments of triumph, glorious victories that had shaped the world in its current form. But those victories had come at a cost, and the sacrifices made to achieve them were laid bare, not in the form of battles won, but in the souls lost along the way. Kalen stumbled back, gasping for air, his hand still gripping the crystal, as if it were the only thing anchoring him to the world. He could feel the weight of the truth pressing down on him, threatening to crush him under its enormity. Lyra's voice broke through the haze, sharp and clear. "Kalen, let go of it." He barely registered her words, his mind consumed by the overwhelming flood of images. He couldn't tear his gaze away from the crystal, from the revelations that were unfolding before him. He had come seeking answers. But now, he wasn't sure if he was ready for the truth. "Kalen." Lyra's voice was insistent, her hand gripping his arm and pulling him back. She was struggling against the invisible force that seemed to hold him in place, but Kalen could not move. His fingers were locked around the crystal as though it had fused with his very soul. In that moment, a new vision flashed before his eyes, one that cut through the chaos of the others like a dagger through fog. It was the face of a woman, her features impossibly beautiful, yet her eyes were filled with sorrow. Her expression was one of longing, as though she had been waiting for something, or someone, for an eternity. Her voice echoed in his mind, soft and haunting. Kaylin, you cannot change what has already been set in motion. The word struck him with a force that left him breathless. Change? What did she mean? Had he made some irreversible choice by coming here? The vision of her face began to fade, and Kaylin felt a sharp pang of loss, as though he had been separated from something important, something that could never be reclaimed. Finally, his grip on the crystal loosened. His hands fell to his sides, trembling, as if they had been burned. He blinked rapidly, trying to clear the lingering fog from his mind. The chamber around him slowly came back into focus, the walls of the fortress regaining their solidity. The humming of the crystal dimmed. But its presence still hung in the air, a weight that would not be easily shaken off. Kaylin staggered backward, disoriented, and Lyra was there to catch him, her hands firm on his shoulders. She glanced nervously at the crystal, then back at him, her expression filled with concern. "Are you all right?" she asked, her voice low and cautious. "What did you see?" Kaylin's mind was still reeling, but the fragments of the vision, the woman's face, the sorrow in her eyes, remained sharp in his memory. He shook his head, trying to focus. I saw things I wasn't meant to see. The truth of the world. And the price of it." Lyra's brow furrowed. "The price?" He nodded, still trying to grasp the meaning of what he had witnessed. "The crystal, it's not just a source of power. It holds the truth of everything. But the more I saw, the more I understood. The more I realized that there's no going back. We've been walking a path set long before we arrived here. The choices made by others have shaped our fates." Lyra stepped back, her eyes wide with realization. "So this wasn't just about us, was it?" "No," Kaylin replied quietly. "It was never just about us." The truth he had glimpsed was a vast, sprawling tapestry, woven with the threads of countless lives, both past and present. The crystal held the history of the world, its triumphs, its failures, and the terrible price paid for everything that had come before them. But there was more to it than that. Kaylin could feel it, the weight of the responsibility that had been placed upon him and Lyra. They had been drawn here for a reason, not by chance, but by design. There was something they had to do, something they had to understand before it was too late. Lyra placed a hand on his arm, pulling him from his thoughts. "Kaylin, we can't stay here. We need to move forward. Whatever's coming, we need to be ready." He nodded, though his mind was still tangled in the web of visions he had seen. There was a deep uncertainty within him, but there was also something else, an unshakable determination. They had come this far, and they couldn't turn back now. The path ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear: they were no longer just players in the story. They were the ones who would shape its outcome. The journey ahead was clouded with uncertainty, but as Kaylin and Lyra stood in the vast, cavernous chamber, surrounded by the haunting glow of the crystal, the weight of their choices pressed heavily upon them. The world, it seemed, was on the edge of something, a precipice waiting for a push. And they were standing at the heart of it, uncertain if they should take the next step or retreat back into the shadows of the unknown. Kalen's fingers tingled where the crystal had burned his skin, the remnants of its power still lingering in the air around them. Though the crystal's light had dimmed, its pulse continued in the air, a soft thrum, as if it were alive, watching, waiting for them to make a decision. "Kalen," Lyra said, her voice quiet but resolute. "We can't stand here forever. Whatever is coming, it's already begun. And I don't think it will wait for us." He turned to her, searching her face for any sign of doubt, but all he saw was determination. She had always been the steady force at his side, the one who kept him grounded when his mind ran wild with possibilities. In this moment, he was grateful for her unwavering strength. "I know," he replied, his voice a bit hoarse from the weight of everything they had seen and felt. I need to understand it. This crystal, this place, it's tied to everything. The past, the present, and the future. We need to know what it means before we move forward." Lyra nodded, understanding the struggle in his words. "Then we find the answers. We don't have time to second guess." They turned toward the path leading deeper into the fortress. The chamber was still, silent, save for the eerie hum of the crystal. The further they ventured into the dark heart of the fortress, the more Kalen felt the pressure on his chest, the feeling that they were being drawn towards something far greater than either of them could comprehend. Yet, the further they walked, the more the air seemed to crackle with the same strange energy that had surged through Kalen's body when he touched the crystal. The walls of the corridor grew narrower, the flickering light from their torches dancing across the cold stone. The echoes of their footsteps reverberated in the confined space, adding to the growing sense of claustrophobia. It was as though the walls themselves were closing in, urging them to hurry, to reach the end. After what felt like an eternity, they reached another chamber, a smaller room, but no less foreboding. The air was thick with a dense mist that clung to the stone floor, and a sense of oppressive silence hung in the air. At the far end of the room stood another pedestal, but this one was different. This pedestal was covered in ancient runes, their markings glowing faintly in the dim light. The same energy that had pulsed from the crystal seemed to emanate from the pedestal, though this time it was colder, darker, more foreboding. Kalen approached cautiously, his heart racing. He could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on him again, the sensation of being watched, of being led into something much larger than he had ever anticipated. Lyra stood a few steps behind him, her eyes scanning the room, alert for any signs of danger. She had always been the more pragmatic of the two, the one who kept her focus sharp and her senses heightened. The pedestal seemed to call to Kalen, drawing him forward. There was something insistent about it, as though it were beckoning him to step closer. His hand reached out, fingers trembling slightly as he touched the runes etched into the stone. The moment his skin made contact with the markings, a sharp crack rang through the air, and the entire room seemed to tremble. The mist that had been lingering in the corners of the room began to swirl, gathering around the pedestal like a living thing. Kalen's heart skipped a beat, his pulse quickening in response to the growing power. The mist thickened, rising into a swirling vortex of energy. It seemed to beckon him, to pull him into its depths, and for a moment, he felt his body move as though controlled by something beyond his will. "Kalen, no!" Lyra shouted, but her voice seemed distant, lost in the growing roar of the energy. She rushed forward, but the moment she stepped into the swirling mist, she was thrown back as though an invisible barrier had repelled her. Kalen was caught in the vortex of energy, his body unwillingly drawn toward the pedestal. His mind reeled, unable to focus as the world around him spun, the very fabric of reality seeming to warp and bend. The visions he had seen before, the faces, the landscapes, the truths, flashed before him once more. But this time, they were different. They were sharper, more vivid, as if the crystal had unlocked something deeper within him. He saw the woman again, the one whose face had haunted him since the moment he had touched the crystal. Her sorrowful eyes locked with his, and for a fleeting second, he understood. She wasn't just a figure of the past, she was tied to his very existence. Her fate, her pain, was inextricably linked to his own. She had made a choice, and in doing so, had set into motion the events that had led Kalen here. Her voice rang through his mind once more. The past cannot be undone, Kalen. But you can change the future. The words echoed, reverberating in his skull, as though they were being etched into his very soul. His body felt weightless, as though he were suspended in time itself, caught between two worlds, the past and the future. The crystal had opened his eyes to the truth, but it had also shown him the cost of that truth. There was no going back from this point, no way to unsee what he had witnessed, and yet, something inside him stirred, something deep and primal. The future was still unwritten, still in their hands. He couldn't change the past, but he could shape what was to come. The vortex seemed to stretch, elongating into an infinite tunnel of light and shadow. The walls of the chamber melted away, and Kalen found himself standing at the edge of an abyss, looking out into the unknown. But it was not just an abyss, it was a mirror, reflecting everything he had seen, everything he was, and everything he could become. He stepped forward. Kalen's heart thundered in his chest as he stepped into the abyss. Each step a plunge deeper into the unknown. The swirling vortex around him pulsed, the colors and shapes in its depths shifting and changing, like the world itself was folding in on itself. For a moment, everything was a blur, an endless swirl of light, darkness, and motion. But then, everything stopped. The abyss, once a vast ocean of possibilities, solidified into something far more tangible. He stood at the edge of a precipice, his feet planted firmly on the ground. The air around him was still, and the oppressive hum of the crystal had ceased, replaced by an eerie silence that hung heavy in the air. The landscape before him was nothing like he had seen before. The ground stretched out before him in a vast, barren expanse, a desert of cracked earth and endless stretches of stone. The sky overhead was an unnatural shade, a swirling mixture of dark blues and purples, as if the heavens themselves were struggling against something unseen. In the distance, jagged mountains loomed, their peaks shrouded in mist, and at the very center of this desolate world stood a single, towering structure, an obsidian fortress, its black spires piercing the sky. Kalen's breath caught in his throat. He had seen this place before, in the visions the crystal had shown him. It was not just a vision of the future, it was a vision of the past. This was where it had all begun. This was the heart of the storm. A voice echoed in his mind, soft yet unmistakable, carrying the weight of 1,000 lifetimes. Kalen, you've come far. But the path you seek is not so easily found. The voice sent a shiver down his spine, its familiarity both comforting and unnerving. He turned, searching for its source, but the landscape was empty, save for the swirling mists and the distant fortress. "Who are you?" Kalen called out, his voice sounding distant and swallowed by the vastness of the desert. "What is this place?" The air shifted, as if the very ground beneath him had responded to his question. The swirling mists began to form, coalescing into a figure, a woman, tall and regal, draped in flowing robes of shimmering silver. Her hair cascaded down her back like liquid moonlight, and her eyes were deep pools of sorrow and wisdom, glowing with the faint light of the stars. It was her. The woman whose face had haunted him since the moment he had touched the crystal. The one who had spoken to him in his visions. "I am she who walks between the worlds," the woman's voice rang out, resonating in the very air around him. "I am the keeper of truths long forgotten, and the one who guards the secrets of the crystal." Kalen's pulse quickened. "The crystal. It's tied to you, isn't it? You're the reason it exists." The woman's eyes darkened. "Yes. And no. I am but one piece of the puzzle. The crystal holds within it the power to shape the world. But it also holds the burden of what has come before. What you have seen, the triumphs, the losses, the sacrifices, all are etched into its core. It is the mirror of reality, reflecting both the past and the future. But it is not just a tool. It is a force, a living thing, bound by ancient laws and boundless power." Kalen stepped forward, his voice desperate. "Then why did it choose me? Why me? What am I supposed to do?" The woman's gaze softened, and for a moment, she seemed almost sympathetic. "It did not choose you, Kalen. You chose it. The crystal calls to those whose fates are already intertwined with it. Those whose actions will either save or destroy this world. You and your companions, Lyra. The others are not here by chance. You were brought to this place for a reason. A reason that you will only understand when the time is right. But what if I don't understand it in time?" Kalen's voice trembled with the weight of his uncertainty. "What if I fail?" The woman smiled, a sad, knowing smile. "Failure is not the end, Kalen. It is but a part of the journey. The key is not in knowing everything at once, but in accepting what comes, step by step. You must be prepared to make the hardest of choices. The choices that will determine the fate of this world and those who live in it." The landscape around them seemed to pulse with her words, the mists swirling faster, the earth beneath their feet vibrating as though it was alive. Kalen's heart raced as he struggled to grasp the enormity of her words. The fate of the world, the weight of their choices, was on his shoulders. He could feel it. He could feel the power of the crystal, of the world itself, calling to him, demanding him to act. He clenched his fists, his resolve hardening. "What do I have to do?" The woman's expression grew somber. "You must face the truth of what has been hidden for so long. The crystal is not just a source of power, it is a prison. A prison built to contain the most dangerous force ever known. The force that has shaped the world, that has influenced every decision made since the dawn of time. It is the very thing that threatens to destroy everything you know." Kalen's mind raced. What is it? What is this force? The woman's gaze flickered toward the distant fortress, her eyes narrowing as if seeing something Kaylin could not. The force is not something you can defeat with brute strength or sheer will. It is a force of nature, of reality itself. And it has begun to break free. The crystal was created to keep it contained, but now, it is weakening. And so, the time has come for you to choose, whether to unlock the truth of the world, or to seal it away forever. The air around Kaylin crackled with energy, the power of the crystal surging through him once again. He could feel it, deep within his bones, the weight of the decision that lay ahead. The path was clear, but the consequences were too great to comprehend. The woman's voice grew softer, almost a whisper. Whatever you choose, Kaylin, know that it will change everything. The world will never be the same. He stood at the edge of the abyss, staring into the unknown, his heart torn between the pull of the crystal's power and the knowledge that some truths were too dangerous to uncover. The woman's words echoed in his mind, and he knew that the moment of choice had arrived. There was no turning back. Kaylin stood on the precipice, staring into the abyss before him, the weight of the woman's words pressing heavily on his chest. The choice lay before him, an eternal question that only he could answer. The world's fate was tied to his decision, and yet, the more he thought about it, the more the answers seemed to slip through his grasp, as if the very fabric of reality itself was refusing to let him understand. The woman's form shimmered, and for a moment, Kaylin could no longer see her clearly. The winds that whipped around him seemed to carry whispers, distorted voices from a time long past. But beneath it all, the steady thrum of the crystal, its power, its mystery, remained. He felt it pulsing within him, syncing with his heartbeat. "I can't do this alone," Kaylin whispered, more to himself than to the woman who now seemed to be nothing more than an ethereal wisp in the storm. Her voice reached him once more, calm yet filled with the gravity of what was to come. "You are never alone, Kaylin. You never were. The crystal binds the fates of all who touch it. And in time, you will come to understand that there is no such thing as a solitary path. Those who walk with you are not mere companions, they are threads woven into the very fabric of your journey." Lyra's face flashed in Kaylin's mind. Her steadfast gaze, her determination, the way she had never wavered in the face of danger. He could hear her voice calling out to him, even now, from beyond the veil of uncertainty. Kaylin clenched his fists. He couldn't do this alone. He never had. The truth was, he had always relied on the strength of those around him, the people who believed in him, the ones who had walked beside him when the world seemed too heavy to bear. Lyra, the thought of her steadied his heart, and for a fleeting moment, he felt as though he could see her standing beside him, as real as if she were truly there. Her presence was a reminder that even in the face of the greatest trials, he was not without support. "You're right," he said aloud, to the woman, or to the world, perhaps. "I don't have to face this alone. There's still time. We'll figure it out, together." The woman's form solidified again, her eyes filled with an understanding that made Kaylin feel as though she could see into the very depths of his soul. "Remember this, Kaylin. The truth will not reveal itself in a single moment, nor will the path be laid out clearly before you. It is only through the trials you face, the choices you make, that the full picture will emerge. There is no easy answer. But you must trust that those who walk beside you are there for a reason. The mist swirled around Kalen, and in its movement, he felt the pull of destiny, the weight of the unknown, urging him onward. The distant fortress loomed like a dark omen, its black towers reaching for the heavens, an ever-present reminder of what awaited him. "I won't forget," he said quietly, though it was unclear if the woman was still listening or if it was just the wind that carried his words. With a deep breath, Kalen turned away from the abyss, his gaze focused on the path that lay ahead. The fortress was close now, the pulse of the crystal beating louder with each step he took. As he moved forward, the air around him seemed to shift, the winds dying down as if acknowledging his resolve. The landscape around him continued to shift, morphing into a surreal blend of reality and memory, a tapestry of moments both familiar and foreign. When Kalen looked over his shoulder, the swirling abyss was gone, replaced by an open sky, but it was the fortress that held his attention. He had no illusions about what awaited him there. The truth he sought, the truth that had been hidden from him, from the world, for so long, was waiting for him within the obsidian walls. But as he drew closer, the weight of uncertainty pressed on his chest once more. Was he truly ready for what he might find? The sound of footsteps broke his thoughts, and he turned quickly, his heart skipping a beat. Lyra, her silhouette appeared through the mist, her figure emerging from the haze like a beacon in the dark. She was not far behind him, her eyes searching for him with the same fierce determination that had always been a part of her. When she saw him, she quickened her pace, and soon they were standing side by side, the tension between them palpable. "You're not alone," she said softly, her voice carrying more meaning than the simple words could express. Kalen gave a tight nod, his eyes meeting hers. There was no need for more words. She understood. She had always understood. Together, they continued toward the fortress, the dark towers looming ever closer. As they crossed the threshold, the air grew heavier, the weight of the past and future pressing down on them. The sound of their footsteps echoed through the vast corridors, and every turn they took seemed to lead them deeper into the heart of the storm. The fortress was alive, its walls vibrating with energy, as if the very stones had been imbued with the power of the crystal. Kalen could feel the pull in the air, the sensation that something, someone, was waiting for them within the depths of this place. "You know what we're about to face," Lyra said, her tone steady but filled with the same quiet resolve that had kept her moving through every trial they had faced. "It's not going to be easy. But I'll be with you every step of the way." Kalen didn't need to say anything. He simply reached out, taking her hand in his, and together, they moved forward. Each step they took seemed to bring them closer to the heart of the fortress, to the truth that awaited them there. And though Kalen could not yet see what lay ahead, he knew one thing for certain: the time for hesitation was over. They were no longer standing on the edge of destiny, they were walking into it, hand in hand, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them. The silence inside the fortress was suffocating. Every step Kalen and Lyra took echoed through the hollow stone halls, their footsteps reverberating like the slow toll of a distant bell. The air grew colder the deeper they ventured, the oppressive chill settling into their bones. It was as if the very walls of the fortress were alive, watching them, waiting for something. Waiting for them to make the inevitable choice that had brought them here. Lyra's hand, still in his, felt warm against the cold, her presence a steady anchor in the midst of the storm brewing within him. Kalen had come this far, but the truth of what lay ahead unsettled him more than he cared to admit. The crystal's power hummed within him. And yet it was no longer the comforting pull it once had been. Now, it felt like a weight, like an unseen hand pushing him forward, urging him toward an unknown destiny. The corridor stretched out before them, endless in its design, the stones worn smooth by the passage of time. But it wasn't just the architecture that seemed ancient, it was the very essence of the place, as if it had existed long before they had ever set foot on this world. It was a relic of an age that had come and gone, a time whose secrets were buried so deep that even the stars had forgotten them. "I don't like this," Lyra said, her voice low, barely above a whisper. "There's something wrong about all of this." Kalen nodded, his heart heavy. "I know. I can feel it too. It's like the place itself is trying to tell us something, but it won't let us hear it." They continued forward, passing by countless doors and chambers, none of which opened to reveal anything but darkness. Every now and then, the faintest flicker of light would dance at the edge of their vision, only to vanish when they tried to follow it. The fortress was alive, and yet it was also devoid of life. A paradox that seemed to mock them at every turn. Then, at last, they reached a large, circular chamber. The walls were covered in intricate carvings, glowing faintly with an eerie, silver light. The center of the room was dominated by a raised platform, upon which rested a crystal pedestal, ancient and worn, but still radiating power. On top of the pedestal, resting gently like a slumbering beast, was a crystal, a shard of the very crystal that had called Kalen to this place, the one that had shaped his destiny. It was here, the truth, the final step. Kalen's heart skipped a beat as he approached the pedestal, his hand outstretched, drawn to the crystal like a moth to a flame. But as his fingers brushed against its surface, a sudden, violent surge of energy coursed through him, throwing him back with enough force to knock him to the ground. Lyra cried out, rushing to his side, but he could barely focus on her. The world around him had shattered, and in its place, a torrent of visions flooded his mind. Visions of distant lands, of battles fought long ago, of people lost to time. He saw the rise and fall of kingdoms, the weaving of destinies, the pulse of life itself, all revolving around this crystal, this force that had shaped the very fabric of their existence. But then, among the flashes of images, a single face emerged. The woman. The one from his dreams, the one who had guided him through the maze of the crystal's power. But now, her face was not calm. It was twisted in anguish, her eyes filled with sorrow and regret. "No." She whispered, her voice a desperate, haunting echo in the depths of Kalen's mind. "It was never meant to be like this." Before Kalen could react, the vision shifted, and he found himself standing in a vast, dark void. The crystal hovered before him, pulsating with an energy that was both beautiful and terrifying. And as he reached for it again, something inside him shifted. A choice had been made. The force, the power contained within the crystal, was no longer something external. It had become a part of him. "No." He shouted, but the words were lost in the void. With a force that felt like an explosion, the vision stopped. Kalen gasped for breath, his body trembling as if he had just emerged from the depths of a storm. The room around him was still, quiet once more, but the weight of what he had seen pressed heavily on his chest. He could feel the crystal's presence within him, its power not just surrounding him, but entwined with his very being. Lyra was kneeling beside him, her eyes wide with concern. "Kaylin. What happened? Are you all right?" He struggled to find his voice, his thoughts swirling like a storm. I saw it. Everything. The crystal, it's not just a tool, Lyra. It's a force. It's not just a part of the world. It is the world. And it's dying. The words felt like they came from someone else, as if the truth had passed through him, not fully his own but something he had been forced to understand. He could see it now, the balance, the destruction, the shattering of something that had held the world together for so long. The woman's face appeared in his mind again, her expression now one of resolve. "It has begun, Kaylin. The crystal's power is weakening, and with it, the very fabric of reality itself. The world you know is crumbling, and the only way to save it is to undo what was done." Kaylin shook his head. "Undo what? What was done? What does that even mean?" But the woman's voice faded, leaving only the cold, unyielding silence of the fortress. He looked at Lyra, the weight of the vision settling heavily on his shoulders. "I don't know what it means," he said quietly. "But I know that we're running out of time." The crystal at the center of the room flickered, its light dimming for a moment before flaring back to life, casting eerie shadows on the walls. Kaylin's gaze lingered on it, his heart heavy with the knowledge that the answers he sought were still locked within its depths, and the only way to unlock them would be to face the very force that had shaped the world itself. Kaylin stood frozen, his eyes locked on the pulsating crystal in the center of the room. His mind raced with the gravity of the vision, the weight of the choices it suggested. The crystal was not just a relic or a tool, it was the heartbeat of the world itself, its strength tethered to the very fabric of reality. And yet, it was dying. The truth of it echoed in Kaylin's bones. Lyra's voice broke through the haze of his thoughts. "We need to move, Kaylin. Whatever is happening, we can't stay here. It's dangerous." He turned to her, her face filled with concern, but it was more than that. There was a depth in her eyes, a quiet determination that matched his own. They had been through so much together. But this was different. This was a force beyond their understanding. And yet, it felt inescapably familiar, as if they had both been drawn to this point by some unseen hand. "You're right," he said, his voice hoarse. "But I can't leave yet. Not until I understand what's happening." Lyra hesitated, but then she nodded. "I'll stay by your side. Whatever you need." Kaylin took a deep breath, steadying himself as he approached the pedestal again. The crystal's glow seemed to beckon him, its flickering light casting strange shadows across the chamber. He could feel the pulse of energy emanating from it, not just as a physical sensation, but as a call, one that resonated deep within his soul. "I have to know," he whispered, almost to himself. "What is this power? Why does it need me?" He reached out once more, his hand trembling as his fingers brushed against the smooth surface of the crystal. The moment he touched it, the world around him seemed to dissolve, as though the very walls of the fortress had vanished. In their place, a vast landscape unfolded before him, a world he did not recognize. The sky was a strange shade of violet, swirling with clouds that glowed with an ethereal light. The ground beneath him was cracked, with dark, jagged lines stretching out in every direction. It was a place of destruction, a realm where the very essence of life seemed to have been drained away. And in the distance, rising like a monument to the broken world, was the figure of a woman. Her face was obscured by shadows, but her presence radiated a power that was both terrifying and beautiful. She stood alone, surrounded by the remnants of a civilization long forgotten. "Who are you?" Kalen's voice echoed through the void, but the woman did not answer. Instead, she lifted her hand, and the ground beneath her feet began to tremble. From the cracks in the earth, strange creatures began to emerge. They were like nothing Kalen had ever seen before, dark, shadowy forms that seemed to flicker in and out of existence. Their eyes glowed with an eerie red light, and their movements were unnatural. As if they were more shadow than substance, Kalen's heart raced as the creatures began to converge on the woman. But rather than attacking her, they bowed before her, as though she were their queen. "You have come," the woman's voice echoed, low and haunting, though her lips did not move. It was as if the words were being spoken directly into his mind. "Who are you?" Kalen demanded again, his voice shaking with urgency. "What is this place?" The woman's eyes, though hidden in shadow, seemed to pierce through him. "I am the keeper," she said. "I am the last of the ancients. And this is the end." The vision shifted then, spiraling into a kaleidoscope of images. Kalen saw the world as it had once been, lush, vibrant, full of life. He saw towering cities, vast oceans, endless forests. And then, just as quickly, he saw it all unravel. The cities crumbled, the forests withered, and the oceans boiled with fire. The balance that had once sustained the world was broken, and the crystal, this very crystal, was at the center of it all. You're the one who caused this," Kalen said, his voice filled with disbelief. "You broke the world." The keeper's gaze remained cold, distant. "No," she whispered. "I was the one who tried to save it. But the crystal, it was never meant to be used. It was a force too powerful, too volatile. It was meant to be a safeguard, not a weapon." Kalen felt a knot form in his stomach. "Then why did you make it?" "To protect the world," she replied, her tone carrying a weight of ancient sorrow. "But in the end, I failed. The crystal was never meant to be harnessed. It was never meant to be controlled. And now it is dying, and with it, the world. But there is still time." The world around Kalen began to crumble, the vision distorting into chaos. He could feel the pressure of the energy building within him, the crystal's power thrumming violently in his chest. "Time for what?" he asked, though he already knew the answer. "To undo what was done," the keeper said, her voice fading as the vision began to collapse. "You are the key. You and the crystal." With a violent jolt, Kalen was pulled from the vision. His body slammed back into the cold stone floor of the chamber, gasping for air as if he had been drowning. The crystal before him was now flickering weakly, its once brilliant light now dull and fading. Lyra rushed to his side, her hands gripping his shoulders as she tried to steady him. "Kalen, what happened? What did you see?" Kalen looked up at her, his mind reeling from the revelation. "I saw her. The Keeper. She tried to save the world, but the crystal, it wasn't meant to be used. It's dying, Lyra. And if we don't stop it, everything will fall apart." Lyra's face was a mask of concern, but there was a spark of something else in her eyes, determination. "Then we have to stop it. We have no choice." Kalen nodded, his heart heavy with the weight of their task. The crystal had brought him here, but it had also condemned him. He was now tied to it in ways he couldn't fully understand, but one thing was clear: the world was on the brink, and only by undoing the damage done could they hope to save it. He stood slowly, his body aching with the strain of the vision. "Let's go. We've already come too far to turn back now." Together, they turned toward the exit, the crystal's light flickering in their wake, as the world outside seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the final choice to be made. The air in the fortress grew heavier, thick with a strange tension that Kalen could not shake. Every step they took toward the exit felt more burdensome than the last, as though the very ground beneath them was resisting their departure. The crystal's fading light seemed to flicker in rhythm with the pounding of his heart, an ominous reminder of the task that lay ahead. Lyra walked beside him, her hands still clutching his, though the weight of their journey seemed to weigh on her as well. She had been his strength throughout this ordeal, the steady pulse of light that had kept him from drowning in the depths of his own uncertainty. But now, as they made their way through the labyrinthine halls of the fortress, Kalen could see the concern etched across her face. "We have to find the way," she said softly, her voice breaking through the silence. "We can't stay here, Kalen. Whatever is happening, we're running out of time." Kalen nodded, though he didn't reply. His thoughts were elsewhere, still reeling from the vision of the Keeper, her cryptic warnings, and the knowledge that they had only scratched the surface of what was truly at stake. The crystal was dying, and with it, the world itself. The weight of that truth hung over him like a shadow, suffocating and inescapable. As they reached the exit of the chamber, the cool breeze from outside hit them, a welcome change from the stifling atmosphere of the fortress. The world beyond seemed unchanged, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. But Kalen knew that things would never be the same. The Keeper had been right. The balance had been shattered, and they were now caught in the fragile aftermath. "We need to go to the heart of the world," Kalen said, his voice steady but resolute. "It's the only place that might hold the answers." Lyra glanced at him, her expression one of quiet determination. "The heart? You think it still exists?" "It has to," Kalen replied. "It's the only way to restore the balance. We need to find it, and we need to do it fast." Without another word, they began their journey, moving through the dense forest that surrounded the fortress. The land was eerily quiet, as though nature itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. The wind whispered through the trees, but it wasn't the comforting rustle of leaves that Kalen remembered. There was something unnatural about the silence, a sense that something had been disturbed, something that could not be undone. As they traveled deeper into the woods, the path became increasingly treacherous. The once familiar landscape had transformed into something foreign, twisted by the same dark force that had corrupted the crystal. The trees seemed to twist unnaturally, their branches gnarled and reaching like skeletal hands. The ground beneath them was uneven, as if the earth itself had been upturned by some unseen hand. Kalen's heart raced as they pressed on, the urgency of their mission weighing heavily on his mind. He could feel the pulse of the crystal within him, faint but persistent, urging him onward. It was as if the crystal itself knew the path they had to take, guiding them through the chaos that had overtaken the world. The sun had set by the time they reached the edge of the forest, where the land opened up into a vast plain. In the distance, Kalen could make out the faint outline of a mountain range, the peaks shrouded in mist. It was toward these mountains that he was drawn, the feeling of inevitability growing stronger with each passing moment. "We're close," Kalen said, though the uncertainty in his voice betrayed him. "I can feel it." Lyra glanced at him, her brow furrowed in concern. "But what if we're too late? What if the heart is already gone?" Kalen didn't answer. He couldn't. The possibility of failure hung in the air like a bitter taste on his tongue. But they had no choice but to keep moving forward. There was nothing else they could do. As they crossed the open plain, the landscape began to shift again. The land grew darker, and the wind carried a sense of foreboding, as if the world itself was preparing for something terrible. The air grew colder, and with each step, the ground beneath their feet seemed to tremble, as though the earth was alive and reacting to their presence. At last, they reached the base of the mountains, their jagged peaks rising high above them. The entrance to the heart of the world was hidden deep within the mountains, a secret known only to those who had the knowledge to find it. Kalen's pulse quickened as they began their ascent, the familiar pull of the crystal guiding him toward their destination. The climb was arduous, the rocky terrain treacherous and unforgiving. The wind howled around them, and the air grew thin, making it difficult to breathe. But they pressed on, determined to reach the heart before it was too late. Hours passed before they finally reached a narrow, shadowed cave at the base of the highest peak. The entrance was concealed by an ancient stone door, etched with intricate symbols that seemed to glow faintly in the darkness. Kalen felt the crystal's power surge within him, and for the first time, he understood what it was urging him to do. He stepped forward, placing his hand on the door. The symbols shifted under his touch, the stone vibrating as if recognizing him. With a deep, rumbling sound, the door slowly creaked open, revealing a narrow passage beyond. "We found it," Lyra whispered, her voice filled with awe. Kalen nodded, but there was no time to linger on the victory. They had reached the heart, but they still didn't know what they would find within. All they knew was that the world was dying, and the fate of everything rested in their hands. They stepped into the darkness of the cave, the entrance closing behind them with a soft thud. The air was thick with the scent of ancient stone, and the path ahead was shrouded in shadow. But Kalen could feel it now, the presence of something vast and powerful. It was as though the very earth was alive, its heartbeat syncing with his own. They moved forward, their footsteps echoing in the silence, each step taking them deeper into the heart of the world. And with each step, the crystal's energy surged within him, as if the final test had begun. The darkness of the cave swallowed them whole, the air thick with the weight of centuries. Kalen's footsteps echoed off the stone walls, the sound magnified in the silence that surrounded them. The pulse of the crystal in his chest throbbed in rhythm with his heartbeat, a constant reminder of the urgency pressing upon them. Lyra's presence beside him was a steadying force, her hand close to his. Her quiet breath and focused gaze were all that grounded him as they ventured deeper into the hidden heart of the world. The path twisted and turned, narrow at times, wide at others, as if the cave itself was designed to obscure their way. But Kalen felt an unshakable pull, a magnetic force drawing him forward with a purpose he couldn't fully grasp. The faint glow of the crystal's energy illuminated the path before them, casting shadows on the walls that seemed to flicker and dance, giving the cave an almost living quality. The deeper they traveled, the stronger the sensation of something ancient, something powerful. It was as though they were moving into the very core of the earth, to a place where time itself had lost its meaning. What is this place? Lyra whispered, her voice a mere breath in the suffocating quiet. It feels wrong. Kalen didn't answer immediately. He wasn't sure how to explain the sense of foreboding that had taken root in him. The heart of the world was supposed to be a sanctuary, a source of healing, a place where the forces of nature and magic converged in harmony. But now, it felt tainted. It felt like the remnants of something broken, a place where hope had long since withered. I don't know, he finally admitted. But I can feel it, too. Something isn't right. As they rounded a corner, the narrow passage opened up into a vast chamber. The walls were lined with glowing crystals, their light soft but steady, casting an ethereal glow on the cavernous space. In the center of the room stood a massive structure, an altar, or perhaps a throne, made entirely of stone and crystal, its design intricate and surreal, as though it had been carved by hands long lost to time. But it was the figure standing before the altar that caught Kalen's attention, a woman. Her form cloaked in shadow, stood at the center of the room. Her features were indistinct, blurred by the dim light, but there was no mistaking the aura of power that radiated from her. She was tall, her posture regal, as though she were both part of the cave and apart from it. She seemed to pulse with energy, her very presence a paradox, both ancient and timeless. Who are you? Kalen asked, his voice trembling with a mix of awe and caution. The woman turned slowly, her movements graceful, almost deliberate. Her eyes glowed faintly, a deep shade of violet that seemed to see right through him. She regarded them with an expression of quiet understanding, as though she had been expecting them all along. I am the guardian, she said, her voice soft, yet carrying the weight of ages. I am the one who watches over the heart. The heart, Kalen murmured. This is it. The place that can restore balance. The guardian's gaze flickered to the crystal in Kalen's hand, still pulsing with light. You think the heart can restore balance? It is the heart that has been corrupted. It is the heart that has been broken. Kalen's breath caught in his throat. What do you mean? I thought, the crystal you carry, the guardian interrupted, her voice sharp, was never meant to be used. It was an artifact of protection, not of power. It was the creation of those who sought to harness nature's will, to bind it to their own desires. And in doing so, they destroyed the very thing they sought to protect. Lyra stepped forward, her face a mask of confusion and anger. So you're saying the crystal has been corrupted? But how is that possible? It was supposed to be the answer. The guardian's eyes softened, but there was no warmth in her gaze, only a deep sadness. The answer was never in the crystal. The crystal was merely a tool, a key to a power beyond understanding. It was never meant to be wielded by mortals. And now, it is dying, just as the world dies with it. Kalen's heart sank as the gravity of her words settled in. He had known something was wrong, that the crystal's power was not as it seemed. But hearing the truth, the horrifying truth, shook him to his core. So what do we do now? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. If the crystal is the cause of this, if it's dying, then how do we save the world? The guardian was silent for a long moment. Her gaze drifted over the altar, her expression distant, as though she were looking far beyond the cave, into a time long past. Finally, she spoke, her voice heavy with resignation. There is no saving it, she said softly. Not unless you are willing to sacrifice everything. Kalen and Lyra exchanged a look, the weight of her words hanging between them. Sacrifice? Lyra echoed, her voice filled with disbelief. What kind of sacrifice? The guardian's eyes locked onto Kalen's. The crystal is a conduit, a bridge between the worlds. It channels energy, but it also absorbs it. The world's life force flows through it, and now that the crystal is dying, so too is the world. You must decide whether you are willing to give everything you have to restore it, or whether you will allow it to fade into darkness, taking the world with it. Kalen's breath caught in his throat. What kind of sacrifice are we talking about? The life force of the one who wields the crystal, the guardian said simply. The only way to restore balance is to give everything you have, your life, your soul, your very essence. Kalen stood in stunned silence. The magnitude of what she was asking settling over him like a crushing weight. He could feel Lyra's gaze on him, her presence a quiet anchor in the storm of his thoughts. She stepped forward, her hand on his arm. No, she said firmly. We won't let you do this alone. Kalen turned to her, his heart heavy with the weight of her words. Lyra, I have to. If I don't, everything we've fought for will be for nothing. The world will die. You don't have to do it alone, she insisted, her voice unwavering. We'll face this together. No matter what. Kalen looked at the guardian, his resolve hardening. Then tell us what we need to do. The guardian's expression softened ever so slightly. You must place the crystal upon the altar. And when you do, you must be willing to let go of everything. As Kalen moved toward the altar, he could feel the weight of his decision pressing down on him. The fate of the world rested on his shoulders. The time for hesitation had passed. The deeper they ventured into the cave, the heavier the air became, suffused with a strange, almost tangible energy. The walls seemed to hum with an ancient power, vibrating beneath Kalen's fingertips as he brushed them along the cold stone. It was as though the very rock itself was alive, reacting to their presence, as if the mountain had been waiting for them to arrive. The narrow passageway widened as they pressed forward. And soon they found themselves standing at the edge of a vast underground chamber. The size of it was overwhelming, bigger than anything Kalen could have imagined. The walls were lined with crystalline structures that shimmered faintly in the dim light, casting an eerie glow across the cavern. It was as if they had stumbled into the heart of the world itself. In the center of the chamber stood a massive stone altar, ancient and weathered, though still solid and unyielding. The air around it crackled with power, and Kalen could feel the pulse of energy emanating from it, calling to him. This was the heart of the world, the source of all life, all magic, the very force that had held the balance of the world for millennia. And now, it was dying. What do we do now? Lyra's voice broke through Kalen's thoughts. Her words were laced with uncertainty, but there was still a spark of hope in her eyes, a glimmer that refused to fade. Kalen's grip tightened on the crystal that hung around his neck, its warmth a stark contrast to the chill of the cavern. He could feel the weight of the keeper's words pressing on him. He was the key. But what did that mean? What was he supposed to do with this power? How could he undo the damage that had been done? I don't know, he admitted, his voice low and rough. But this is the only place where we might be able to find the answers. Lyra nodded, though doubt still lingered in her gaze. She had followed him this far, through dangers they couldn't have foreseen, but this was something entirely different. They were standing on the precipice of the unknown, with the fate of the world hanging in the balance. Together, they approached the altar. The air seemed to thicken around them, the crystal's pulse growing stronger with each step they took. When they reached the center of the chamber, Kalen felt a sudden surge of energy. It hit him like a wave, flooding his senses, making his heart race in his chest. It was as though the very earth was calling out to him, pulling him toward the altar, toward the source of the power. He stepped forward, his hand trembling as he reached out toward the altar. As his fingers brushed the stone, the entire chamber seemed to shift, the walls vibrating with an intensity that left his ears ringing. The ground beneath him trembled, and for a moment, he felt as though the world itself might collapse around him. Then, in the silence that followed, he heard a voice that seemed to echo from deep within the earth itself, resonating through every fiber of his being. "Why have you come?" the voice asked. It was neither male nor female, but a sound that was both familiar and foreign, ancient and timeless. "What do you seek?" Kalen's heart pounded in his chest as he took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. The voice was both comforting and terrifying. As though it held the wisdom of the ages, yet the power to bring destruction. "We've come to restore the balance," he said, his voice steady despite the swirling uncertainty in his mind. "The crystal is dying, and with it, the world. We need to undo the damage that has been done." There was a long pause, and Kalen felt the weight of the earth pressing down on him, as though the very mountain was considering his words. When the voice spoke again, it was filled with an almost sorrowful tone. "Balance has been lost, but it was never meant to be restored. The crystal was never meant to wield such power. It was created to safeguard, not to dominate. And now it is too late." Kalen felt a knot form in his stomach as the words sank in. Too late. But, if the crystal dies, everything dies with it. How can we undo it? The voice did not respond at first, and for a moment, the silence seemed to stretch on forever. Then, the ground beneath Kalen's feet trembled once more, and the altar began to glow with a brilliant light. The light intensified, swirling like a storm within the chamber, and Kalen felt a sudden, overwhelming sense of clarity. "The crystal is a part of you," the voice said, now almost gentle. You are connected to it in ways you cannot yet understand. But in the end, it is your choice that will determine the fate of this world. Kalen's mind reeled at the words. Connected to the crystal. He had felt the pull. The surge of energy, but he had never truly understood what it meant. How was he supposed to make this choice? The weight of the decision pressed down on him, threatening to suffocate him. Choose, the voice urged, its tone soft but firm. Restore what was lost, or allow the world to fade into shadow. Kalen closed his eyes, his mind racing as he tried to comprehend the enormity of the decision before him. He had always known that their journey would lead to a choice like this, but now that it was here, he was unsure. Could he trust himself to make the right decision? Could he save the world without destroying it in the process? Lyra's voice broke through the storm in his mind. Kalen, whatever you choose, I'll be with you. He turned to her, finding comfort in her unwavering gaze. She had been his rock through this entire journey, her strength never faltering. With her by his side, perhaps there was a chance, perhaps there was a way to save the world without losing himself in the process. With a deep breath, Kalen turned back to the altar, the crystal pulsing in his hand. I choose to restore balance, he said, his voice clear and firm, despite the uncertainty that still lingered within him. The voice did not answer immediately, but the chamber around them seemed to respond, the light growing brighter, the air charged with energy. Kalen felt a surge of power flood through him. His connection to the crystal deepening. The world seemed to shift, as if the fabric of reality itself was being torn apart and woven back together. He reached out, placing his hand on the altar once more. The light around him intensified, and in that moment, Kalen knew that the choice had been made. Now, there was no turning back. As Kalen's hand touched the altar, the world around him seemed to shudder. The intense light enveloped him, radiating from the crystal that pulsed in his chest, aligning perfectly with the light from the altar. For a moment, everything around him felt unreal, as though the world itself had become malleable, a dream where every action carried the weight of eternity. The voice from the depths of the earth spoke again, but this time it was not just in his mind. He could feel it resonating within his very bones, an echo that carried the gravity of ancient forces. Do you understand the cost of your choice, Kalen? The voice asked, not with malice but with a deep, reverberating sadness. Kalen didn't flinch. He had already made his decision. I understand, he said, his voice firm. But the world cannot be allowed to fade. It must survive. Even if it means giving everything. The altar responded. The crystal beneath his hand began to hum with an energy that felt like it was both familiar and alien at once, the power coursing through him with an intensity that threatened to overwhelm him. His body vibrated with the force of it, his senses alive with every pulse. The very air seemed to crackle, thick with the energy of creation and destruction alike. Lyra's voice, small and distant, cut through the haze. Kalen, be careful. His heart stilled for a fraction of a second as he turned toward her. She stood a few paces away, her eyes wide with concern, her hand stretched out toward him, as if she could reach through the distance between them. But Kalen could only smile faintly, the weight of his decision pressing down on him with an unbearable weight. I have to do this, Lyra, he whispered, though the words felt distant, like he was speaking to her from far away. From another place entirely. There's no other choice. The crystal's light intensified, and with it came a rush of energy so powerful that Kalen's knees buckled. The ground trembled, the very walls of the chamber vibrating in sync with the pulsing rhythm. The air was alive, crackling with an energy so raw, so untamed, that it felt as if the mountain itself was coming to life. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through Kalen's chest, radiating from the crystal. It was as if the energy was not just flowing through him, but pulling at the very fabric of his being, tearing at the core of his soul. He gasped, struggling to breathe as the light around him blazed brighter, blinding him. Kalen. Lyra's voice pierced through the chaos, but it was distant, muffled as if coming from far away. He could feel her hands on him, trying to hold him steady, but the force was too much, too overwhelming. He gritted his teeth, pushing through the agony, and then, as the pain reached its peak, everything stopped, the light dimmed. The pulsating energy slowed. Kalen collapsed to his knees, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The world around him seemed to quiet, the echoes of the cavern fading away, leaving only the sound of his heart beating in his chest. Kalen's eyes fluttered open, and he found himself looking at the altar. The light from the crystal still radiated around him. But it was softer now, more contained. The energy that had been tearing at him was now calm, balanced, as though the very air itself had settled into a new rhythm, but the weight of the choice he had made lingered. He could feel it in the pit of his stomach, a gnawing emptiness that had nothing to do with the physical toll the ritual had taken on him. Something was missing. Something fundamental. Lyra crouched beside him, her hands trembling as she placed them on his shoulders. Her eyes searched his face, worry and relief tangled together. "Kalen, are you all right?" He opened his mouth to respond, but his words faltered. The connection to the crystal, the power that had once surged through him, was gone. And with it, something else had shifted, something profound and final. His voice cracked, and he swallowed hard, trying to force the words past the lump in his throat. "It's done. The balance is restored." Lyra's face softened, her eyes welling with unshed tears. She leaned in, her forehead resting gently against his, and for a moment, all the weight of their journey, all the suffering, the choices, the uncertainty, melted away. There was only the sound of their breaths mingling, and the warmth of their shared connection, but Kalen knew it was only a fleeting peace. The world around them had been saved, but at what cost? The crystal, once a beacon of hope, had taken something from him in return. The energy that had been so full of life now felt distant, and the absence left him feeling hollow, as though something vital had been torn from his soul. The guardian's words echoed in his mind. "The heart of the world is a conduit of life and death, of power and sacrifice. It will always demand more than you are willing to give," and Kalen had given everything. Not just his strength, but a piece of his very essence. The crystal, the heart, had drawn from him not only his power but also his will to continue. He had become the sacrifice. Lyra pulled away slightly, her hands still on his shoulders, her voice breaking through his thoughts. "Kalen, what's happening? You're not fading, are you?" He looked up at her, meeting her gaze. His eyes were dull, the fire that had once burned so brightly within him now extinguished. "I think I think I've become part of it, he whispered, the realization dawning on him as the words left his lips. The silence between them stretched on, heavy and laden with the weight of what had been lost. Kalen's vision blurred as a wave of exhaustion hit him, the strength draining from his limbs, his body struggling to stay upright. But then, the chamber around him shifted again, a soft, harmonic hum filled the air. The light of the altar brightened once more, and Kalen could feel the power surging once more. But this time, it was not directed at him. It was as if the energy, the life force, was flowing outward, spilling into the world beyond the cave. The world is healing, Kalen murmured, his voice faint. It's working. We did it. Lyra's face softened in relief, her hands tightening on his shoulders. But even as the world began to heal, Kalen couldn't shake the deep, empty feeling within him. He had done what was needed. The balance had been restored, but at what cost? The world outside the cave was quiet. The mountains, once shrouded in an unnatural gloom, stood tall and majestic against the horizon, bathed in the soft light of a rising sun. The heavy air that had once weighed down on them, thick with tension and despair, had lifted, leaving only a deep stillness in its wake. It was as if the earth itself had taken a breath and exhaled, the world now in a delicate balance once more. Kalen stood at the mouth of the cave, gazing out at the sweeping vista before him, his heart heavy with a strange mixture of relief and sorrow. The crystal, the heart of the world, had been restored. The balance had been returned. But he felt as though a part of him had been left behind in the process. His body felt light, almost weightless, but not in a way that was comforting. There was an emptiness that he couldn't quite explain, an absence that echoed in the deepest parts of his soul. He had given everything to the crystal, and in return, it had taken more than he had been prepared to give. Beside him, Lyra stood in silence, her eyes scanning the distant horizon. The golden light of the morning touched her face, casting shadows across her features, making her look like something otherworldly. The storm that had raged within her for so long, the fear, the doubt, the uncertainty, had passed. And yet, Kalen could see the shadow of it lingering behind her eyes. She had always been the strong one, the anchor, but now it was as though she, too, was searching for something in the quiet aftermath of their journey. "It's over," she said softly, her voice almost lost in the stillness. "We've done it. The world is saved." Kalen nodded, his throat tight. "It is. But at a cost." His voice cracked, and for a moment, he was unable to say anything more. The truth of it, how much he had given, how much he had lost, hung in the air between them. Lyra didn't respond right away, but Kalen could feel the weight of her gaze on him. She didn't need to ask, she understood. They had both known the cost of the crystal's power. They had known that their actions would demand more than they were willing to give. But they had done it anyway, because it was the only way to save the world they both loved. "I'm not sure if I can ever fully explain what this feels like," Kalen said, his voice distant. "The crystal is gone now. But I don't think it will ever leave me." Lyra stepped closer, placing a hand gently on his arm. Her touch was warm, grounding him in a world that suddenly felt far too vast, too silent. "You did what you had to do, Kalen. The crystal may be gone, but the world is still here. You gave everything, but that doesn't mean you've lost everything. His gaze dropped to the ground, as though trying to gather some strength from the earth beneath his feet. I don't know. I feel different. I thought restoring the balance would be enough. But something is still missing. Lyra's eyes softened, and she moved in front of him, lifting his chin so that he had to meet her gaze. Kalen, you're still here. The world still needs you. And I still need you. He swallowed hard, the lump in his throat making it difficult to speak. I don't know if I can be who I was before. The energy, the magic, it's not inside me anymore. I can't feel it. It's gone. Lyra smiled, a gentle, understanding smile, one that spoke of years of shared hardship and unwavering loyalty. Maybe it's not about going back to what you were before. Maybe it's about moving forward, to something new. Kalen closed his eyes for a moment, allowing her words to sink in. Could that be true? Could he find a way to live in this new world, this world where the balance had been restored, but where he no longer held the power he once did? He didn't have the answers. And he didn't know if he ever would. But for the first time since the crystal had been restored, he felt a flicker of hope, however faint. When he opened his eyes, Lyra was still standing there, watching him with a mixture of love and concern. She had been his anchor throughout this entire journey, and in that moment, Kalen realized that it wasn't the crystal that had given him strength. It was her. Together, they had made it through the impossible. Together, they had restored the balance. And maybe, just maybe, together they could figure out what came next. I'm not sure what the future holds, Kalen said, his voice steady now, but I know that I want to face it with you. Lyra's smile grew. And she reached for his hand, her fingers intertwining with his. Then we'll face it together, she said simply. As they stood there, side by side, the world around them began to shift. The air seemed to hum with a new energy, not the chaotic force of the crystal, but a gentler, more enduring power. The balance had been restored, but now it was up to them to build something new from the ashes of the old, and though Kalen didn't know what that future would look like, he knew one thing for certain: whatever came next, he wouldn't face it alone.